Hi.
Hi, are you sure this course is just for 2499?
Yes, and you know this is the only course with this expertise across the world.
No way!
Yes way. Don't delay. Enroll now.
Geeks learning together.
Hi Yash.
Hi Siddhartha, how are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. So can you please introduce what are we doing today to the audience?
So first of all, hi everyone. Very good evening to everyone present for this live stream. So we have started on Geeks for Geeks with a new series that is practicing the SD sheet of Geeks for Geeks that we have in these live streams that we'll be doing. We'll like it's just an experiment. We'll definitely be improving further. But for today, we'll be having a 6 hours long live stream in which we'll be practicing the basic topic that is array.
So, yes, this live stream would be kind of discussion. It won't be that the problem solving would be done for the entire 6 hours. So, there would be constantly two mentors where they would be discussing. And the focus, see, for a particular question, suppose you went to a particular question, which is a very popular one for the SD interviews. So, yes, the solutions are there, solutions are already present. And it might be the case that you also know the solution, but what would happen is we would like to know how to get to that intuition. And there are some many problems also which are not intuitive, to be honest, like the gap method and all. So yes, so we would be going or focusing more towards the intuition, and we would be discussing how you can solve it with a friend. Then, and yes, yeah, Amandeep, the we will start from the very basic, and then we would go till the advanced. Each mentor would start from the easy question, and it would range from the hard question, where my bandwidth would be focusing more on the easy question. Yeah, yes, you can go ahead.
So basically, for everyone who's there, like many people are asking that 6 hours live stream is a very long time. So recording will be available on this channel only, Geeks for Geeks Practice. So all of you just quickly give us a +1 in the chat, or you can write GFG in the chat. You can just give us a +1 in the chat, and you can hit the like button as well for sure. Okay. So that yes, it will be a continuous 6 hours live stream. So all of you can give us a +1 in the chat and hit the like button as well. You can write Sid OP and something, maybe GFG OP. We just wanted to confirm that our
Yes,
audio
पे
is
लिखो,
perfectly
यश
fine
पे
and
लिखो.
everything is fine, right? Because also one more objective of this live stream will be as I said, like first thing is that we have a lot of questions in DSA, or we have a lot of things, but you know that GFG also has a SD sheet, right? So we'll be first of all, in the starting, we'll not just directly start with the problem solving. We'll be telling you about the GFG SD sheet and how you can practice it. So we'll be starting with that. And apart from this, we'll also be discussing, like, let's say if someone wants to just quickly revise, let's say a topic like arrays. So if you want to quickly revise it, let's say with a group, bunch of friends, or with two or three people, with some pair, with some pair programming, if you are doing with someone, then in that case, how you should go forward. So we are coming up with this new concept. So I hope that all of you will like this, if you are excited as we are, because this is also something new for us as well, because we have been doing editorials and interview series, other stuffs, but this is very new to us as well, and especially the duration. So all of you can tell us if you are excited as well. And with that being said, I'll also share my screen. Siddharth, just 1 second. I'll share my screen. You
Yeah,
can
sure.
okay, my screen is shared. Right. So
Yeah. So
can you see my
just
screen?
while, yeah, we can see your screen. So just while Yash is opening his screen, I want to clear some questions. That the tempo of the 6 hours long stream would be a little bit normal. It would be a kind of towards the chill stream. Okay, like we can't. So even you would be bored if I do problem solving for the next 6 hours. We would be bored as a mentors also, and you would be bored. भैया कौन से topic cover होंगे and कब. So today, so Raj Singh, it's not very important to spam in the chat. We would answer you. So yes, what we would do is today we would be covering array, and according to the response, according to the comments, according to the likes, we would be moving forward accordingly. Like it would be purely audience based. Yeah, yes, you can move forward.
So as Siddharth said, like for the starting, we are we are going forward with the array topic, and going forward as we move forward. So if you will, after the video is over or while the live stream is going, you can also tell us which next topic you would like us to take from the GFG SD sheet. But for now, I have
Yeah,
shared my
please.
screen, so all of you can see my screen now. So I'll quickly tell you what GFG sheet is, GFG SD sheet is all about. So if you just write this on Google, that GFG SD sheet, right? If you just Google this up, so the very first link that you will get here, if you can see here. So I hope that the screen is visible. Perfect, Siddharth. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
So you can
absolutely
see
perfect.
here. Right. So see, if you will scroll through this sheet one by one, so you will see here that we have various topics, like we have everything. Like you can see array topic is there. So based on array, you can see the article, the DSA article for it. You can see the practice link on the GFG practice platform. You can see that. Like if I click on this link, so I'll be redirected for solving this particular question. So this is almost a bunch of 100 and close to 180 or 183 problems that we have in the SG sheet for various topics, like the most frequent and the most important concept that needs to be covered in any particular topic. So according to that, the sheet has been prepared by our team. And as we go forward, like you can see, for every problem we have the editorial link attached to it, we have the practice link, and we also have the videos attached to it, right? If you will, if let's say you click on this particular video, if you want to watch it, going forward we'll be adding videos for every topic. But if you will see here, so like, so you can see that Soham sir has is the video editorialist for this particular problem. He's working currently in Google, so he also takes the interview series. So you can see that our best of the best mentors are have prepared the videos for this as well, right? So this is one thing maybe many people did not know, so I'm just showing you. Like you can see, searching and sorting is there, then hashing is there, videos are also there, right? One by one we are updating everything. Then matrix topic is also there, right? Only selected problems. Then strings is there. If you will see strings, then you can see starting from the very basics of that, right? As you can see,
Yeah,
like implement
absolutely.
str. Is it perfectly visible, or is it a bit
Yeah, it's
small?
absolutely visible. You can make it full screen if you like.
Okay. Okay. So you can see here, like recursion is there, and then we have bit manipulation in every topic we have. So we'll be covering this sheet. Now you might think that this might not seem to be very clear. So in that case, what you can do is, we have a platform that is GFG Practice. So if you Google GFG Practice, right? I'll just quickly Google it for you. So if you Google GFG Practice and you click on it, so you'll be redirected to this GFG Practice site. And if you click on the problem section, right? So you will see that by default, the SD sheet is
GFG
applied, right?
practice site,
Even
and
if
if
it is
you
not
click on the
applied, then you can do what? Okay, so if you click on this SD sheet part, so you'll see that almost 186 problems are there in this sheet, right? So you can see that various problems, various difficulty level, and various companies, like starting from, you can say, let's say something like Amazon, Microsoft, then Acolyte is also there, Facebook, Google, going forward, DShaw, VMware, every company is covered, Adobe, every company is covered, and every kind of problem is also covered, right? So various topics and everything is covered in this sheet. And let's say if you want to solve, like, you first of all, you have clicked that, okay, SD sheet should be there. Then if you want to
It
solve
is
only
done
a
by
topic like
default, I think.
arrays, yes, you can basically now click on arrays, and you can see that almost 100, like 36 problems are there based on arrays, right? So we will try to solve at least close to somewhere around 20 or 25 problems. That depends on the time span as well. So we'll be solving it like this. So is this part clear to everyone? You can
Okay.
tell me now quickly. Is it clear to everyone?
Yeah. So yes, so what you can do is
Yes,
you can
Siddharth.
speak a little bit slow. Why? Because people are asking you. थोड़ा आराम से बोलो. Yeah, that is a very common thing that is asked to Yash कि थोड़ा धीरे जाओ. राजधानी है भाई ये. Okay, so fair enough. So I would be catering some of the doubts. Like, yeah. So I would be catering some of the doubts. Having the knowledge of Python, is it okay? Yes, array problems do not require a lot of language specific things. Like the next thing what we are talking about is why 10 p.m, because we as coders, we love to use dark mode. We are generally active towards the night. I have rarely seen, or I myself never walked in the morning from the time I have been coding till 10 तक क्या था ना कि we were having boards and mom used to wake up in the morning. But then as we progressed in the college, living in boys hostel and these all things, we got accommodated to doing in the nights too. Okay, fair enough.
Also,
Let us move. See, yeah,
One more thing that I would like to say, as Gopal is asking that why 10 p.m. So going forward, if people think that we should start it earlier, maybe at 8 p.m. or something, then we can also start. We did not wanted to have a clash with any contest, so that's why we thought about 10 p.m. But if people want, then we can go forward with 8 or 6 as well. That depends on the time. And we'll, since we are C++ coders, so we'll be discussing the solutions in C++, but we'll be telling about every approach. Like the since it is arrays, so there's nothing much difference in terms of like there you write arrays dot sort, here you will write something like direct sort function you'll write, right? So that's just basic differences that you'll have, nothing else. Okay, so can you guys prefer teaching in Python? Okay, no, like the, as I said, the solutions will be told in such a way that any person doing in any language can do. Okay, so now I
Yeah.
think Siddharth, we can
So
start with the session.
just yeah, just a sec. So we have been asked that when we would be doing vectors. So catering this out. So I think vectors should be clubbed with the stack. Okay, so when we would be doing stack, I would be catering the vectors. Why I would be telling that? Okay, so let's move forward. Would you provide the codes in C++ and Java? Today we won't be doing any language specific things. You would be able to understand each one of them, and as I told, this is a kind of chill stream. We would be catering each and every doubt that is being asked. So you can just quickly ask on the go and we would quickly reply in the go. Okay, so it won't be that. And yes, every future streams is going to be absolutely a free session. Yeah.
Free of
Yes, you
cost,
want to
right?
add anything?
Yes, one more thing that I wanted to add, like we, like as I said that I'll be like we will be discussing almost me, Abhinav, and Siddharth. We'll be doing it in duets, right? Two mentors at a time. Three mentors are there, so 6 hours. So two mentors at a time will be there, so discussing the problems. One mentor will be obviously writing the code, and other mentor will be just discussing like what can be done and other thing. But one more thing that I would say, like we'll be providing the timestamps for every problem after the session is over. Maybe after just after it will end I think at 4 p.m. So 4 a.m. in the night it will end, so maybe after that, or maybe after 9 or 10 in the morning, we'll try to provide that timestamps, everything, right? So let's start.
नहीं, यश स्लो नहीं बोलता. यश को आप कुछ भी समझा दो, यश स्पीड ही जाएगा. कुछ भी कर लो आप. वो सिर्फ गर्लफ्रेंड का मैटर में ही स्लो बोलता है. Okay, message box हटा दो सर. Yeah, yeah, sure, sure, sure. Okay, so how much coding is to be managed? Okay, so now a lot of talking has been done. Let's do some problem solving, and as we progress forward, we would do some talking also. Okay, fair enough. So let us move forward. Okay, so is my screen visible? Yes. Can you please confirm quickly?
Yes, yes, your screen is visible.
Okay, thank you. So, fair enough. So, before starting off, you can just pause at this moment of time and you can see what would be the top or questions that would be catered at this point. These three easy problems would be done, and as we progress further, it would be done till this point. Okay, and so let's start off. So, in this problem, we are given an array of n positive numbers, and the task is to find the equilibrium point in the array. Now, what is the equilibrium point? An equilibrium point is a point where the sum of the elements on the left hand side is equal to the sum of the elements on the right hand side. But there is some things that needs to be understood. So let me just open the board. Okay, fair enough. So yes. So yeah. So suppose we have A1, A2, A3, A4, and A5. And suppose we have the equilibrium point as A3. Then A1 plus A2, A1 plus A2 needs to be equal to A4 plus A5. So there are two things. First is that this element is to be ignored. The next condition is that we can't leave any element. Okay, either an element should belong on from the left or the right, or either an element should be on the equilibrium point. Translating the same in Hindi would be that जो elements है left side और right side, वो element को छोड़ के उन दोनों का sum same होना चाहिए. Fair enough? Am I clear with the problem statement? Can I have a quick yes or no in the chat? Just quickly.
Siddharth, you can keep on sharing your screen. I'll tell you the responses. No issues with that.
Okay, fair enough. So let's do this thing. So can we make this as, yeah, we can make like this. Okay, fair enough. So yes, we can't make it full screen because I need to multitask also. That is why. So I have kept two windows like this to slide. So that is why. Fair enough.
Okay,
Yeah.
some people are
So
saying that
yes.
this question needs to be done using DP.
Okay, so we
What do you
would
think,
discuss
Siddharth?
how we would come to the conclusion that is DP required or is what, no, how it is done, how do we conclude that this problem uses what? So, okay, Yash, suppose on seeing just the problem statement and you know nothing about the solution. Okay, so what do you think first? What would be your first thought process? What would be that?
uh, as you said, like the left sum, like there will be a point, and like there will be an index, and the left sum of that left sum from that index and the right sum from that index should be equal, right? Correct.
Yeah,
And you
yeah,
said that a of I, the ith index that I am currently considering as the pivot, that should not be considered, right? So
yeah.
so in that case, maybe we can think of something in terms of like prefix sums and suffix sums. Maybe that is what I'm thinking currently.
Prefix sum and suffix sum.
Someone
Okay.
is also
More
suggesting this thing in
like
the chat.
try to make more intuitive. Try to make, let's start from the very basic thing. Like suppose you just know about loops and all. Suppose you just know about loops and all. Okay, you just have solved the problem like
Okay.
sum of the elements of the array. Then
S- So in that case, if I'll think in terms of brute force manner, so basically what I'll think is I'll think that okay, there's an like I'll be iterating through a loop, like mainly a mean loop for I starts from 0, I is lesser than n I plus plus, right? That ith every time my ith element will be the pivot, right? That I'll not be considering, and
okay,
I'll take out the left sum. I'll iterate and I'll take out the left sum. That will be a brute force approach, obviously, and I'll also take out the
okay,
right sum and I'll compare if that's the same, then I'll consider it as an equilibrium point. So that is what I'm thinking in terms of root. But in that case, the complexity can go to n square.
okay. So
Am I
let me
right?
just elaborate. So yeah, you're absolutely right. So let me just start from the very basic thing. Okay. So like suppose we have the indexes would be kind of this: a of I plus 1, a of I plus 2, a of I plus 3. Okay. A of I plus 4. And let's keep it till the value of a plus I plus 4. Okay. So let's think that suppose this can be the equilibrium point, or this can be the equilibrium point, or this can be the equilibrium point, or this can be the equilibrium point. Okay, so see, either of the elements can be an equilibrium point. So if any element can be an equilibrium point, then we can think of in this manner that we need to check every element. So we can conclude that we need to check every element for equilibrium point. We
Correct.
have this conclusion. Okay, so now if suppose, let's start considering like when we would consider, like see, we know that we need to consider each element. So when we would consider each of the elements, then we need to look on the, then we need to see how would we consider that. So suppose we need to consider a of I plus 3, and this is index 0, and this is index what, this would be index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is index 4. So yes, yes, how would you just have the sum from both the sides?
Okay, so see, if I wanted the sum, then one thing is for sure that I can do prefix sum and suffix sums, stuff like that, right?
No,
But
no,
another
just
thing
tell
that I
me
can
how
do is
would you, how would you initialize, how do you move forward with the loops? I'm not going towards the prefix sum and suffix sum as of now. Just tell me how would you move forward with the loops?
how will I run the loops, right?
Yeah, how would
So
you run the
for
loops? How do you initialize the value?
initialize the value by like by this you mean like how I will be iterating, right?
Yeah, how you would be iterating? Yeah, absolutely the same thing. Yeah.
So see, like see, as I keep on going towards the right side one by one, right? So I don't need to calculate. One thing is for sure that see, I told you n square approach. In that case, we
Yes.
were doing something repetitively, right? We were always like when we moved one step
No, no,
rightwards,
let's
when we
discuss
the
the n
right.
square approach. Like suppose we want the n square approach. Suppose the interviewer has told us. So many, like when I started off with my programming journey, I always got confused
Siddharth,
that,
one thing I wanted to ask, is there some internet issue
yeah,
on my side or your side?
just let me
Not
confirm. See,
sure.
uh, what is the scenario?
Okay. I think now it's fine. I think now it works fine for you. Maybe there was. Now you can continue. I think, Siddharth.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. So we will just move forward with this thing. Which was that? Yeah, fair enough. So see, when I started off with my programming, so what I found was that how these loops and all, how do we know that loops are and all initialized? So see, what we can do is this is a of 0. So suppose we are considering the index of I plus 3. So we need to iterate from 0 till less than I plus 3. And in this side, we need to iterate from I plus 3 plus 1 till the value of n minus 1. Can we do this?
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. Correct. Correct.
So, so now what we can do is we can have a for loop. Okay, let me just start coding it and then you would have a proper understanding. Or let me just solve it in the stream itself. Yeah. So now we would consider each of the elements. Okay. So now what we would
Oh,
do
can you
is
please
we would have
can you please do a
yeah,
full screen for this problem, Siddharth?
yeah, absolutely. Why not?
Yeah. Great.
Is this okay?
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is
So,
perfect. Works fine.
so now what we would be doing is we would be having L for the left hand side, R for the right hand side, E for the equilibrium point. Okay. So what we would be doing is we would be initializing L is equals to 0 and then L is less than N and L plus plus. Okay. And then for each of the equilibrium point. Okay. So I would be saying for, so let's not do this. Sorry. So let's start with the consideration of the equilibrium point. For int e is equals to 0, I is less than n, and I plus plus. So we would consider each and every equilibrium point. Now we would have the left sum is equals to 0 and right sum which will also be equals to 0. Now what we would do is for int left is equals to 0, left is less than e. I told that left should be less than e and then left plus plus. And then what we would say is left sum plus equals to a, just a second,
Okay, so we are
yeah, a
first of
of,
all finding the left sum.
yeah, I'm just finding the left sum. This would help me to find the left sum. Now we need to iterate from the right sum. So now there are two things what we can do. We can start from the last index or we can start from I plus 1th index. So let us make it the same way. We are progressing forward. So for int, the right sum is equals to e plus 1 and
Plus
right
one.
should be less than n and r plus plus. Okay. And then right sum plus equals to a of r. Okay. So now if left sum equals to the right sum, then we would return the index. But returning the index, let us talk about that also. So how do we return the index? It is told as we need one based indexing. So it is zero based. To convert 0 to the 1, like see, I will just elaborate more on this. Suppose this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is known as zero based indexing. Now, if we enumerate this using one based indexing, we would do 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So if you observe zero based indexing, this is zero based indexing plus 1 is equals to one based indexing. This is it. So we would move forward with this thing only. Yeah. So let's say that this would be e plus 1. So yes, by the way, quickly just confirm that if I'm implementing correct or not, because I'm implementing dynamically in the live stream itself.
Yeah, right.
So
Right.
if at any point we are not able to
Can
find
you
the
move down
equilibrium
because
point.
we are coming and the our face is coming. So can you just put some spaces down
Okay.
the line? Can you?
So let us first discuss. If no point exists, we need to return -1. Okay.
Yeah. So
So can we move
you can
down?
just put
No, I
some
think.
enters. You can just.
Okay.
Yeah. Perfect.
Thanks a lot,
Perfect.
brother.
Perfect.
Okay, so we would return -1 at this point. It is correct. Yes, can you quickly confirm this code? I might make mistakes. I make a lot of
Yeah, I think it
making
works.
mistakes.
Yeah,
Is
I
working
think it
correct?
works fine.
Okay. So
Yeah,
small
I
thing, and
think
what
as of
we can
now.
do is we can see that the elements are in the long. So it might be a scenario
Correct.
that the sum we won't be able to fit in the left or the right sum. Okay. So it might be a
Uh,
scenario. So try to have that.
I'll take one more
So
minute. Like Siddharth, can you just focus on that? Like, yeah, just one
yeah,
second, Siddharth, can you hear me?
yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So
Tell
see,
me.
as Siddharth mentioned, like many a times when the interviewer is telling us, so we are not able to see that okay, the data type of every element of the array was long, right? So if you are given elements in long, obviously the sum of those elements will also be long, right? But you just go with the flow and you write in sum, then you will get a wrong answer even for a brute force, or even when you're writing optimally. So that's one thing that you can see for sure, that you need to have these things in according to data structures. And Siddharth, can you tell us one more thing? Like even you will agree on the same part that even if the sum was given us even if the sum was given in integer format, and if the elements were large, right? If let's say they were 10 to the power 5 or 10 to the power 6 elements, right? And the
Yeah,
elements could go up to, let's say, 10 to the power 8 or something, or 10 to the power 9, maybe like the highest value of
yeah,
integers. So in that case, maybe
yeah,
they might exceed the integer limit if we take the sum. So in place of that
yeah,
also, we
absolutely.
in
So
that
we
case
can
also we
just
would have taken the long.
we can just have
Yeah,
a illustration of this. So let's suppose the number of elements in an array is 10 to the power 5. And in each element, the element can be as big as 10 to the power 7. Okay. So in this scenario, if each 10 to the power 5 elements are of the size 10 to the power 7, then 10 to the power 7 multiplied by 10 to the power 5. Okay. So
it
in
will
this
exceed
scenario,
the
we
limit.
need to if it will exceed.
Correct.
So I would just give you a tip. Okay, I know Yash, Abhinav, we all would agree over this because we come from a competitive programming background. So if you are on the initial questions, okay, if you are on the initial questions in an online judge, what you can do is you can directly use long int instead of integer at each of the positions for the initial elements only, for the initial questions only, not for the questions where the constraint is very tight. So for the initial question, you can afford to use long int in place of the integer itself. So how much you agree on this? Yes.
I do agree on the same, and people are also highlighting an error in the line number 14. So we can also
Let's
correct that. Maybe there's some issue with variable naming as far as I can see that.
left some, right
Line number.
some. Oh, okay, we would do that on the compile and run. We won't be submitting directly.
Can you just
Okay.
maximize?
Yeah. So for int, yeah, sorry. So we are quite accustomed to using I for the for loop. Okay. So I think it would be correct. Yeah. Let's just submit this and see.
Can you maximize the output window?
Output window,
You can
how
just
to okay, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So I got a time limit exceeded. But see, I would just tell you that. So I would just have this removed. So yeah. So what I want to convey is suppose you saw a question and you thought about a thought for approach, then you shouldn't be directly coding this in the first place. I know intermediate programmers and experienced programmers won't require this advice, but yes, if you are a beginner, I suggest you before implementing an approach, see the constraints and see if your code would be able to fit in the given time limit or not. Okay, so now let us move forward. Why this code is not working? How to have the time limit also. So I think yeah, this is
Siddharth, can you tell us how to
okay.
calculate the time complexity for this code?
Yeah,
You can just
let's do
maximize
that.
the screen
See,
and tell us.
yeah, sure. So I would instead of this, what I would be doing is I don't need to maximize the screen again and again. I think
Yeah.
that is making us too tedious. So I would just paste this both. Would require only the constraints.
Can you just okay?
Yeah, fair enough. So now let us see Okay, so see, for a particular element, suppose this is even before implementing, we don't need to see the code, but we would see how to see the code and calculate time complexity. But even before implementing it, we can think of, like, suppose we have A1, A2, A3, A4, and A5. So suppose we are considering only one element. Suppose this is A4. So for A4, we are traversing all the elements on the right hand side and all the elements on the left hand side. So left hand side plus right hand side would be all the elements minus 1, like total number of elements if it is n and we are considering one element, then rest all the elements would be checked. So n minus 1 elements would be checked. So I can say that for a single iteration, for single checking, for checking one element. So for checking one element, we are doing an operation in the scenario, n minus 1 to be specific, but we would ignore the constants. So now if we need to do for the n elements, then 1 into n into n. So for n elements we would be doing n square operation. Now let us see if n square we are able to fit in the time limit or not. So see, n value is worst value is 10 to the power 6. 10 to the power 6 square is 10 to the power 12. Okay. And why would we get a time limit exceeded? Can you tell us, Yash? Like if it is 10
Because
to the power 12, how would we know? We found the number of operation, but how would we know that if we are able to fit on?
okay, so see if we are able to fit or not. So if, as far as I know, time limit. So I have learned it from sites like competitive programming, so Code Forces, or maybe other
Yeah.
sites, and maybe from GeeksforGeeks as well. So one thing is there, like maybe in a second you can do 4 into 10 to power 8 kind of operations, like close to 10 to power 8 operations you can do. And if I see here, so n into n gives us kind of 10 to power 12, which is greater than 10 to the power 8. So that's why we cannot do it. Am I
Okay.
correct,
So
Siddharth, in
now
this
I
part?
would be going, yeah, absolutely correct. So I would be going a little bit exaggerating more on this. So what happened was, to calculate the efficiency of the programs on the online judge, we have decided, okay, we have decided a particular segment or a particular standard. Okay, like in 1 second, the compiler, whatever be the compiler, be it the best compiler, I consider at coder compiler is the best, be it at coders compiler or a compiler which is a very new thing, like a new website developed, or you can say even geeks for geeks. Okay, so every compiler would try to have 10 to the power 8 operations per second. Okay, so
Correct.
if we require 10 to the power 12 operation, then it is more than 10 to the power 8. So we won't be able to fit in the given time limit. So now when I started off, I would be just focusing more over a mistake. So I don't know, Yash, have you made this or not? But I made this mistake as a noob. So I'm not that great in the mathematics thing. So what happened was, I thought that 1 second is equals to 10 to the power 8 operation. So this means that if we are given the time limit as 2 seconds, we would have 10 to the power 8 to the power 2 operation. I had this concept in my mind.
Basically, we do not need to go in so much depth as of now. I think so that right.
Yeah. So I made a mistake this. So but in reality, we just have 10 to the power 8 multiplied by 2 operation. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Fair enough? So this is how we would be doing this thing. Fair enough. So now let us try to optimize more over this. Okay. So, what is the problem here? Let us see what is the problem here. So, the problem is to find the sum. So, see, we need to consider each of the element. We just can't have Yash to tell us that yes, this is the equilibrium point. Yes, so I can't tell Abhinav to come and tell that yes, this is the equilibrium point. So, we need to optimize something over the sum part. Okay, so our problem is to optimize. Okay, optimize the sum of contiguous element. This
Correct.
is what is
Uh,
our goal as of now. Yes.
yeah, basically, what you were doing in your approach is you are trying to calculate maybe the sum again and again, right? So that's a redundant task, and maybe you can avoid those kind of things. So that's why we are getting out of n square.
Yeah, so I can do that. So I need to optimize over the contiguous element thing, sum of contiguous element. So what are the available algorithms to us? Okay, so now the available algorithms are something known as prefix sum, the first, and we have suffix sums too. Okay, which is just a small variation of prefix sum. Okay, so we need to have something known as prefix sum. So what is basically a prefix sum? Okay, so let us understand that also. Suppose we have an array as 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So the algorithm is such that we would say that we would calculate the sum till this point. So remember this prefix sum is nothing but sum till this point. Ah, yes, I'm sweating like a pig, man. Okay, yes, do let me know. I've just turned on my fan. Do let me know this if we have any voices or not. Okay,
Uh, as of now, it's fine. Maybe we can switch it after a bit. But
okay, fair enough. So we can just move forward with this. So prefix sum is nothing but sum till that point. So sum till the first element is nothing but the element itself. The sum till the second element is nothing but 1 plus 2, that is 3. Sum till the third element is the sum from 1, 2, and 3. That is 1 plus 2, 3, 3 plus 3, 6. And sum till this point is nothing but 10. So now if you observe a point, if you just see closely, sum till this point, so sum till this point is already calculated. Just see it. We need the sum till this point. So if we already have the sum till this point calculated, so why would we go from the starting position? मतलब अगर यहाँ तक का sum पहले से calculated है तो हम लोग फिर से start तक क्यों जाएंगे, हम लोग यहीं से उठा लेंगे ना. So what we can do is to have the sum of the last position or even at the every position, we can have the sum of this last prefix sum value plus the current sum value, which is nothing but 15. Okay, am I clear, Yash?
correct. Yes,
Okay,
absolutely
so
correct.
this is what is known as a prefix array. This is nothing but a prefix array.
You
Okay,
what you can do is
this is
Siddharth is you can write just below, besides one and the second one, you can write ARR and PRI prefix so that people are more clear with it.
okay. Yash, anything more, brother?
No, no, great.
Okay, okay, fair enough.
Can you tell us, Siddharth, like how we can also write it a little bit in terms of code also for those who are new to this
Okay,
prefix concept? Can you tell us,
so
like
see
as you
for
said,
the first.
as you said, like if you are at that element, like the fourth element, which is four only in the array, so you are saying that it will be nothing but six plus the four element itself, right? That will be 10.
Yeah,
So how will we get that when we are writing that code? And also, what will be the situation for the first element? Because when you see the very first element of the array, so it does not have
we go
any previous. Uh,
yeah. So what needs to be done is, see, for all the elements apart from the first element, we can use this strategy, the last calculated value plus the current value. We can use this strategy. But we can't use this thing over the first element. So now the first element is a little bit easy to understand. How? Because the sum till the first element is the element itself. So what we can do is we can explicitly declare the first element prefix sum and then we can move forward. So though doing this in terms of code would be like this. Okay, so this is the very basic thing. So now what I would do is I would just have P of n. Okay, so this is prefix sum array and this is A of ARR array. Okay, so now what we can do is we would have that P of 0 is equals to ARR of the 0 itself. Okay, we can explicitly do that. Now for all the other elements from the index 1, so for index I is equals to 1, I is less than n and I plus plus, what we can do is P of I is equals to P of I minus 1 plus the current value, that is ARR of I itself. And after this point, the prefix sum has already been created. Am I correct, Yash?
correct, correct, absolutely correct.
Okay, so we have been speaking continuously for around 10-40 minutes. So let's take a small break of just 1 minute, around just 1 or 2 minutes,
So
so that we can just.
guys, what you can do is I can see the number of people watching is very high, and many people have not liked the stream still. So for the effort that Siddharth is being currently doing, he's been speaking brilliantly for the past almost 20-30 minutes or so. So all of you can hit the like button for him. Okay, and you can tell us, like, are you liking this flow, or should we be a little bit more fast or something? You can tell us your feedback. Based on that, we can uh, improve.
Yeah, incorporate that on the go. So we need want to be just very specific. एक break तो बनता है. Yeah, we would take small breaks. Okay, fair enough for some chit chat. So कुछ chit chat हो जाए. So please don't use Hindi, some of them. So what I would be doing is I would be repeating the crux of the solution in Hindi. Repeating, not saying. Okay, why? Because people who are a little bit weak in Hindi, like people from Jharkhand, me too. Okay, we can just understand more when spoken in Hindi. Okay, so make slightly fast. Okay,
People
we would
people
just.
want it a little bit fast. Yeah.
Okay, we would just make it a slight fast. Okay, Yash, we have around 40 से 45 seconds more. थोड़ा तो relate कर पाते हैं. So when I was so थोड़ा easy हो जाता है हिंदी में. Okay, so just let me see. So what is the number of live viewers? Yash, by the way, are you seeing
270.
that?
270.
Okay, so if we do this 6 hours long every day, trust me, me and Yash would be damn depressed. We would start asking refreshments from you. Okay,
Fair enough.
okay, so fair enough. Okay, थोड़ा dialogue copy हो रहा है ना? Okay. When will the videos of the next topic would come? You need to suggest the videos according to the vote. It is kind of voting system. Okay. Fair enough. So let us move forward with this. So now we have the prefix sum. Okay, we have the prefix sum. So now how we would use the prefix sum to have the sum of a particular segment. Let us see that. Suppose, just see up with absolute care. Okay. Suppose we want the sum from this point to this point. That is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Suppose we want the sum from 1 till the value 3. Both are inclusive. Both are inclusive. Sum from 1 to 3. Both are inclusive. So what would we do that? Okay. So now I would be giving you
So,
away.
Siddharth, can
See.
you share your screen one second?
Oh, sorry,
Oh,
man. Sorry.
uh,
बड़े बड़े शहरों में छोटी छोटी गलतियां हो जाती है ना. Okay, so fair enough.
okay.
I'm making small mistakes. Okay, fair enough. So we have the sum till this point. Okay, we have the sum till this point. So now just think for a bit. Okay, so till the value from, we have the sum from 0 till the value
Also, one
4
more thing,
already
Siddharth.
calculated. Yeah,
Also, one more thing, Siddharth. One feedback from the audience. Since we are visible on the left-hand side, so you can, like, as we do on OBS, we do not write much on the right bottom, right? So
yeah.
you can just
Okay,
like, you have to shift. Okay, you don't have to write on the
yeah.
left bottom. That will.
Okay, sure. I would just have this. Actually, we both are quite accustomed to writing on this side. Okay, okay.
Yeah, great.
Okay, now it should be great. Just confirm this. Okay, fair enough. So now we have the sum. We already have. So let's see. Suppose we want the sum from 1 to 3, but we already have the sum from 0 to 4. We already have the sum. So now let's see this. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. All these elements are done. And we need the sum of 1, 2, and 1, 2, sorry, 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay. So this would be till index 4. Sorry, let me just repeat it again. Okay, yeah. So we need to calculate the sum from 1 to 3. And we already have the sum till the value 0 till the value 3. This means that we have the sum of 0th element, first element, second element, and third element. We have the sum, but we don't want the sum of this side. So can we remove this? Yes, we can. We can have 0 till the value 3 subtracted to the value of 0 till the value 0. and this would give me the sum from 1 to 3. Let us see one more example so that you would be able to relate it more. Suppose you have A1, A2, A3, A4, A5, A6, A7, A8. And then I want the sum from A3 to A7. Okay. And this is A0. Let's have this 0 indexed only. Suppose you want the sum from 0 till the value 7. So in the prefix sum, we already have pre-calculated the sum from 0 till the value 7. We already have this. So to have the sum from 3 to 7, we can just subtract the sum from 0 till the value 2. Can we do this or not? See, we would take the sum of this point and then we would remove the sum of this point. And after that point, we would have the sum from this to this. Just quickly confirm.
Uh,
Yeah,
basically you are saying that prefix of r till prefix of r will have the sum, that is the complete sum for the range, and you are saying that if we want
absolutely.
the sum from L to R only, then you'll subtract the sum of till L minus 1, the prefix sum till
Yeah,
L minus
absolutely.
1 index.
Yeah. So now to have the sum from L to R, L to R, what we would do is we can have P of R minus P of L minus 1. Can we do this, Yash?
Yes, perfect.
We can do this. So just quickly give me a +1 if you are able to understand how I am deriving this thing. Quickly just tell me. By the way, Yash, how is the weather at your location, brother?
It's quite humid currently.
Yeah, absolutely. Very humid here in Jharkhand too. Okay, so everyone is agreeing on this, Yash? Can you quickly confirm?
uh I think most of them agree.
Okay, fair enough. So let us move
You can
forward. But there
Siddharth, you
is,
can move to the coding part, like more of to the
oh, yeah,
coding part. I think many people.
okay. So now there is, so now what we need to do is we can use the same prefix sum to have the sum till this point also. So we won't need suffix sum, to be honest. We can directly move forward with the prefix sum. Okay, and use the same array. So now let us move forward with this. So what we can do is we would first build out the prefix sum. So we would
You
say,
can do a full screen for us.
yeah, absolutely. Is this fine?
Yes, like you can maybe shorten it a little bit. Like you can just decrease the size a little bit. That's fine.
Okay,
Yeah,
fair enough.
perfect.
So now what I would do is I would explicitly declare a of 0 itself. Okay, and then I would be moving forward for int I is equals to 1, I is less than n, and I plus plus, and then I would say that p of I is equals to p of I minus 1 plus a of I itself. Okay, so after this point, perfect sum is already built up. So now we need to consider for int I is equals to 0, I is less than n, and I plus plus. Basically, this I would be considering the prefix sum of this point. So now we have the first L to R, that is left L. So int left L, left L, this side L. Okay, left L would be 0. Okay,
Maybe
0.
if you can use left sum, that will be much better understood by the audience.
Okay,
If you're
left
talking about
sum,
the left sum,
left sum, left. Okay, left sum, left. Left sum left is equals to the value 0. Okay. Or we can just have this. Okay. Yeah. So we are considering the index I. So let's have something like LNR. Okay, LNR. Okay. So L is equals to the first one. So it would be 0 till the value of I minus 1. Okay. So we would have 0 and R is equals to I minus 1. We would just use the LNR only. Okay, so first we have the current element. So we need the sum of this point. Okay, so we need the sum of this point. So now what we would do is, just a sec, if L is less than R, because it might be a scenario that we are considering the first element. Okay, and I minus 1 would be minus 1. So in that scenario, L would be greater than R. So I would just say that for confirmation, I would say that if L is less than equal to the value R, if L is less than equal to the value R, then what we would be doing is int left sum. So I would need to be declared int sum is equals to 0. I would say sum plus equals to P of R itself. Okay, P of R
So,
itself.
Siddharth, don't you think that we should take the sum as long here? Long.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Okay, fair enough. So we have the sum of P of R, but there is one more thing to be discussed. So for the first element, so if you just see it, so I'll just make it. Yeah. So see, this P of R minus P of L minus 1, we would be able to do this if L minus 1 is greater than or equal to 0. But if suppose I give you an index R is equal to 1 and L is equals to 0, then P of 1 minus L minus 1 would be what? P of minus 1, that is 0 minus 1 would be minus 1 only. So this would give you
Basic,
a segmentation rule. Okay.
basically,
This,
we in arrays we don't have the minus indexing,
yeah, absolutely. We don't have negative indexing. So,
and if
okay.
L is given as 0, then you don't need to go backwards because they are asking the sum from 0 till some R. So that will be nothing but prefix of R only.
Yeah. So we won't be directly doing P of R minus P of L minus 1. We would just have a if condition that if L is greater than 0, then only we would be moving forward with sum minus is equals to P of L minus 1 itself.
So that can you
Am
put
I
some
correct?
enters so that the code is visible perfectly?
Am I
Yeah,
now
perfect,
correct?
perfect,
Perfect.
perfect.
So now we have the sum. Okay. So we have, I would just tell that left sum, and this would be also the left sum. Okay. So we have the left sum here at this point. Next, we need to again redeclare LNR for the right hand side. So I would say
Correct.
L is equals to I plus 1 and R is equals to N minus 1. Now we would have the same thing at this point also. Okay, because LNR, if we know the LNR, the process of finding the sum from the prefix array would be the same. That is why we did this copy pasting thing. Okay, so after this point, okay, we need to change the name of the variables. So long right sum equals to 0, and we would have here copied and then okay, fair enough. And if left sum is equals to right sum, then what we would do is return the I plus 1 at index. Else, if we are out of this for loop, that means we are not able to find a equilibrium point. So we would return minus 1. So Yash, can you quickly see quickly if I had made any errors or not? P of 0, so P of I minus I is equals to
Currently, I
P of
don't
I
think so.
minus 1.
Maybe we can compile and we can check the errors.
Yeah, I think audience would forgive us. Okay,
Yeah, since you're
I'll
writing and
just compile.
explaining, so there can be some errors.
Yeah, I might make errors. Okay, so hope so.
I think it
I shouldn't
works.
fail on. Yeah, it is working for the sample test case, and yes, it's done. Okay, it's done. So let's try to
Can you just
improve over
summarize
this.
this?
Yeah, let's summarize this. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for helping, Yash. Okay, so fair enough. We have here the prefix sum. Okay, and then we have the first array explicitly declared. Okay, so this is the explicit declare. This is the construction of the prefix sum. Okay, and this is the point where we consider each and every index as the prefix sum. Okay, so now how are we surpassing the test cases, or how are we surpassing the time limit also, we will talk about after this. So next we are having L is equals to R of I minus 1. So for each of the index, suppose this is I, so we would be going from 0 till this point, 0 I plus 1 till the last point. This is what we are doing. L is equals to I plus 1 till the last point, R is equals to this side. Okay, and then we would be having this, which is the query part on the prefix sum. So let us see how we are having the prefix sum surpassing the time limit. Okay, so see, declaring the initializing the very first element.
Order of one.
Yeah,
For prefix of 0 is equal to arrow of 0 will take order of one time. No?
yeah. So can you please explain this, Yash? What would be the time complexity? I
Yeah.
hope you are.
So so basically, I think it's going to be nothing but order of n only, because first of all, what you're doing is you're computing the prefix sum only once, exactly once. So that's the pre-processing part. That's order of n. And then what you're doing is you're
And
iterating through the array. So that will take order of n
okay,
time. Right after that, you are
okay,
iterating through the array once again. Right. Then you are having a left and the right, and the time taken for calculating the left sum and the right sum, earlier it was order of n. So that's why overall it was
okay.
order of n square. But
So what
now that
happens
is
with
not
the
the case.
operators? So what happens with the operators? Like here we are just seeing that if this value is more or not. Like we are using greater than or less than. Here we are using addition, subtraction. What is the time complexity of that operation? Checking and all,
It's
doing operators.
almost it's since we are not repeating some tasks, right, and we are not using any loop, so it's
It's
almost close
constant.
to constant time. Constant time, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It is constant. So now we would be having I plus 1 to n minus 1, and then we would be having the same thing again. Now at the end, we would have that both are equal. That means we would be having I plus 1. Okay, fair enough. So this is how it went. So now just want a quick feedback from your side. So can you please slow down? Okay, let us do some dry run. Let us do some dry run also. People want a dry run. Okay. Let us do a dry run for this approach. Okay, so I think I should slow down, Yash. I think the earlier tempo was good because now people are complaining that I should slow down. So I think I should slow down now. What do you suggest, Yash?
Yes, we should go as per the feedback. We can
Okay,
go.
fair enough. Okay, so building up the prefix sum. So let us see this. So see. Mhm. So Yash,
Okay, so Siddharth, there's
today you
some noise
didn't talk
coming
with
from
your
your end.
girlfriend.
uh,
Okay, okay,
so
okay,
possibly this.
okay. Just a sec. So I need to just,
Yeah, audience wants a dry run for sure.
yeah, please. Okay, just a sec. Let me just remove this.
For those people who have just joined, they can hit the like button. And also, guys, if you have some friends, right, if you have some people, if you have some groups, so you can share this video with your friends as well in the WhatsApp groups, in the maybe in the Telegram groups or the WhatsApp groups, wherever you are, right? Okay, prefix sum done. Later on part, please. Okay, okay. So we'll be explaining the later on part.
Okay, चलो. Prefix sum done. Let us do the later on part. यही था ना? यही feedback था. चलो कर देते हैं.
Okay. How long this class
Okay.
is gonna run? So we have completed 1
This
hour.
class
We
is
still
till
have
4
2 hours.
a.m.
1 hour
Yeah,
from
today Yash
Siddharth, then
won't be able to
2 hours.
talk. Why Yash?
You can do it more right towards the right. You can get this image more towards the right side.
Okay. Anything more, brother?
No, perfect.
Okay. Thanks a lot. 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, fair enough. So let us quickly do a dry run for I is equals to 0. So if I is equal to 0, let us see this. So we have the left sum as 0. So initially left
Okay,
sum is
so
equals to 0.
can you do one more thing for us? Like, can you build the can you just generate the prefix array as well, so that things are more visible to us?
Absolutely. Why won't I? So first element would be copied. Next element would be previous element plus current element, that is 4.
You can just write p there so that we can understand that okay, it's a prefix sum towards the right.
Thank
Perfect.
you, Yash. You are my savior, na Yash. Okay, 4 plus this current element is 4 plus 5 is equals to 9. 9 plus 2 is equals to 11. 11 plus 2 equals to 13 itself. Okay,
People are giving you
and doing
virtual
the
hugs.
yeah.
People are giving you virtual hugs for switching off the fan.
Okay, fair enough. So yes, we move forward with this. So int L is equals to 0. So L is equals to
Guys,
0, and
guys, he's teaching without fan, so you can hit the like button for him at least.
okay, Maya karke na we call as a consolation prize. Yeah, you can do that. Okay, fair enough. So we have I minus 1. So for I is equals to 0, see this point, this if condition would be our savior. See this. So R is equals to I minus 1, which is minus 1. So see at this point, 0 and R minus 1. So we won't have any elements. That is why I incorporated this if statement. So this if statement would save us. Okay. So now we would have the left sum as 0, and this if statement won't be considered. Next we would have the right sum as 0. And then we would have L is equals to I plus 1. I is equals to 0. I plus 1 is equals to 1 itself. R is equals to n minus 1. N minus 1 is what? Last element, that is 4 itself. Now what we would do is we would have P of R, that is P of 4. P of 4 is what? P of 4 is equals to the value 13. So value 13 subtracted with P of L minus 1. So L minus 1 is 0. 1
Uh,
minus 1 is equals to 0.
can you just can you tell us, like, being from the audience also, me, I'm also from the audience. It's just that my video is visible, so I just wanted to ask out of curiosity, like, suppose that your I is standing currently at 11, right? So it's just like, or suppose it is standing at the like 9, like suppose it is standing at the second index, I is equal to 2, right? So
Okay.
suppose it is
You
standing
want to
at I
draw
is
in
equal to
for
2.
that?
So yes, can you tell us visually, like, what will be happening using some arrows and other stuff?
So see,
Yeah,
for
suppose
I
I'm
is
standing
equals
at I
to
is equal
2.
to 2.
I
So
is
you
equals
can
to
put a
2.
circle there at, suppose that I'm standing at I
Yeah.
is equal to 2, right?
Yeah, so I is equals to 2. Okay, I is equals to 2 at this
Yeah.
point. So I would say I is equals to 2. Then L would be equal
Then
to
my
0
question is,
and
how will I
R
get
would be,
the right sum and the left sum using this prefix concept?
yeah.
Yes.
So see, R is equals to I minus 1. So L is equals to 0 and R is equals to I minus 1. I minus 1. 2 minus 1 is equals to 1. So R is equals to 1. Okay, fair enough. So now what we would do is, see, now L is less than R, less than equal to R. So this if condition would be true. Next we go down. Okay, as of now, the left sum is equals to the value 0. Then we would have P of R. So P of R is what? P of 1 is what? 4. So we would add 4 to it. Okay, now if L is greater than 0, L is not greater than 0, so what we would do is
No.
we would not subtract L minus 1, so we would simply have 4 here. So the sum till this point is, so we have, yeah, sum till this point is 4. So that is how we are getting the left sum. Okay, so now let us talk about the right sum also. Okay, I is equals to right sum. So right sum, so I would just write sum here. So R sum, right sum would be equal to 0 initially. L is equals to I plus 1, that is 3. R is equals to n minus 1, that is 4. N is what? 5. 5 minus 1, 4. Now what we would do is, right sum is equals to P of R. So P of 4 is equals to 30. So we would say plus 30. We have added this. Now, if L is greater than 0, L is greater than 0, so we would do subtraction of L minus 1. So 3 minus 1 equals to 2. So we would subtract this value 9. So 9. Okay. 13 minus 9 is equals to the value
Okay.
4. So
Siddharth, people are saying for
now,
the right sum, the L is greater than 0 statement that you've written, it's kind of useless. Can you avoid that? Because you're always
this one.
starting your L from the downward, like the downwards, like in the right sum where you are calculating it. So you have taken L is equal to I plus 1. So
Yeah,
it's
this
always
one.
going
Yeah, see,
downward.
see, yes, this won't ever be evaluated. Why? Because L would always be 0. Okay, it won't be ever evaluated. But there are two things for which I have done this. The first thing is that you should make it a habit that how would we query on this thing. The main focus of this problem is to teach you prefixum through this problem. That is why I focused more on the query part rather than optimizing over small things. The next thing was I did a copy pasting thing. Okay, this was to show you that. So I would have simply copy pasted that, I would have got an error, then I would have realized that yes, I have not incorporated this L is greater than equal to 0 condition. That is why I did that. Okay, it is
So
done
basically,
intentionally.
you are saying that whenever interviewer gives you any problems, you should always think of base case, like edge
No, no,
cases.
no, see, like when we start off, yes, you are saying the goal of it, but what I'm trying to say is when you're starting off, you should see each and every small things. You should like when you start off using map. So in the initially first or 2 days, you should implement map on your own. Like when you're using sorting in the first place, when you're learning sorting, you shouldn't directly use sort a dot begin a dot end. First, in the initial few days, you should use sorting, implement sorting on your own. As you progress forward, you should remove those small things. Okay, so now this is what you can do, and the main goal of this 30-second speech was to convey that you should look over the edge cases too. Okay, so now is this problem clear? Can I have a quick yes or no?
Is the concept of this problem clear? Like how you can discuss with your friends and other stuff, everyone?
Hello, Abhinav.
You can,
Abhinav is very excited to teach. He would be coming here for 4 hours.
yeah. So like
So
after
ever notice
12,
Yash
you'll be able.
smiling? Yash smiles very less, no? Okay,
Okay,
fair enough.
perfect. I think we can move forward with the other problems. Like, guys, can we move forward? All of you can write a yes. Can we move forward to other problems as well if you are comfortable?
Uh, okay. He was smiling in between. He might have got a text from
No,
someone.
not at all. Not at all.
Okay, fair enough. Let's move to the next problem. Yeah, so this is a long 6 hours. So for I saw someone commenting over this. Okay, so someone telling that this is a 6 hour stream. Yeah, so someone is telling that hi Himanshu. So we take critics very. So it is a 6 hour stream. So if we start from the medium question from the first hour itself, don't you think that it won't be feasible? Like this would be only intended for experience as well as advanced. We wish to cater the all groups like intermediate, advanced, as well as basic people. Okay, the beginners one. And see, beginners require more time than the intermediate and the experienced one. So we would be using or explaining questions more of the topics which uses the basic concepts. Not basic, they are intermediate.
It will
Okay,
be
will this
the live
be
stream will be happening on weekends.
okay?
I think Siddharth, we can move forward with the problems.
See, Devyansh has also mentioned you don't even smile. See, okay, fair enough. Let's move to the next problem. So, in this problem, we are given an array of positive
Yes.
integers. Screen is not visible again.
Mm, yeah. Now
Yeah,
it's
is it not
visible.
visible? Okay, so whenever I do this mistake, please add this to the stream. Okay, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
Okay, fair enough. So let us just make it a full screen a little bit. Yeah.
Also, the
So
previous
in
problem
this
you did was asked in some companies as well, right?
yeah, let's talk
Yeah.
about the companies also, like the weightage of this problem. Like many
It
people are
was
telling
asked
no
in
about
Amazon.
this. Let's see this company tags, Adobe as well as Amazon. So
Okay.
this problem is very necessary. Okay, so let me just okay. So we are given an array of positive integers, and our task is
Exactly.
to find. So I will just take a screenshot of
Abhinav
this.
is asking how many of them are waiting to watch him, so audience can tell. Like maybe audience has skipped this question, but Abhinav is asking how many of them are waiting to watch him.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I will just pass
Okay.
on the link.
Mm, uh,
सिद्धार्थ
okay.
भैया अपना फैन ऑन कर लो. Don't kill yourself. अरे no bro, it's absolutely fine. I don't want to ruin the stream just for one person. I don't want to ruin the experience of 200 other people. I don't want to ruin that. It's fine. Okay, fair enough. So yes, so we are in this problem. We are given an array of positive integers, and the task is to find the leaders in the array. An element is a leader if it is greater than or equal to the elements on the left hand side. The rightmost element is always a leader. Okay. So we are given, so this is the question, yeah. So we are given an array of positive integers, and the task is to find the leaders. An element is a leader if it is greater than or equal to all the elements on the right hand side. So yes, so
Okay.
let us first tell you that. So what the problem asks is that we need to find the leaders in the array. Now what is a leader? A leader in the array is an element where the elements on the right hand side, the maximum element on the right hand side is less than the current element. Okay. Repeating the same in Hindi. Repeating. सब सपोज एक पॉइंट है. अब इस तरफ के सारे पॉइंट का जो मैक्सिमम होगा वो इस पॉइंट से छोटा होना चाहिए. लाइक ये पॉइंट अपने सारे राइट वाले एलिमेंट लेफ्ट वाले एलिमेंट से बड़ा होना चाहिए. Okay, fair enough. So let us quickly say that, see, for element 16 there is no element on the left hand side, so we won't be able to consider it. Next we move forward to the value 17. Is 17 a leader or not? Let us see the maximum element on the left hand side. So the maximum element on the left hand side is 16. So it is not a leader. Next we come to 4. The maximum element is 17, which is greater. So it is not a leader. 3. The maximum element till this point is 17, which is not a leader. Okay. Next element is 5, which is greater than or equal to the. Okay, so we need to consider on the right hand side. Sorry.
Correct.
So
You
it is
were
greater.
telling from for the left, but
Uh,
leader is someone who.
yeah. Yeah, sorry. So yes, for the last element, let us start calling from the last element. There is no element to consider. So yes, this is the victorious one. So this would be an answer. Next we come to 5. The maximum element till this point is the value 2. So 5 is greater than 2. So we have 5 as the answer also. Next we have 3. The maximum element up till now is 5. So yes, this is also correct. Next, we have here 4. This is not correct. 17. Yes, the maximum element up till this point is 5, which is less than 17. So, yes, 17 is the answer. So, now, yes, this is a quite a very intuitive. I don't think we need to go from brute force to the optimized. I don't think so. Why? Because if you're
Okay.
just doing the drop-in over the sample test case, we can think of that what would be the solution to this. Yes, yes. What do you
May,
think about this problem?
so as you
Tell
said,
me your
like the
thought
brute
process.
is very if I'll think about the brute force approach. So let's say if I'm at a particular ith index and I want to see whether that guy is a leader or not, so I can iterate from I plus 1 till the end, and I can check that if that guy is greater than all the other guys, then like greater than or equal to, I think, right? If it is greater than or equal to all the elements on this, right? Yeah. So if I'm at ith element and I'll run a loop for j starts from I plus 1 till the end, and if that guy is greater, if that ith guy is greater than all the j elements towards its right, then it will be a leader, obviously greater equal to, right? But that will be a brute force again. In that case, what I can think of is I can think of iterating the array from the back side. So maybe Siddharth, while I'm telling my approach, while I'm telling my thought process, we can use pen with that. So what I'm thinking is, see, when I'm starting, so initially maybe I can keep always a track. Like I'm thinking of iterating from the right hand side, okay. And what I'm thinking of is I'm thinking that I'll be iterating from the right to the left part, and in that case I'll keep a track of the like maximum element that I've seen up till now, right? So initially I'll initialize my maximum to negative infinity or int min, you can say, because I am always want, if I want to take the maximum, so I'll initialize it as will I be given, yeah, I'll be given a positive address, so yeah, I can take it as -1 as well. Okay. So in that case, when I'm at the element 2, so I'll see, is this 2, if this 2 is still, is it greater than the maximum element that I've seen up till now? Yes, it is, right? So in that case, it will be a leader, obviously, right? So I'll add 2 to my answer. So you can make an array in which I'll add 2 to my answer, right? So you can make an array. Okay, perfect. Now once I have added 2 to my answer, after that I'll move forward, right? So your code,
And we
like
would
there,
update the
your,
max also.
you don't need to write on the left hand side. Okay, okay, because
Oh,
bottom left is not visible to the audience, right? Yeah,
okay. Sorry.
perfect, perfect. Okay, so
Okay.
what? Okay, fine. So now what I'm thinking is, you'll again you do I minus minus, so you move to the next element. The next element is 5, and now your maximum gets updated to 2. So maximum up till now is 2, right? So mx you can mark it as 2.
Hmm.
Uh,
So
and then
max
now
is
what will
already
happen?
marked as 2.
Yeah, so max is
Max
marked as
is
2.
2.
Now the element is 5. So the element that I am at, so all the elements towards the right side, so the maximum element in the right side is 2, right? And I am 5, so I'm greater than equal to that, so I'll be a leader myself also. So in my answer, after 2 I'll add 5 also in my answer, right? All right, so you can put a comma as well, so that otherwise people will be confused with 25. Okay,
चलो
right.
कर
After
दिया.
that, after that I have updated my maximum once again, right? And then I'll move to, let's say, 3. So when I move to 3, so if I see towards the right side, so towards the right side, 5 is an element which is greater than me, and I can, that also gets reflected in the maximum part, right?
Hmm.
So since the maximum is greater than me, in that case I'm not a leader. So in that case I'll not consider 3, and I'll move forward to the next index, and I'll also update my maximum, but maximum will still be the same. Then I move to 4. So when I move to 4, so then what happens again, towards the right side, if I see the maximum element is 5, so I'm not greater than all the elements towards my right. So in that case, again, I'll not add 4, and I'll move again backwards in the array. So I'll move to 17 now. When I move to 17, so I can see that I am greater than all the elements towards the right side. That is visible, and that is visible through the maximum part as well, because maximum indicates the maximum element in the right side for the current ith element. The maximum element towards the right side is 5, and I'm 17, so I'll be greater. I'll be a leader. So I'll add it in my answer now. All right, then I move to then I update my maximum as well, right? And when I update my maximum now, so I move to 16, and 16, when I see 16 literally, so when I see it with the naked eye, so I see that 17 is an element towards the right side that is greater than me, right? So in that case, I'll not be a leader, because I need to be greater equal to all the elements towards my right side. So in that case, that also reflects with the maximum, since the maximum is 17. So in that case, 16 is not going to be a leader. So in that case, I'll skip it. And now the answer seems to be 2, 5, and 7, but I think I also need to maintain the order. And if I see the order, so is there some mistake, guys? Can you tell us what mistake Siddharth or me still we are doing? Any idea, guys? Any idea? Yes, one mistake is that, uh, suppose that they are asking the leaders in the order from the left to right. So basically we
So
are,
we would just
since we
be
have iterated
doing
from the
this.
right, since we were iterating
Yeah.
from right to left, so the answer is stored in the reverse order. So what we'll do is we'll simply reverse the answer, and then we'll get there, right? So that's the case here. Is it clear to everyone? Yeah, everyone can write a clear in the chat if everyone is clear with it.
Okay. So now let me tell you one more approach over this. Let me tell you one more approach over this.
Is there something more
So
optimal than this? What are thoughts of that?
a small kind of a small thing, a very small, like a very small, it won't even affect this. Like we can just even we can ignore this mx also. Like we can just take help of the array only. We don't even need this mx variable. Okay, so what we can do
Okay.
is we can initialize an array list in Java or vector in C++. Okay, so now initially we would have a vector here. Okay, and we would declare it with nothing. So if there is
Also, one
no
more thing
element,
before you optimize this approach, people are asking, can we do it using stacks?
mm, see, okay, we would talk about this. First, let me finish this and then I would talk about this. Okay, so see, first, what we would do is we would be starting from the back. So we know we would take use of this. See, I would just tell you a thing that if some information is given over a question, that is done intentionally. No information on a question is done to explain you more. Like you don't say that this line, I already know this line. So why did they mention it? They mentioned it intentionally. Remember it. Okay. So yes, it is known, but I would just tell you how. So we would take help of this. The rightmost element is always a leader. So if the rightmost element is always a leader, what we would do is we would first insert the rightmost element. Okay, so we know that the rightmost element is always the leader. That is given in the question itself. Now we would move forward. Okay, so now we would move forward to 5. And we know that accessing the last element of V is a constant operation. So V dot back. Accessing the last element of vector is a constant operation. So now, yes, we can, what we can do is we can have here 5. So 5 is greater than 2. So what we would do is we would insert 5 also. Next we would move forward to 3. And now 3 is less than the last element, that is 5. So we won't do anything.
Okay, so
Then we
you are
move
saying that you
forward
will
to
use
4.
so Siddharth, one thing that you can do for us is now, like it seems to be a bit confusing. Instead of V, you can use answer. No, that will be much more intuitive. That
Okay.
okay, the answer back we are using. People were thinking
So
a
I
stack
would,
approach. So basically,
okay,
yeah,
so I would just write here
instead of
vector.
V, instead of V, you can use answer. No, instead of the name V, you can use answer.
By
You
the
can
way, what we can do is, if we just observe this, to be honest, if we just observe this, that is why I told that vector should be clubbed with stack. Okay, I thought that I would reveal this at the later part, but as this is a discussion kind of thing, let us reveal it now only. So when someone asked me that when would vector be covered, I told him that stack can be done. So this is the era where if you know vector, then stack is not necessarily needed if you're solving online judge problems. Why? Because stack is used to what? The operations allowed in a stack is what? Let us compare the stack and a vector. Okay, let us quickly compare this. Like people are confusing over this, if this is a vector or a stack, what is this happening? I would just tell you that. So what is the feature? Okay, like this is the stack itself. This is a stack and this is a vector. Okay, so see, stack helps us to push elements in constant time, and this is also constant. Push elements at the end is constant, push at the back constant. So pushback in vector is constant, as well as pushing an element at the last is also constant in stack. Then popping out elements, last inserted elements from the stack is constant. So pop is a constant operation in stack, and pop back is also constant in vector also. Okay, so push and pop are having the same time complexity. Now let us see that we can access the last inserted element by writing top, okay, in constant. And yes, we can do the same thing as v dot back. So we can just use the back thing, back. So now why did I tell you that we need to prefer vector over stack? Why? Because see, in stack we don't have this indexing, and if we don't have the indexing, then we can't have here that we want random access. So random access is not possible in stack, but random access and indexing is possible in vector. That is why when you are solving online judge problems, move forward with vector rather than the stack itself. Do I make sense? Just quickly confirm.
even I'm okay with that now.
Okay, so everyone was confused with this, na?
No, next time I'll think of using a stack. So I'll think that can I use a vector dot back?
Yeah, I generally use it because see, I'm more accustomed to using pushback, because push element, just push and then back, more accustomed. So push back, push. Okay, so yes, I can do that. So some chocolate khilao. So I helped everyone with that. So can you please say this in Java? Left Java long ago, brother. Okay, so we have Abhinav here also. Let us add him. Hi Abhinav, how are
Yeah,
you?
hi, I am fine. How are you guys? So,
Yeah, you came ahead, brother. What happened? Enjoying the street?
yeah, exactly. I was just enjoying from the backside, backstage. So
Okay.
it's yeah, the audience is very responsive. Yeah, it's very amazing stream.
Yeah, the audience is
I
huge.
was just very excited, eager to come to the main stage after seeing the engagement. So
Okay,
great.
fair enough. So you can accompany us, Abhinav, if you want. Abhinav, if you would, I would just so I'm just leaving you on your end. You have the access. You can just
Yeah,
do it whatever suits you. Okay.
sure.
Okay. So now what we were just discussing is that we can prefer vector over stack. Okay. So now it would be the same thing that we would just access the last element. We don't even need that. So now let us just directly move towards the implementation. Okay. So what we would do is we would have a vector of int v. Okay. Now what we would do is we know that the last element would always be a leader. Okay. So v dot push back a of n minus 1. Okay, and then we would start traversing from the back, and the last element is already processed. So int I is equals to n minus 2, I is greater than equal to 0, and I minus minus itself. And then what we would do is, if the last element, so maximum element, we can have that by v dot back. So v dot back element. Okay. So what is the v dot back element? If v dot back element is less than the current element, so v dot back element is less than the current element, is greater than or equal to. So we would have greater than or equal to the current element, that is a of I. Then what we would do is v dot push back the current element. Okay, and then we would have the order in the reverse order. So what we can do is we can simply reverse it before the return. Reverse v dot begin comma v dot end itself. Okay, and then we will return the v. Today I think only easy questions can be covered by me. Okay, we are getting correct output for the sample test case. Let me just submit this and save.
Can you maximize the screen, output screen?
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? Okay, solve it is in the okay. Solved it. So I hope this is clear. So I told you that this pushback operation is constant. This vector declaration and all is constant. So for each element, we're doing constant operation. The time complexity is big O of n, and we are just using we are just using constant space, ignoring that we just using the vector to return this. So if you just have this vector thing in the worst scenario, we can have all the elements in this particular vector. So it is big O of n. And if you don't consider this, this is constant. Okay. So can we move forward to the next question quickly? Okay, next question, next question for Java coders. Okay.
All of you can write current dot next in the chat if you want us to move to the current question. Next question.
How? Yeah, please. Sir,
Current dot
please
next in the
explain
chat.
Python solution also. Please
Python.
continue. Please text me on LinkedIn. I would add you to the stream at 6 long hours. I would add to the stream. You can only show the Python code because no one in between us is a Python coder.
Uh, if you will if you will go through the editorial of the problem, so there in every language the problem solution is provided, so you can go through that for that purpose, right?
Okay, Divyansh Mishra is absolutely wrong, I think, because he is trying to make us move forward to the next of question, that is towards the Abhinav
But it
stream.
might not exist.
Yeah, but it might not exist. So you need to check if it does exist or not. Focus on the concept first, language is secondary. Okay,
No,
some
current
people
dot
are
next
saying,
is me. Current dot next is Abhinav. That current dot next is not available.
yeah.
Like
So
after
yeah,
Abhinav, there is no.
audience is still huge, man. I didn't expect this large audience to be even after 1.5 hours. It is 183 still. Man, that's
Yeah,
huge.
and now we want the likes to be just equal to the number of views. So I just want the
Okay, what
like to
is
be at least hit 1K.
okay? What is the number of likes? You know,
Yeah, I
at
have
present,
to
what is the
check.
number of likes?
Yeah, I have
Okay,
to
let me
check
check.
that. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
ह्यूमन
Um,
सिद्धार्थ करण पर नेक्स्ट. अरे नहीं भाई, मुझे क्यों बदलोगे?
let's
Yeah,
see
they
if
are
Okay,
cross
like this
like
500.
stream can be one of the most liked streams.
in the first 1.5 hours only. This is huge, man. I didn't expect this. Thanks a lot.
Exactly.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so let's
I think
move
Siddharth, we
forward
can
then.
move forward with the next problem. Sir.
हाँ, Yash is very serious, man. Okay, so let's move forward with this. Mhm. Chalo.
Convert binary tree to doubly linked list will be covered maybe when we will be doing,
This
let's
is
say,
array, man.
linked list, or when we will be doing trees.
Okay, so let me
But
just see
but you can
this.
see we are not doing the normal traditional questions as of now.
Traditional. Okay, this is done. Okay, so let me just pass on this to the. Yeah, Abhinav Bhaiya is here to study, and then he would make you study. Okay, fair enough. So let us move forward with this. So we are given two unsorted arrays, okay, of size n and b of size m of distinct elements. The task is to find all pairs from both the arrays whose sum is equal to x. So we are given an array of size n, b of size m again, and the task is to find all pairs where both arrays the sum is equal to the value that is 9. Okay, so we want the sum of 9. So how would we have that? So any ideas, Avinav? Let's start with a very basic. Like suppose Avinav, don't use your experience over here. Just try to be very noob over this. Like what if you were very beginner? What would have been your first thought?
Yeah, so basically these are two unsalted arenas. So Siddharth, what I am thinking now, that we have
Hmm.
to check for all the pairs. Means how can we do it
Hmm.
without even making all the pairs? Means we have A, we
Okay.
have some elements in A, we have some elements in B. So and we want our
Hmm.
sum equal to. So we will basically pair all the numbers of A with the numbers of B. It's just like cross product of two sets, and then we will
Let
just
us
check for
clarify
each and
this.
every set.
So let us clarify this also. Like sum. So see, suppose they want the sum from both the arrays. Find all pair sum which is equal to x. So it should be the element that suppose x plus y is equal to the sum x that is given. Okay, no, we can't have x plus y. Okay,
Yeah.
suppose we have here suppose p plus q is equal to x. So please
Okay.
remember that p should be from the first array and q should be from the second array. This is absolutely very necessary. Okay, so now yeah, move forward, Abhinav. You were telling something.
Yeah, so what we can do now that we can means according to me because I don't know much about this coding thing. So we can take two nested loops, Siddharth, I think. And in the first
Okay.
nested loop, we can iterate through A, and for the
Okay.
second loop, which is inside the first loop, which will iterate to
Hmm.
B. So this is how we
Okay.
basically pair all the numbers of the two arrays, and then for each number, we will check its sum is equal to X or not. So I am just thinking if we can do like that, but I am not getting the
Okay,
more.
so let's see. Let's quickly implement what he's trying to tell. So see, suppose what it is told that suppose this is the first element. So we would try to club one with all the other elements of this array. This is what you're trying to tell, Abhinav.
Yeah, yeah, exactly, Siddharth.
Okay. Then in the next iteration, I would have this element and I would try to club all this element
All
with it.
them.
Okay,
Yes, yes.
this is how we would move forward, and quickly implementing this would be kind of like this. Okay,
I think
suppose
people are
the
much more
size
clear with
is
it. Okay, you can implement it.
okay.
Fine.
It would just take 1 minute. Well, 6 hours minus 1 minute won't bother us, I think. So for int I is less than n and I plus plus, then what we would do is for int j is equals to 0, j is less than m and j plus plus. Now we can say that a of I plus a b of j, if it is equal to the value x, then we would say that yes, this is the pair and we would increment the count of it. Okay, this is what we can do. Everyone clear with this, I think? Okay, so now if you observe that the problem is that we are traversing all over all the elements of this thing. Okay, so now what we want is we want P plus Q is equal to X, where P should be from the first array, Q should be from the second array. Yes, Abhinav. What do you think that after this point, what in what scenario do you wish to move forward?
Yeah, so because the arrays are not sorted, I'm not getting, because I have studied somewhere, I have read somewhere that when arrays are sorted, then we can use two pointers and we can use binary search technique also. But
Okay,
the
yeah, yeah,
arrays
yeah.
are
This
not
is
sorted.
so. Please remember this as an audience. Please uh, focus on these all small talks, like when it is done, what we think in what scenario. Yeah, Abhinav, keep moving forward.
Exactly. So Siddharth, was I was thinking that if the arrays were sorted, then we can use two pointers of binary search. But here the arrays are not sorted, yeah. So what we can do now? I was just figuring out. Uh, so what we can do now that I have also solved the question which is two sum
Okay.
question. So the difference between this and that question is that in that question we have a single array and we have to just
Hmm.
check that whether there are two elements
If
present or not.
one pair is present or not.
Yeah, if that
Yeah.
pair is present or not. So what we
Okay.
can
So
do
now
now
let us. Yeah.
that instead of traversing through the second row, what we can do, we can
Mhm.
just know. We can just store that elements in a map or let's say a set so that we can know that that is present or not. I'm just getting
Okay.
something. You can continue. Yeah.
Absolutely. So yeah, this is the intuition. Okay. So now what we can see, I would just tell you this thing. Suppose we know the value of x. Okay. So like when we used to do algebra or trigonometry in 12th, what we used to do is we used to first write what do we know. Okay. So suppose at a current position, we know the value of p, we know the value of x because these two values would be the one that we know. So what are we trying to find is we are trying to find the value of q. So we can say that q is nothing but x minus p. We can have that. So now if suppose we know q, and then if we know that if x minus p is present or not, then we don't really need to see that if this element would fit this or not. So we just need to search x minus p. If x minus p is present, then we would say that yes, this is possible. So how do we know that x minus p is already present or not? We now this problem statement is this, that to know x is already present or not. Okay, so problem statement is this. So I would quickly write this. If x minus p is already present or not. This is now the problem statement. So if this is the scenario, then as Abhinav hinted you, what we can do is we can directly check. Okay, we can directly check it by hashing it only. What is hashing basically? So I would just tell you that. So hashing is nothing but remembering. Okay, like suppose you want to know that this suppose you completed the chapter. So suppose the first chapter is binary search. Okay, the first chapter is binary search, the next chapter is sorting, and then you would just want to know that if I've completed sorting or not. So if you are able to remember this or you can write it somewhere, then you can quickly say that sorting is already done or not. Can we do this? So yes, this is known as hashing. So hashing is nothing but having all the values. Okay, having all the values known already. So now let us see. So let us see the range of the values. So the range of the values are 10 to the power 6. So if it was less than 10 to the power 5, so I would just tell you some things. Okay. So see, we are told that map has a time complexity of log n. Okay. Log n for each of the operation. Unordered map. So I would just
Also, Siddharth, can you tell us like why you are not using any array? Why you are using map or something?
Okay, yeah, that is why I just have it already. So we are told that unordered map has a time complexity of
No,
1,
no, not this thing.
and
Like,
we
why are you not using arrays for storing the frequency? Can you tell us that for someone
yeah.
who's
So
new?
see, yeah, absolutely. So see, we have here map, unordered map, and the array also. So now we want to know when to use. So unordered map and array has the same complexity. So we should use unordered map every time because we can have randomization. You should be thinking of this thing. Like unordered map में तो कुछ भी value रख सकते हैं. We can keep anything in the unordered map. So why not move forward with the unordered map only every time? Okay. So what this is. So see, there is one more thing, that unordered map has a time complexity of constant in average case only. Okay, it is not an assurity that in the worst scenario unordered map would have a time complexity of big of 1. In worst scenario, that another time complexity of map is of enough. What
Yeah,
do you think? It
yeah,
is
exactly.
another was it is big O
Yeah,
of n itself. Okay, so now what you should do is the preference order is that if the elements are less than equal to 10 to the power 5, then you should definitely move forward with array so that you would have a pure constant operation. If it is greater than 10 to the power 5, you should move forward with the map. Okay, and in the worst case, if it is that told that worst average case would only be considered, then you should move forward with unordered map. But my general recommendation would be that try to avoid unordered map as much as possible. Okay, fair enough. Let us move forward. So as the elements are till 10 to the power 6, so we would move forward with the map. Okay, map of int and then we would have m, and then what we would do is we would hash all the values of b. Okay, hash all the values of b. So I would just make it everything in small case. Fair enough. So we would have, yeah, so what we would do is we would hash all the values of b. So we would iterate over the elements of b. So for int I is equals to 0, I is less than, what is the size, m, and I plus plus, I plus plus, m of b of I, and then plus plus itself. And then what we would do is we would now start iterating over int I is equals to 0, I is less than n, and I plus plus. So we already have hashed the values. Okay, so now we have so let's correlate with the things we have discussed. So we discussed that we already know x, and this
Can you
value
please
is
repeat this? Audience is asking to repeat whatever you said about the map approach.
okay. This map thing.
The map approach that you told. Can you just repeat this?
Okay, absolutely. Let's do a dry run over there, and it would be more clear.
Like audience wants the difference between map and unordered map to be repeated again, or they want the map concept for this problem to be repeated. Can you tell us? Manish, Mridula, and others can tell
Okay.
us.
So first, what we would do is I would just quickly summarize this in the case of. So first, what we would do is we know that p plus q is equals to the value x, and p is from the first array, q is from the second array. So now what we would do is first array we already know. So we just need to search q is equal to x minus p. So now we need to search q. So we would hash the values. We would say 5 is hashed, 6 is hashed, 3 is hashed, 4 is hashed, 8 is hashed. So now we come to the very first element, that is 1. So we come to the very first element, that is 1. So now we would say that we need to find what? X value is what here? 9. So 9 minus 1 is equals to 8. So we would see that if 8 is present or not. 8 is present. Okay. 8 is present. So we would say that yes, 8 is your answer as of now. Okay. Then we would move forward with the next value, that is 2. So now 2 and x minus 2 is equals to 7. Is 7 present? No, 7 is not present. So this won't make up here. So 2 is not possible. Okay. So then we come move forward with 4. Okay, so 4, so 9 minus 4. 9 minus 4 is equals to 5, which is present. So 4 comma 5 would be the answer. Next we come across 5. So 5, and then 9 minus 5 is equals to 4. Is 4 present or not? Yes, 4 is present. So 5 minus 4. Then we have 7. So 9 minus 7, 2. Okay, 7 comma 2. It is present or not? No, it is not present. So we won't have this. That is why the answer to this is this. So am I clear with this approach? Can I quickly confirm, Yash? Quickly.
Yes, you are clear with it.
Siddhartha,
Like
just
people,
wanted to ask is that
Hmm.
how we can just go that we have to also implement maths here, that because everyone just think here we have to take a nested loop, we have to just take two values p and q and check for x. How
Hmm.
these kind of ideas you got, means how you quickly got it, yeah, we have to take q is equal to x minus p.
Okay. Okay, so just see, whenever we have this, so whenever if you look at the question, you would come to the conclusion that yes, we need two elements, one from the first array, one from the second array. We know that. So now what we need to do, where is the, so when we implemented the brute force approach, let me just open this. So when we implemented the brute force approach, so for one element, we are trying to find the partner in all the element. So this is just like this scenario that suppose there is a boy that is present. Okay, there suppose this is me. Okay, this is me, and then these are the girls that are present, okay, in my class. So I would be trying to hit upon each of the girls present in the class and trying to find a compatible one. But what I can do is I can just tell my requirements. Okay, I can just tell my requirements, and then I can directly find that specific girl. Can I do this or not, Avinav?
Got it exactly. Yeah.
Okay. So this is what I can do. So I can just find the conditions. Okay, so instead of trying to hit upon each of the elements and then trying to see if I make a pair or not, we can move forward with C. We can move forward to see that if we make a sync or not. What kind of sync should we make? We should make a sync of P plus Q is equals to X. Okay, so now we would simply have that. But what is the requirements of this Q? So Q's requirement is nothing but X minus P. So just relate it with a real life scenario. Any funny scenario would be you would be able to retain it for a longer period of time. I think so.
Got it. Great, Siddharth.
Okay. So now what I can do is I can have a map of int and int. Then I can start hashing the values. Okay. So for int, so I would just for int I is less than m and I plus plus, and then I would first hash the value that is b of I itself, b of I plus plus. So for int I is equals to 0. Okay. And then what I would do is I would move forward to searching. So now all the elements are already stored up in the map. Now we would iterate over the A because we want to find the partners of each of the element of A. So now we need to iterate over the value of A for int I is equals to 0 and I plus plus. So now what we would do is we would have the partner. So int P would be nothing but A of I. Okay. And X is already present. And we need to find what? We need to find Q. Okay, this is what we need to find. So now what is the Q? Q is nothing but X minus P. So now we would say that if m dot find x minus p is not equal to m dot end. Okay, if this is not the scenario, that means that element is present. If it is not pointing to the end, that means the element is present. So we would say that yes, I would insert this in answer dot pushback the elements. So how what should be the manner of elements? Let me just see. The first element should be from the first array itself. Okay, we need the first element from the first array itself. Okay, no. So we need a of I.
uh, there's another issue, Siddharth. The thing is that you have taken the map as M and the size of the first array is also M. So maybe you can take MP or frequency,
Oops.
anything like that. That will.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, fair enough. So I hope this is fine, and it should be here at this point also. Yeah, this is done. So now we would just
Oh,
insert it and next.
also one more thing, also one more thing, Siddharth, for people who must be doing C++. So they think that if they have, since you have declared a map, right? Like since you're using a vector of pair, na, so they
Hmm.
must be thinking that you can use make pair kind of a concept. So can you tell us why you're using bracket and how make pairs and using brackets, how we can differentiate between the two?
See,
Like,
suppose you, so it entirely depends what you would be using. Okay, so like you can use either of them, make pair also, and you can move forward with brackets also. So
yeah, so
these are the two
if someone
scenarios.
wanted to if someone wanted to use make pairs, so can you tell us why, like how we can use it, because we have learned it in
Yeah,
STL.
yeah, absolutely. It would be just this make pair. We didn't use it for very long. Yes, can you quickly confirm if this
Yeah,
is the way or not?
yeah, I
Yeah.
think it's fine. Perfect. But
Okay.
you can again use the bracket braces. That will be much
Yeah.
better. So
Yeah.
people who want to make pairs, so you can make pairs like this or that. It totally depends on your preference. Both are correct.
Okay. So all the pairs should be printed in increasing order. Okay. So we just sort it before return. So sort AMS dot begin, comma AMS dot end. Yeah. We'll just compile and run. How many mistakes are we making? Okay. We are making a lot of mistakes. So X1543.
I'm supposed to write this.
Oops. It's done. It's done. It is just nothing but x minus p. Yeah, it's done. So what I did was, the small mistake that I did was, I just inserted b of I, where b of I is not even present. Okay, subconsciously. But what is the next element? P comma q. Q is what? X minus p. So directly you can move forward with x minus p, or you can initialize here to remove the confusion. That is x minus p itself, and then you can directly have it here as q. Let's just again compile and run. Okay, fair enough. Let's try to submit this and see. Okay, it's done. So let us talk about the time complexity also. So doing this is, we are using a vector of answer to store in the worst scenario.
Can you
All the
also explain us about the map.end while you are explaining the code?
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? So see, so the elements are stored in this manner. Okay, so element is stored in the manner of tree, but I would be just showing you this. So there is a kind of iterator over this. So I would just tell you the basic of this, like the things that you would need at the moment. So if element is present, the iterator would point to that element. If that element is not present, it would point to the end iterator. That is why I told that if it is not equal to end, that means that element is pointing at somewhere. So this is the common agenda of map, that if that element is already present, it would point at some element. If it is not present, it would point to the very last position after the last element. Okay, so that is what we are doing. So let's talk about this also. Like, we are using a vector of answer to store the answer, then we are using map to store the hash the values, then we are implementing this, and then we are moving forward with p and q, and then we are using the formula to see if the other element is present or not. If the other element is present, we can move forward with this. Okay, so yes, now we would be doing, so yes, we would be talking for around next 5 minutes, and then Avinav would be starting off at sharp 12. Avinav would start from sharp 12. Okay, fair enough, Avinav.
Yeah, sure,
A-
Siddharth.
AMA session as of AMA session for 5 minutes. Next 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. So can you please explain, if we sort it in reverse order, then how to do? So just sort it and then do reverse, answer dot begin, answer dot end. Or what you can do is r dot begin, r dot end. Simple. Okay, thank you for your lovely explanation. You're most welcome, brother. Anything more? Anything more you wanna ask? Let me see. Why didn't we choose unordered map in this question? Because unordered map has an worst time complexity of big of n. यश भैया भी हंसने लगे हैं अब.
Right.
So see, sir, I want to be a software engineer in MNC. I'm in class 12. What should be my future aim? See, we should have this kind of focus, Abhinav.
Arman, what I will suggest you that from now, from class 12 until when you will be in a MNC, the thing which is basically which will help you a lot is problem solving. Okay, which we basically do in real life also. So be a good problem solver. You will be definitely in the MNC. Okay, why we are here?
In
We
my
are here to solve problems.
So, in according to me, you should experience life more as of now because you already have the pressure of boards, then you have the pressure of entrance examination. So, according to me, as of now, you should do this as a hobby or as your part-time thing. But your main focus should be your studies, and you should enjoy at this point of time. Because after this point, you would be sitting for around 10 to morning 4 to just work like us.
Exactly.
Okay,
Nitin
so
is asking CPP or Java or Python for DSA.
Avinav, tell.
Uh, for DSA, I don't think that these all the three languages are one who are basically good in market and they are in requirement. That means I've seen people who are doing in C++, Java, and Python. Okay, but the thing is that if we talk about the industry standard, so Java and C++ are basically the more audiences there. So if you are basically going to start a new language, I will recommend you C++ or Java. The reason behind is that the support for C++ and Java is more. As you can see now here also, we are doing in C++ and Java. So support is more. The community for these two languages is very more, very big. Okay, so
Very good.
90% of people are just doing in C++ and Java. That's the reason. If we talk about data science, AI, ML, that field, for that field, Python is doing a very great work. I'm not saying don't do DSA with Python. I am saying this is more preferable.
See, I think so that if your friends and all are doing programming, okay, in Python, and you have already have a large group of people, then you can move forward with Python. But if you belong from a tier 3 college, or if you want to be a lone wolf kind of person who would rely on editorials or on videos that is already available on the YouTube, then the majority of both the things would be on C++. So I think you should move forward with C++. It would be a very good approach.
Also, if you will
How
just
to
try your
handle
hands in CP, so for CP also C++ is more preferable.
how to handle depression of rejection? So what kind of rejection? Wrong answer or I don't love you? Okay. So I'm in coding. What should be my complete roadmap for becoming a better SDE? So you are in first year. For becoming better SDE, first you should aim to become SDE, then you should aim to become better. I think so. Abhinav, answer this.
So I'm from NSUT and I already have an internship with a startup in 2023. I want to work for a big company. What can be the tips for the preparation? So if you are doing an internship by a startup, so I know that how you have stepped to there also. Means you are at a current level, na? You are basically above some people who are basically not even in a startup. So I think that if you have reached there, just continue that thing, continue your hard work, continue your smart work. You will be in a good big company also. That is from my side. Uh, Others from you.
Any tips? Okay. So
First,
any tips from your side, Yash? Advice for third year students?
I think since he's working in a startup, so most probably his development will be
Now
pretty
this
strong. So
Rishabh is a different
only
person.
DSA he needs to
Rishabh,
focus, and
no, Rishabh is a different person. He is asking just
third
for
year
a general
student
advice for, yeah.
just
What
solve
is
as many DSA problems as you can.
For a
and
third year,
Abhinav,
do some
being a
projects,
third
right?
year student,
for a
tell
third
us.
year, I think because I am also a third year student, so it's like that. This is the last year when you are basically you have time to explore the things. So explore as much as you can. Means don't think like that. I am currently doing an internship. I cannot intern anywhere else. You can just open for all the opportunities. So if you are learning something, then please explore everything. The thing is, this is a time to explore. From first year to third year, it's a time to explore. एक्सप्लोर करो जितना ज्यादा हो सके सीखो बिकॉज इन फोर्थ ईयर वी ऑल नो वी हैव अ प्रेशर फॉर प्लेसमेंट प्रेशर फ्रॉम कॉलेज प्रेशर फॉर प्रोजेक्ट्स प्रेशर फॉर एवरीथिंग फ्रॉम फैमिली फ्रॉम रिलेटिव्स को प्लेसमेंट नहीं हो रही टिल नाउ यू हैव टाइम टू लर्न just focus on your learn and to improve your skills. Skills are the only thing which will help you at the last.
Okay, so this one, anyone would like to answer? I for
The,
six
like
hours.
I need to search that.
Yeah.
Okay, I would be telling that. So I initially started off with this thing that yes, I would do this technique. But see, if you are doing this
Okay,
on a
time
technical
management.
field, I I don't think you would be able to cope up with that. Why? Because suppose you are stuck with a question, then the contest are of 2 hours. Okay. So what you should do is this is not for working professionals towards this SDE thing and coding thing. So what I suggest to you is that you keep in mind two things. Like I started off too. Like I would do this for 30 minutes and then I would do this. That is why I even have the new tab home screen as that. So the problem appeared that after a time frame of 25 minutes, I had to wake up and take a break. But in most of the question, in medium or hard question, it was not feasible to complete that question in 25 minutes. So leaving that question in between and then going, and then when you are giving a contest for 2 hours, it is not feasible also. So what I would suggest you to do is try to have a concentration span of just 2 hours. Okay, 2 to 3 hours. Don't in the most of the time try to make it 2 hours only. I still have 2 hours as my attention span. I just do 2 hours, then I roam for the next 30 minutes. I do still do that. And if you're struggling with DSA with 1 year, okay, okay. So now it's 12:02. We would start off with Abhinav, and rest of the questions would be catered after 30 minutes. Abhinav, you can start off.
Yeah, sure.
You can share your screen. Uh, uh,
So
Yash and me can just unshare our screen so that we would have a better connectivity.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, Abhinav,
Now
you can
Abhinav
move
can share
so
forward.
his
yeah,
screen.
guys, are you all ready? Just a plus one in the chat, yaar.
जिंदगी में सदा
Yeah.
मुस्कुराते रहो. Yeah, ये Yash needs to learn this. No? Yash is a very serious person.
Okay,
Okay.
okay. So I think that now we can start, yaar.
Okay. Advice for the last third year. Okay.
Fine, guys. I hope that my screen is visible now. No?
Yeah.
But we are coming in middle, so can we? We are coming in the middle.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now it's fine.
Yeah. So, guys, we will start with a very
Let's
basic one.
make it
Okay.
like this so that we won't have any issue. No one would have
Yeah.
any issue.
Yeah. No, it's great. Now it's great. So, okay, guys, now let's start with a very basic uh, problem, okay, which is largest subarray with zero sum, okay. So, we are given with a array which contains n integers, okay, and it is saying that the integers can be positive and negative both, fine. And our task is to compute the length of the largest subarray. Okay. So I'm just wondering that what is subarray? So Siddharth, can you say that what is subarray? Can you tell?
Subarray is referred to as a segment of the array, a contiguous segment of the array. Am I correct? Yes.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Okay.
So what is the difference between subarray and subsequence? In some of the questions I have just seen subsequence.
So let's say
So
that if you take like 15, like if you take 15, then you take the 2, then you take 1, then you take 10, then you take 20, 23. So that will be considered as a subsequence, because you are jumping some indexes, you are taking some indexes you are not taking, and there's a breakage, right? There's no continuity in your uh, like in the way that you are taking the elements. But if you consider a subarray, so if you take -2 and you want to consider from -2 till 10, till the element 10, if you want to consider that as as a subarray, so you have to choose all the elements. So that will be considered as subarray.
Fine, fine. Means when the elements index are continuous. So okay, so my intro. Okay, I have not introduced myself. So yeah, guys, I am Abhinav Avasthi. I am a DSA mentor at Geeks for Geeks, and I am here with in this scheme to basically solve and talk with you guys about DSA and problem solving. So this is how I am a third year student at HBTU Kanpur, and as I told that DSM mentor is for this. Okay, I hope that this intro is enough. Fine. So great. Yeah. So guys, let's start with the problem. Okay. So which is this one. So anyone can just tell me that how we can solve this problem here. How we can first focus on how we can select a particular subarray. Okay, so finding its sum is a separate thing. Okay, first means finding its sum and then checking that whether the sum is zero or not. It's a separate thing. First, the thing is that how we can select a particular subarray and then its sum. Okay. So the very brute force approach is like that. We can use the we can use nested loop, and then we can take 2 pointers and we can take a subarray between that pointer. So let me just explain you that thing in a whiteboard. Okay, what I am just thinking about. So what I'm saying is that you have to just put 2 points to be fixed, and you have to take a sub array between that. Okay. Okay. So let's understand this thing in the whiteboard. Okay, it will be more clear. Okay, fine.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. So I hope that now the screen is visible. So what we will do,
yeah, yes,
guys, yeah, the problem is like we have to focus on the sub array. So if we divide this question into three parts, there are three parts in this question. Okay, first we have to understand how we can point out a sub array, the first part. Second part is how we can find its sum. The third part is how we can find the largest subarray with that sum. So we are basically going to solve this problem in a three-way. First, how we can focus on a subarray, how we can find its sum, how we can find a largest subarray with that sum. Okay, getting? Okay, guys, fine. Now let's focus on that how we can do that. Okay, so uh, let's just take a subarray. Okay, the example which is only given to us. Let's first focus on that example only. So it's something like that. Uh, we have to first take 2 pointers and we have to take a subarray between that. Okay, it's just taking some time to load. Just a minute, guys. Okay, so let's take an array. Okay, let's take the array is 3, 6, -1, 6, -6. Okay, 1, and let's say that this is the array given to us. Okay, to take a sub array between this array, what we can do, we can first take a start pointer. Okay, let's say the start pointer is something here. Okay, and then we will take an end pointer. Let's say it is here. So this will be basically the subarray between them. Okay, so this is how we are basically taking a subarray. Now thing is how we can find the sum of elements of this subarray. That's the another thing. Okay, so now see, for example, this is a scale. For example, this is a scale. The complete length of this scale is L. Okay, the complete length of this scale is L, and the length of this particular part is X. Okay, so what will be the length of this part? It's a very easy maths question. Yes,
-x.
exactly. It is L minus X. Okay, this is a very basic phenomenon that if we know the length up to L and up to X, we can easily find the length of this particular part. Okay, the similar thing we will do here also. Okay, so what we will do is that, let's take, we know the sum till this index. Okay, so if we write the index of these numbers, so the index are something like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so if we know the sum of elements till index 4, okay, and we know the sum of elements till index 1, so what we can do, I can delete this total sum, this complete sum from index 0 to 4 from this sum. So we will basically get the output of the sum of these elements which are in our subarray. Getting or not, guys? Getting. This phenomenon is something called prefix sum, how we can find the sum. Okay. So what we'll do, we will create another array. That will be a prefix array. Okay. Let's create a prefix array. Okay. So it is something like, here is 2. Okay. Here it is 2. Here it is 5. Let's say this is the whole array. So till here, what prefix sum does? Prefix sum basically tells us that till a particular index, what is the sum of the elements. So till index 0, sum of elements is 3. Till index 1, sum of elements is 9. Till index 2, sum of element is 8. Till here, it's 2, it's 3, it's 5, it's 10. Am I right, Siddharth? Can you just verify this thing?
Yeah, absolutely correct.
Yes, so Siddharth, can you just please help me out at how now I can find the length of a subarray? Let's say that we have to find the length of this subarray. How I can find using this array, this prefix sum array? How I can find this?
So what we can do is we can take help at what was the last time we saw that,
Okay,
right?
okay,
We
getting.
can try to go in this direction.
Fine. So it's like na that ki we know. So it is exactly same what we are thinking. Okay. So what? Listen, guys. Let's say we know the sum till this index. What is the sum? The sum is 5. We know that till this index, the sum of elements is 5. We also know that till this index, which is index number 1, the sum of elements is 9. These two things are clear to us. Okay. Now we have to find the sum of elements of this subarray. So this is very obvious, guys, as we have discussed in that scale example, that we can simply subtract 9 from 5 and it will give us -4. So basically the sum of elements in this subarray is -4, and that is also, you can check, -1 plus -6 plus 1 plus 2 is 4, is -4, sorry. So this is how we are basically solving the problems. Okay. This is how we are solving the problems. Okay. Yeah. Great. Now, guys, the thing is that we have to focus on the subarray which has sum 0. So this is how we can find a subarray which is has sum 0. Okay. Now, guys, let's see. Let's say that till here, the sum of elements is 3. Till here, the sum of elements is 3. We know this. Okay. But we want the sum of elements in our subarray to be 0. So if there is a subarray present whose sum is also 3, I can just remove that subarray, remove that prefix array, and the remaining will be have sum 0. So just focus on here, guys. What we are doing is now that this complete prefix array has sum 3. And we also know that this prefix array also has sum 3. So if I will just remove this from here, from this whole array, if I will just remove this thing, okay, this part, I will just remove it. So I will get this particular subarray. And if you will just find the sum of this particular subarray, it is 3 minus 3 is equal to 0. This is how we basically checking that whether there is a subarray of sum 0 present or not. Are you getting? Siddharth, are you getting what I am trying to say?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So this is how the things are going on, guys. Okay. So now let's implement this much. This much how we have, which we have discussed. Okay. So let's implement this much how we are going it. Okay. Okay. So fine. So guys, we are given with the array A. Okay, so for storing the prefix sum, what we will do, we will take another array, or let's say vector. Let's take a vector. Okay, and let's take a prefix. Okay, and the size of the vector is something of n plus 1 comma 0. So what we will do, we will take a vector of size n plus 1. Okay, great, fine. Now the thing is that in this vector prefix, we have to store the prefix sum of the array. So for that, we will just iterate to the array. Okay, fine. So then what we will do, we will make prefix I plus 1 is equal to prefix I plus a. Let me make it arr. That is more preferable to me. Okay, otherwise I will do the syntax mistake every time. Okay, it's like prefix I plus 1 is equal to prefix I plus. So this is how we are finding the prefix sum. So guys, is this thing clear? If this thing is clear, just make a +1 in the chat. We will move forward. Okay, fine.
Yeah,
So
I think this is clear because this is already explained in my question. Till this point, this is clear. You can move forward.
okay, yeah, sure.
Prefix sum
So
is clear.
exactly. So this is how we are doing. Okay. Now what we will do is that, because we also have to make a check that whether a prefix sum is present before that index or not. Guys, let's see here what we are doing now. That if we are at this particular index, so we were having some 3 here. So to take a subarray of some 0, we should also know that before that index, there should be a subarray with some 3 present, so that I can delete it from there, and the rest of the part will be give us some 0. Getting? So to store this 3, that whether a 3 is present before that 3 or not, we have to store it in a map. So now again we will use the concept of map, which Siddhartha has also used. So
Yeah. So just remember that whenever we need to remember anything, okay. So I suppose you need to remember anything. So we can't have a brain kind of thing. Neither we can have so many much variables. So whenever we want many things to remember, we move forward with the map, which is nothing but a hash map. Yeah.
exactly. Okay. So now what we'll do, that we will take a map, okay, of int comma int. That's name is MP. Okay. So now the things which are going on here is that we will just iterate through this prefix sum. Okay. And then I will store the index. Okay. It's still like that the value of map prefix I will be equal to I. Okay. So I have basically stored that if that value is present, I will store it to I. Okay. Great. That is present. Okay. Now, guys, one more thing is there, that if a number is present 2 times, let's take another case. Okay. So the another part of the question, the part of the question that we have to take the longest subarray. Okay. So let's take an example out of it, in which you will understand what I am trying to say. Okay. Let's take a very basic example. A very basic example it will be. Okay. So let's say the example is like this. The array is something like this: 1, minus 1, 1, minus 1, 1, minus 1, 1. This is the array. If you will find a prefix sum for it, it will be like 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. Okay. So if we will just iterate till this index, it will search that there is a 1. So we will search for another one, so that we can subtract that 2 prefix arrays. Okay, so that we can get this array which has some 0. But this is a subarray of size 2. We don't want this. We want subarray of maximum such size. And this is also a subarray, which is. So means for this one also, we have to pair with the first one. The first place where the sub one is coming. The first place. So that we can consider this particular value. So when we will store the values in maps, it will be like map of 1 will be equal to 0, because it is at 0 index. Then again we will have a value 1, but this time we will not update it. because we want our array as large as possible. Because you can see, if we will update the value, this will take this as the subarray. But instead, this is the subarray which is taking. We want our subarray to be large. Okay. So this is how the things are basically going on, guys. Okay, fine. Now, now let's implement this thing that if the particular is already present. So Siddhartha have implemented this thing that if a value is already present, how we can check it. Okay. So I just wanted to ask from yes, have you remembered this thing? How we can check? Okay, Siddharth, you are mute, yeah.
Okay, sorry, brother. So, Avina, what you can do is people from many people have a issue with the English. So, whenever you are explaining just the crux of the solution, you can repeat the same in Hindi also. Just
Fine.
repeat the same and just tell that I'm repeating.
Sure. Got it, guys. So, guys, हम लोग what we are doing is ना कि let me just give a brief of the solution. That we have divided up our problem into three parts. The first part is how we are finding the subarray. Okay. तो subarray find करने के लिए what we have done ना that हमने अभी दो पॉइंटर्स को एज्यूम कर लिया है दैट वी आर टेकिंग सब array between two pointers and that will be our subarray. Okay, fine. अब हमने क्या किया है टू फाइंड द सम ऑफ एलिमेंट्स ऑफ अ subarray वी आर यूजिंग द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ प्रीफिक्स सम. ओके, सो हम लोग प्रीफिक्स सम कॉन्सेप्ट का यूज कर रहे हैं. सो इट इज लाइक दैट अगर इस पूरे सब एरे का सम 1 है गेटिंग और इस सब एरे का सम भी 1 है. So if we can remove this part of the array from this complete subarray, from this complete prefix array, so the rest of the array will give us the sum 0. Getting ना? अगर इस पूरे का सम भी 1 है, उस पार्ट का सम भी 1 है, तो अगर हम उस 1 को वहां से हटा दें, तो बचेगा क्या? 0. Getting? इस तरीके से हम लोग चेक कर रहे हैं how we can get a subarray of sum 0. Getting? ठीक है, fine. Okay. Now we are checking that वो मैप पहले से प्रेजेंट ना होना चाहिए. So it's like m dot find, okay, prefix I dot is not equal to mp dot n. Fine. This is the thing we are doing. Now what we can do is now that if we can take a integer answer, so we will store the answer. Okay, because the sum which is present. What if there is no array of such sum 0? Maybe it will be 0 only answer. Okay, yeah. So now then we will iterate through the prefix sum problem only, and which will be basically started from 1 until 4 to n. Now guys, we will have, so we want that till index I the sum of elements is prefix I. तो इंडेक्स आई तक जो हमारा सम ऑफ एलिमेंट है ना वो है प्री आई. ओके, और हमें अगर वही सेम सम पहले कहीं मिल जाए सो वी कैन डिवाइड दैट टू सब एरेज. वी कैन डिवाइड दैट टू सब एरेज सो दैट हमारा जो बची हुई सब एरे होगी उसका सम 0 होगा. गेटिंग? सो वी विल जस्ट सर्च दैट इफ आई कैन जस्ट राइट द सेम थिंग हियर. Here I have done a mistake. It should be equal to. Then only we will take. Okay.
So while Abhinav is debugging, I would just quickly tell. Let's see, Ujjwal, according what you asked is the prefix sum. Yes, it bothers us a lot, but what you can do is whenever you want the sum from an array. So whenever you need sum and it's a data type, okay, or sorry, it's a data structure where we have the indices. Okay, so where we know the indices, when we have the elements and we want the sum array, mostly array, it would be mostly array. So if this is there, then you should move forward with prefix sum. And there is one more scenario where prefix sum is used, like when you want the XOR also, like not just sum, it also tells you the XOR value also. So in XOR questions where you want XOR of a particular segment or sum of a particular segment, you should use prefix sum. I hope this is clear. And please quickly, the people are the viewers are dropping, so quickly try to share it in your WhatsApp group or something, because we are making really hard efforts and it would really help us to keep going for the next 4 hours also. Only 2 hours have been passed, we still have next 4 hours.
Exactly.
Also, one more thing, like I'll like to add, we were talking about the prefix sum concept. So there's one question on GFG that is, I think it is known as coin piles. It has been asked previously in Microsoft and other companies, so you can try out that problem also. Maybe I'll try to paste the link for it as well. Like coin piles problem is there. That is a very interesting problem in which how you use prefix sum along with binary search. So maybe you can try it out, and I'll share the link in the chat.
Okay, Pradeep, as of now, the prefix sum, these all things, apart from the only STL we are using is map, you can use hash map. So apart from that, there is no language specific things done up till now. Okay, so you can directly, instead of the vector thing, you can directly use the array only. So I don't think you would have any issues. When there would be language specific things, we would try our best to compensate with that. No, we don't have any WhatsApp group, but we do have a Discord group. So no, a live stream doing this every day is not feasible. Yeah, Abhinav, you can move forward. I don't think we
Yeah.
should be waiting.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay, guys. So yeah, we are having some problem with the compilation. Means we are having the answer zero. So just we are just trying to debug that thing. Okay, I'm just trying to debug that thing. So our logic is
Okay, okay.
quite clear. Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
Abhinav, take
Siddharth.
your time. When you're done, just let me know, okay? Till then, I'm just talking with them. I
Sure,
hope
sure.
it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. So yeah, it would be live stream, and the live stream would be there after this. Okay. So yeah, you're most welcome. How many days this program is? As of now, the days and all, the dates and all are still not finalized. Okay, we can't promise anything. It entirely depends on the response of you people. Okay, it is absolutely customized according to you. So people are telling Abhinav that the problem is on the line 22. So I'm a
Okay.
C++ beginner. So I'm a C++ beginner. This code makes me feel new. So I want to tell you this thing. So when I started off, I saw conditional statement. I saw for loop and all. This all map and all makes
Abhinav,
me
you have
it.
written less equal to, no? Okay,
Yeah.
okay, you
So
have
it.
taken this thing. Fine, fine.
So see, in the used to happen is I used to feel very beginner, like I'm nowhere in this outside world. This outside world is so big. So see, whenever you start, even if you start when you are born, you would have this issue because people would be there above you in every situation. So it's best that you compensate and you start accepting that fact that yes, people would be above me. Okay, start accepting the fact happily. This is a world where there are different shades of people. Okay, start accepting this fact and just move forward. Okay, so how to build coding logic? So see, coding logic is not built over a day. There is no formula or there is no recipe to have it built in one night. Okay, so as you practice questions, as you do a lot of problem solving, you would be able to have
Abhinav, I think
good
you can. I think
logic.
Abhinav, you can do this question without using this thing, without declaring a prefix of n plus one size, no?
सेठ भैया
Yeah,
कितना
because
अच्छे से समझाते हैं. हाँ ठीक है,
but
चॉकलेट खिला देना आपको.
but what I was
चलिए.
thinking na, that we have to also take up I stage for zero, so that अगर हमारा prefix sum ही it is equal to the sum zero, so we can compare from that. So that's the logic which I was thinking, which I have explained to the viewers. Okay, so yeah, I just want that there is something where we are lacking now. It's like that I have taken from answer. Okay. If we are at I, so we are taking a prefix I.
Everyone is telling line number 22, Abhinav.
At line number 20, this one. No. But
Okay,
maybe
how many
this I have.
episodes will there be like this? As of now, it is not fixed. Okay, please हमें Amazon के लिए prepare करवा दो. Okay, so if you learn programming, I don't think you would need specific for Amazon. Okay, so the question easy लगता है but बाद में नहीं होता. कैसे prepare करें? See, when you would hear our explanation, yes, it would seem easy. So what you can do is you don't have this spoon fed thing. Okay, so when I started off, this happened with me also. So what? See, we are preparing the dish and we are just serving you and you're just eating it at the moment. So what you can do is in the live stream and all, use the live stream to improve over your thinking process. Okay, like what should be your intuition at what point of time. Do these all things. But as you progress forward, what you can do is, suppose you are not able to solve a question, see the explanation of the question and then try for 15 minutes more, and then for the next 15 minutes you are going blank. So if you are going blank for next 15 minutes, try to try to see the next part of it, like when he is explaining the test cases, then again 15 minutes, then when he is explaining the brute force approach, the next 15 minutes. So don't try to see the whole solution at once, try to see at each of them. So how much time will it become to become a professional coder or job ready? So to become a job ready, it entirely depends on your pace. So suppose a person wants to goes to a gym. Okay, so suppose he is very skinny, so he would require a lot of time. But a person who has good genetics, he would require less amount of time. So it entirely depends upon the
I think
things you
Abhinav,
are.
what you can do with this question is you can, I think, do it without even taking the prefix array. No, this I don't
Abhinav,
think there's any.
what you can do is you can just move forward. I think people already know the approach, so you can directly show up
No,
your
no, no.
submission.
That is what we have done. Na? That is what we have done. We have got our correct output now in the that thing. That is what I was just making wrong. I was not taking the map
Okay.
value, which is the index value. Yeah. So that is yeah, that is correct from my side. So yeah. So I hope that now this is question is clear to everyone. We can move forward now.
Yeah, we can move forward, I think. Okay,
Sure.
so instead of map and searching it, yeah, unordered map shouldn't be preferred. Okay, yes, this video would absolutely be available even after the live stream ends. So then stream, yeah, अब नींद आ रही है इतनी जल्दी नींद. So the said NQueen problem is the toughest. No, NQueen problem is not the toughest. You need to give it a lot of time. So see, whenever you saw a question and you're not able to solve a problem, then you just directly saw the whole solution. That won't be this thing that should be preferred. Okay. So what you should do is you should first invest a lot of time over the problem, build appetite, एक भूख बनाओ, then move forward with seeing the first part of it, then the next few parts of it, then the next few, and as you progress you will be doing that. How to maintain concentration? To maintain concentration, what I started off doing is that suppose in the first few times, like start with concentrating for the first 30 minutes, then try concentrating for the next 1 hour, then 1.5 hours, then you can just how to cooperate with toxic manager. Never had any toxic manager, so I can't tell you that. Okay, the managers in Geeks for Geeks are absolutely very helpful. The not telling this on a public platform because I'm working for them, but still, even after working for more than a year, I think they are the best. Okay, so yes,
Okay.
Abhinav,
And
you want to move forward?
one more thing I would like to remind the audience, like some people are suggesting you take burst balloon or you take some other problems. But one thing that I would like to remind them is that we are taking all these problems from the GFG SD sheet. So can you, okay, one second, I'll share the link of the SD sheet.
What Devyansh?
Just give me a
Stream
second.
upload होगी भाई, stream upload होगी. You can sleep peacefully. Okay.
Okay. So in the chat, we have uploaded the GFG SD sheet, so you can have a look at that. We are solving all the problems on arrays from the sheet only.
If your manager sees this, you are gone. I don't think he would be seeing a live stream, or it might be the case. Don't know. Don't know the scenario, man. Okay. So yeah, Abhinav, you can move forward if you want.
Yeah,
You want to move
yeah,
forward?
yeah, yeah. So now the next
Okay.
problem, guys, and this problem is something which is which I feel is a very amazing problem, and the way to solve this problem there are different ways,
The
but
problem
yeah,
page is not opened, Abhinav.
yeah. So this is the problem is which is minimum platforms. So it is also related to our real life scenario that we always go to a railway station and that is a thing happened. So that we are given with some trains, okay, we are given with some and trains, and we are given with the arrival and departure times of this train, okay, these trains, okay. what we have to know is that at a particular time there will be some number of trains present in the station. Okay, for example कि अगर कोई एक train that at 5 p.m. वहाँ पर at that particular station there are 5 trains. Okay, at 6 p.m. there are 3 trains. So we have to basically tell them, as the name suggests of this problem, minimum platforms that should be present in
Abhinav,
the station. Okay.
can you just uh, minimize the screen so that the problem is perfectly visible along with the test cases?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
now it seems
So
fine.
here you can see that if we talk about the test cases, okay. So you can see that there are n means the 6 trains are there, and for each train you are given with the arrival time and departure time. Okay. So let me just explain you this
Yes,
following
you
statement more clearly.
just quickly your mic. Yes, voice is echoing. You are on speaker, I think. Just
Okay. So what we are doing, guys? Let's say that there are 3 trains. Okay, 4 trains. Okay, we have 4 trains. Okay, and for the first train, for the train number 1, so its arrival time is something like it is arriving at 2. Let's take just 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's take not take PM or AM. Okay, for this understanding, and it is departing at 4. Okay, this is the first time. This is the first train. What it is doing. Departing means that till 4 it is at the station. After 4 it will not be there, because that is also very confusion people got. Okay. For train number 2, let's say that it is arriving at 1 and departing at 6. Okay. For let's say for train number 3, it is arriving at 3 and departing at 4. Okay. For train number 5, it is arriving at 4 and departing at 5. These are our 4 trains. Okay. So basically, you can see that trains are in an interval of 1 to 6. Means between 1 to 6 hours, these all the 4 train will arrive and depart from the station. If I have to ask you about the minimum number of platforms that should be present in the station, so that no train should wait. So how we can find that? So yeah, we know that bit. So let's write for every hour. Okay, let's write for every hour that at hour number 1, means at let's say 1 p.m., how many trains will be there in the platform? There will be only one train, which is T2, which will be present on the platform. You can see. At second hour, the train which will be in the platform is T1 and T2 both. Because at 2, T1 will arrive and T2 will be there, because it will be there for 1 to till 1 to 6. Okay. For time number 3, you can see that 1 will be there, T2 will also be there, and T3 will arrive. Okay. For 4, you can see that T1 will also be there, T2 will also be there, T3 will also be there, and T4, here is 4, T4 will arrive. Now you may ask, sir, because the departure time of T1 is 4 and T3 is 4, they should not be there. Its departure time is 4, means after 4 it will not be there. Till 4 it is there. It can be the cases, it can also be that at 4 it is not there. But here we are considering that at departure time it is there. After the departure time it is not there. Okay, fine. If we talk about the time 5, at 5 you can see T1 has been gone, it has departed at 4, and T3 has also departed. So only T2 and T4 is present. And at R6 only T2 is present. This is how the trains are basically in the platform. So can anyone tell me the minimum number of platforms should require in this station? Let's say this is a Kanpur Central, okay. So how many minimum platforms should be present there? How many minimum platforms should be present there? Anyone in the chat box?
include Dhanbad also. I'm from Dhanbad.
Okay.
Include
Yeah.
UP also. Yes.
So for for the next example, I will take Dhanbad. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's 4. It's 4. Great, great. Yeah. So how it is 4? Because at time 4, there are 4 trains which will be in the station. So there should be at least 4 platforms in the station, so that no train should wait. Okay. Great. Great, guys. Now it's something like that we have time, we have a time frame. So let's create a timeline. Okay, let's represent this thing in a timeline. Okay, because we are going to solve this problem using timeline. Okay, there are different ways, I know there are ways we can solve it. It is just something like merge interval problem. So there are ways we can solve this problem using binary search or any other way. So Siddharth, can you just tell me that how we can solve this problem in how any logic?
Mm, Actually, I'm just catering the comments as of now. You can ask Yash at the moment.
Sure, sure, sure.
Just I'm just catering the comments. Just ask Yash. Yash, can you please answer?
You are mute, yes. You are mute.
Abhinav, can you please repeat your question once again?
Yeah, so the question is that basically we have a station, okay, in which there are multiple trains which are arriving and departing at a time. Okay, so you can see that here I have given the four trains and their arrival and departure time. Okay, so it's like that we have to find a minimum number of platforms should be present in the station so that no train should kept waiting, getting.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. So this is something that I have created a map here that at time one there should be one train in the platform. At time two there should be two trains, then three trains and four trains. So basically there should be
So
at least four platforms.
okay.
Correct, correct.
So what we can do is in the brute force approach, we can first see if it is we are able. So we need to minimize the number of platforms. So what we can do is we can start off with one platform. So if this is feasible, we would say that yes, this is the answer. If this is not feasible, we would try to increase the number of platforms. So what I'm trying to say is, suppose we are going on a tuition after our 12th class. So we are a lot of students. So first the teacher wants to minimize the number of chairs used. So what he would do is he would first bring one chair and then he would ask that if this is okay or not. If this is not okay, he would bring one more chair. If this is not okay, he would bring one more chair. And he would keep adding chairs to the tuition so that everyone is seated. And by using this technique, he would have used the minimum number of chairs for the students. And we can use the same logic in this also. Like we can start off with one platform and then we can keep on adding one platform and keep checking if this is feasible or not. Can we move forward with that, Abhinav?
Yeah, yeah, great, great. But it is something of a brute force approach now. Means if we will just start from one, two, three like that, so it will be something of brute force approach. So,
Yeah, absolutely.
or we can say like a linear search approach. It's a linear approach. So we can do this
Uh,
similar thing for binary search too. Means in
Yeah.
a binary search approach. Yeah. But that will take n log n time because a log n will be taken by the binary search and n will be taken by inside the binary search loop. There will be we are checking that how many trains are basically possible. So exactly. So that is what we are doing. So we will also try to optimize the approach and we will try to solve it in O of n, let's say. So yeah, so for that, obviously we have to decrease the time complexity. There is some extra space which is needed, but we will try to decrease the time needed for to solve this problem. Okay, guys. So what we will do,
Okay.
guys, that yeah,
So, Abhinav, can you just suppose, let's start with respect to that. Suppose the minimum number of platform needed is four. Okay.
okay,
So, can you just quickly show a dry run that how binary search would be able to cope up with that? Like, how
sure,
would we use
sure.
binary search if the answer is four? Like, just take a 1 and 10. Just take a very small segment, range, and just you can explain that how about going from and taking the platform as four. You can just explain quickly how binary is because many
Okay, how?
people are there. Yeah, how suppose I would just tell. Okay, so don't, so you can just enumerate while I'm explaining. Okay, so
Sure,
suppose the required number of cheers is four. Okay, suppose I went to a science tuition and the required number of cheers is four. So what my tuition teacher did was he brought one chair. So I would just tell you as a whole, and then I would tell you how to use binary search over here. The idea is that instead of bringing chair one by one, he would try to bring more chairs. And this would be, we would be able to do that by how? So, Avina, can you have the range 1 and 10?
yeah, 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 yeah.
Just
I'm
write 1
getting.
and 10.
Yeah.
Just write 1 and
So
10.
yeah, yeah. So it's like one.
And 10. Just write 1 and 10.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So just what we can do is 1 and 10. So now suppose the we required number of chairs is 4. So initially what we would do is we would bring half the number of chairs. That is 1 plus 10 divided by 2. Doing the
Exactly.
integer division. So that is 5.5. But doing the integer division would make it 5. See, total number of chairs max is 10. So we can just divide it by 2 and we can have it as 5. Okay. Then we would see that if 5 is feasible or not. So if 5 is feasible, that means more than 5 is also feasible. So we would try to now go on this side, that 1 to 5 side. We would try to minimize this thing. सो ट्रांसलेटिंग द सेम इन हिंदी वुड बी, हम लोग क्या करेंगे ना, पहले 10 चेयर है तो हम लोग 5 चेयर ला के रख देंगे, फिर पूछेंगे 5 चेयर ओके है, तो इसका मतलब मुझे पता चल गया कि 5 से ज्यादा चेयर तो ओके रहेगा ही. अब हम लोग क्या करेंगे, 5 से ज्यादा चेयर को कम करने शुरू करेंगे. Now 5 divided by 2 is equals to 2. So now we would say if 2 is feasible or not. So 2 is not feasible because the required number of chairs is 4. And then we would say that the number of chairs required would lie around 2 to 5. Now 2 plus 5 divided by 2, that is 7 divided by 2 is 3.5, which is 3. So now we would say if 3 is feasible or not. In the same way, we would try to reduce the range, and at the end, the range would meet at a particular position, and that would be the minimum answer.
Exactly.
And this is how we would be using binary search. This
Yeah.
is the
For
this is the
example,
way, like how we
yeah.
are concluding to the solution at binary search. Now you would say that suppose we know that a brute force, then we directly told binary search. How this is? So see, whenever you are given a range and you need to find the first point where it is valid, or the last point where it is valid, or first non-valid position, or last non-valid position, if you are given this kind of thing, remember that you need to use binary search. Remember this. Or the most easiest example is when you are given a range and you need to check what is the first time where this is possible, or the last time where it is possible. So you can just use binary search over there. Am I correct, Abhinav?
Yeah, exactly. That is what we have to do.
Okay.
For example,
Abhinav,
in
sorry
this-
for interrupting you. You can move
no.
forward.
Obviously, you have explained it well. So yeah. So for example, this example also, you can see that there are 6 trains now. So what we can do that we can take the middle one, means we can. So obviously, more than 6 platforms are not required because there are only 6 trains. So first we will give 3 platforms to the station. That let's try for 3 platforms. Check करो भाई चलता है कि नहीं चलता है. आपका trains आ पा रही है कि नहीं आ पा रही है. Okay. So we will first try for 3 platforms. Then the station master will tell that Abhinav, in 3 platforms we are not able to manage because at time 4 there are 4 trains in our station. Getting? So मुझे लगा then कि okay, 3 platform is not which we can do. So we have to take something more than 3. So now we will take a range of from 3 to 6, and then the manage of that, the average of that will be 4. Okay. Then we will check for 4. Then the station will tell for 4 platforms we are able to manage. We are not getting more than 4 trains at a particular time. That means we are able to manage. This is how the things are going. Getting, guys? So this is how we can implement the binary search approach here. Okay. Now let me just great. Okay guys. So इस तरीके से हम लोग इसे कर सकते हैं. Fine. Now what we will do, I will take a slightly different approach to solve this problem. A slight different approach, okay? Because binary search is what everyone knows, and everyone basically that is the first thing which comes in your mind if you are basically having some experience in problem solving. Now what we will do, we will take a timeline. Okay, so let's take a timeline. Okay, so this timeline is something from 1 to 6.
Many people were having this query, so I had this.
Yeah, like I also have a bunch of different problems. Like Siddharth discussed prefix sum, now Abhinav is discussing some greedy kind of things. I'll also discuss some newer problems that are there in the GFG SDE sheet.
It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now what we'll do, we will create a timeline type of thing. Okay. So just like that, we will also have this thing in Google Calendar. Okay. That till 1 to 3 we have a meeting. Sometimes the meeting collapse. Then we think that which meeting we join. Exactly same thing. That from 2 to 4 we have a train. So we will create a path for this T1 train. Okay. Then for T2 you can see it is from 1 to 6. We will create from 1 to 6. For 3 it is from 3 to 4. We will create from 3 to 4. And for T4 is from 4 to 5. We will create from 4 to 5. This is how you can know. Now if I will just create a vertical line for each time, you can see that at 1 there is one train, at 2 there are 2 trains. At 3, there are 3 trains. At 4, there are 4 trains. Okay, this is just like 1, 2, 3, 4. At 5, there are 3 trains. And at 6, there are only 1 train. Getting? Up now, thing is how we can create the number line and what will be the range of this number line. So obviously, we have to map the timings. So timings are from 00 to 24. Okay, that is also given to us in the problem. So now if we again move towards the problem, you can see that the constants of time are something between 0 to 2359. So we will only take this thing. Okay, now guys, what we will do is, how we can find this thing. So what we will do now, that in start we will make our value of a whole timeline equal to 0. Okay, fine. Now what we are doing, let's focus on our trains. So you can see here the first train is arriving at 2 and is departing after 4, means still 4 it is there. So what I will do, I will increase the value from 2 to 4. So I will increase this value. Now from 2 to 4, it will be 1. Why 1? It has been just increased by 1. That one train is there. Now from 1 to 6, again I have to increase the value by 1. So now for 1 to 6, this 0 will become 1. This 1 will become 2. 2, 2, 1, 1. Getting? This is how we are going. Fine. Now the thing is that if we will do this type of thing, it will take a O of n square time complexity. Means for each train we have to again iterate to the timeline and then we have to again update the value. To avoid this thing, we will use a different technique. Let's see how. So currently the values of all the times are 0. Okay. Let's create a 7 and 8 also. Yeah, we will use that. Okay. Let me just tell you how. So what we are doing is, the first train is arriving at 2. So what we'll do, we'll increase the value at 2 by 1. That yeah, at 2, a train is arriving. Okay. Now, because this first train is departing basically at 5, not till 4 it is there. So I will decrease the value at 5 by 1. So now this 5 will become minus 1. Getting? Similarly, for this T2 also, we will increase the value of this 1 by 1. And for 6, we will decrease the value. It will be minus 1. For 3, we will increase the value. And for 4, we will decrease the value. Again for 4, we will increase the value. So for it was minus 1, now it will be 0. And for 5, we will again decrease the value. Getting? This is what we will get after making modifications on our timeline. Now, this is not telling us a number of trains present at a time. But now, if we will take the prefix sum of this particular array, let's take the prefix. Again, the prefix sum concept comes. Okay, so just focus it. Okay.
Prefix sum, as of now, you can directly use prefix sum. Okay, you don't need to explain that.
Yeah, exactly. So now, what we can do, we can take the prefix sum. It is 1, 2, 3, 3. Okay, so for the last train, it was again plus 1. So I am just, it was there. Let me just check. Yeah, it should be 0, fine. And then it will be 1, 2, 3, 3. It will be 1 and then 0. So, okay, so for this 6, I have basically not, even there was some mistake. Let me just again reconsider it. Okay. So it will be like that. The first train is coming at 2, and so it will be 1. The second is coming at 1, it will be 1. Then 3, 1. Then 4, 1. The time departing is minus 5. Then minus 7. Then minus 5, and then it's 5, so it's minus 6. Okay, great. Now let's take a prefix sum. So it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, minus 2, 2, 1 and 0. This is what the prefix sum is. Now you can see that this prefix array contains the number of trains present at a particular time. Okay, the number of trains that are present at a particular time. That let's say that at 4 a.m. or at 4 p.m. there are 4 trains in the station. This is how we can find. And after taking the maximum of this value, you will get your answer, which is 4. Getting, guys? So this is how basically we are doing. Okay, we are basically finding. Okay, great. Yeah, Bharat. Yeah, Bharat. You was right. You was right. It is what we are doing. Okay, great, guys. Great. So now let's implement the logic which we have discussed. Okay. So first, what we
Keep
will do.
asking your doubts. We would reply at the end of the question. We don't want to break the flow of Abhinav or whosoever the
Yeah,
person associated is. Yeah, Abhinav, move forward.
yeah, yeah. So it's like that we will take let's take a prefix or let's take a timeline type of thing. Okay. So that's the value of that timeline will be basically the size will be 2400. Okay. And its initial value will be 0 for all the indexes. Okay. Then we are first traversing to the arrival time. So for each arrival time, minimum. Okay. So for each arrival time, what we'll do, we will increase the value of our timeline ARRI by 1. Okay. And the similar thing we will do for the departure time also. But for departure, what we will do, we will decrease its value by 1, but for plus 1. Okay. So this is what is also given in the example test cases, I hope. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, here you can see. Okay, fine. Now what we can do, we can just iterate through this number line, which will be from starting from 0 and it will be end till 2400. Okay, I plus plus, and then in a, let's say, now answer, we will take answer is equal to maximum of answer comma the value at that particular index, and then we can just return the answer. So let's compile this. I hope that, okay, so here I've used prefix, my mistake, timeline. And also, guys, we have not find it a prefix, so we have also to find a prefix sum. Okay, here we are finding a prefix sum. So it's like that, we will take it from 1 and we'll go up to 1500, we'll go to a plus plus, then we will make it like timeline I plus is equal to timeline I minus 1, the basic prefix concept. Okay, and then we are doing it. Let's check now. Yeah, so for this test case we are getting the right answer. So now let's check if there is one any other test case, or yeah, so let's submit this. Okay, uh, it should be right. Great, great, great. So this is how we are basically solving this problem. Okay, guys. So now I hope this problem is clear to you all, guys.
Yeah, you can open up the page only and we would let you know.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you can just open up the page. People can just read your code while they are replying, and we would just tell you the. I would just tell you the feedback. Okay, just quickly tell me. We don't want to. Dog are more also frustrated with coding. Yeah, they are also frustrated with coding. Avinav flexing bug-free code. Yeah, absolutely. Who won't flex bug-free code? It's. I think it's much virtue than flexing muscles. But the previous question फिर से समझा दो. Okay, so previous question, what you can do is you can just explain once again. Avinav, can you quickly go through the question once again in short, and then you can move on to the next question.
For this problem,
Yeah, just quickly go through the problem again. Like what you
so
are
basically,
doing, like from the
yeah.
very beginning to the very end.
So what we are doing is, guys, that we are given with some trains. Okay, there are some n trains present, and for each train we are given with the arrival and departure time. Okay, so we are something. What we are doing is we are creating something like a timeline. Okay, and that timeline we are trying to map that trains, that when they are arriving and when they are at departure. Okay, so the time when the train is arriving, we are increasing the value over time. That, yeah, at that time a train has arrived. Okay, and when it is departing, we are decreasing the value. Fine. This is how the things are doing. What we have to find is, we have to find the minimum number of platforms that are needed in the station so that no train should wait. Okay. Now the thing is, guys, that how we can find a minimum number of platforms. So if we can know that, and in the station, what are the maximum trains, that should be present at time, इससे ज़्यादा ट्रेन नहीं हो सकती है. अगर अब मैं बोलता हूँ that in धनबाद कोई पूरे दिन में 10 से ज़्यादा ट्रेन नहीं आती है, more than 10 trains are not there, that means that if there are 10 stations at Dhanbad station, it is okay for that. Let's say in Kanpur there are at max 12 trains there, so there should be minimum of 12 platforms in Kanpur Central. Okay, this is how the things are going on. So the minimum number of platforms is basically equal to the maximum number of trains coming at that particular station. Okay. So this is what we are doing. First, we are increasing for arrival time, decreasing for the departure time. Then we are finding the prefix sum, that logic we have explained, that to know that at a particular time how many trains will be present in the station, and then finding the maximum of the trains will give us the minimum platform. That is what we are doing. We are finding the maximum trains. Okay, these are the things, guys. So
Okay, so I would just quickly sum up what Abhinav has told. What we are doing is we are kind of having a coordinate, okay? Like we have a number line kind of thing. And what we did was we had the arrival and the departure time fixed on it. At the end, okay, so back फिर से बताता एक समझो एक स्केल है, okay? एक कोऑर्डिनेट है, okay? एक लंबा सा कोऑर्डिनेट है, okay? वो समझ लो एक टाइमलाइन जैसा है. और एवरी एंड इन द इनिशियल पहले हम लोग सबको जीरो मान ले रहे हैं. ओके फिर हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं, सारे अराइवल और डिपार्चर टाइम को लिख दे रहे हैं. ओके लाइक सपोज मैं बताता हूँ, सपोज एक खाली सा लाइन है. ओके और एक खाली सा लाइन है और बहुत आदमी बहुत टाइम पे 5 बजे आ रहा है, कोई 7 बजे आ रहा है, कोई 8 बजे आ रहा है. ओके सो मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ ना, एट द एंड बोल रहा हूँ ठीक है, जिसको आना जाना करना करो. ओके जिसको आना जाना करना करो. दिन में सबसे ज्यादा जिस टाइम पे सबसे ज्यादा बंदे आएंगे वही मेरा मिनिमम टाइम हो जाएगा, क्योंकि उस टाइम उतना टाइम तो लगेगा ही लगेगा ना. लाइक सपोज एक गार्ड ने बताया कि भैया आज ना दोपहर को 5 बंदे आए थे. ओके एंड 5 बंदे रोज आएंगे. दिस मीन्स दैट सपोज 5 बंदे एट मैक्स आए थे, तो 5 बंदे एट मैक्स आए थे, इसका मतलब क्या है, वाई आर वी टेकिंग द मैक्सिमम. 5 बंदे एट मैक्स आने का मतलब है कि मिनिमम हमें 5 जन का जगह तो चाहिए ही चाहिए ना. समझो एक मूवी हॉल है, उस पर एट मैक्स 5 बंदे तो हमेशा आते हैं. तो अगर हम 5 बंदे का एवरेज निकाल लिए और हम लोग पता लगा लिए कि 5 बंदे रोज आएंगे ही आएंगे, तो 5 बंदे का मिनिमम स्पेस मुझे रखना ही रखना है. दैट इज व्हाई वी आर डूइंग दिस थिंग. ओके आई होप आई एम क्लियर विद दिस थिंग. ओके फेयर एनफ. चलो we can move forward. Okay, so Abhinav, let's start answering the question.
yeah, let's take AMA thing. Okay.
Yeah, let's start answering the questions. Dog are barking fastly in background noise. Why are dogs barking? Tell us.
I was just told them that, yeah, my live is going on, so that they should stop.
Yeah, so what I've observed is, Abhinav, I too have this. Like whenever I am doing a live stream, the pet dog at my house, and even the dog outside, they try with their full force and they start shouting. Like in the morning, we have people ringing the bell or something. In the night, we have dogs barking. So I definitely get frustrated at times.
The times when
Yeah,
when we have to be called.
yeah, when we need to cover the deadline. So kind of Ganga gang, yeah, kind of gang chat. अब समझ आ गया. चलो thank you बोलो. Quickly. Okay, we would do that, but we would need chocolate in return. इतना रात में चॉकलेट या कॉफी तो बनता है ना विनव.
Sure, यार.
इतना रात में चॉकलेट या कॉफी तो बनता है. कोई आके दे जाओ भाई. इतना जब लाइक कर रहे हो, देख रहे हो, कोई कॉफी भी देके जाओ. Okay, we need some career advice. Quickly ask what is the career advice you need. We won't be having any small breaks. Rather, what we would be doing is we would be having like sessions where we would be speaking like apart from the coding, like to have our minds relaxed. That yes, we won't talk about coding at the moment. We would talk about the other things which are necessary, equal as coding. Like you can just joke, you can just crack jokes, you can just lamely tell that this is you, this is that. You can start spamming. Wow, your Hindi is so good. Actually, I'm Bengali, means I'm a Bengali, but as I'm born and brought up in Jharkhand, so I'm good with Hindi too. So is done. So yes, back.
Yeah,
Okay.
waiting
So
for my
I'm in
turn as
Cab.
well.
Okay, you are waiting on my turn. 55 minutes left. Okay. So yeah, Abhinav, quickly reply this question.
Yeah, why we're taking the size of the vector 2400. So actually, Bharat, the thing is now that first the thing is the constant are given from 0 to 2400. That's the first thing. Also, we know that in a day there are 24 hours now. So if we basically take the minute thing of thing, so they are basically giving us as a time in hour and minute format, which is from 00 to 2400. Getting, so the constant of the question is also 2400 only. Okay. So if I will just share my screen, I will also tell you that thing. Uh, you can see here in the problem also it is saying that the constants are from basically here. Okay. So that is the thing why we are doing this. Okay. We can just focus on the constant whenever we have to take the timeline. Fine.
Okay, so now what should we? So what should we do? Like I'm not getting that much good in DSA. Yeah, Yash, you would like to answer?
Like the basic thing is if you can do CP, then that's really great. Otherwise, if you think that you do not have much time for doing CP, then solving problems like random problems every day, like problem of the day initiative that we have at Geeks for Geeks. So you can try to expose yourself to a lot of random problems each day. So for that, maybe you can go for problem of the day on Geeks for Geeks. Like every day, a random problem will be bombarded towards you, based on some different topic, based on some different topic, and based on some different companies. So you can try that out. That will lighten your mood, and that will help you in generating a sense of randomness. Like whenever someone gives you any random question, then you will not feel stuck.
Okay,
This is one
so
basic
Abhinav,
suggestion.
what up?
Yeah.
Can you answer this?
Yeah, in interview we're stuck in a situation when we can't explain to interviewer how to explain it. First, don't let him know that you don't know that problem. Okay, that's the first thing. Don't let him know that you are stuck. Okay, just try to be confident at that time also. Okay, means if you will just let him know that yeah, oh sir, I'm not getting, though it will be a very bad impression. First, being it like that, yeah, you are thinking, you are making approaches to the problem, you are making progress in the problem. Moreover, you know that you are not getting the problem, but then also because then what happened that the interviewer will think that yeah you are getting, then he may give you a hint that yeah he is getting something, let's give a hint, he will make a progress. So first don't let कि यार मुझे आ नहीं रहा है, फिर वो अगला क्वेश्चन पूछ लेगा, उससे वो स्किप कर देगा. But what you do, just try to say that yeah I am getting, but taking time to understand. Okay, that's the thing.
Okay, so now what I would like to say you is that see, the interviewer or the company don't expect you to know everything. But if they see the spark in you, what spark? Like see, suppose if they see the instant that you are trying your level best to solve that question, even if you are not able to do that, okay, it shows your qualities. Okay, it portrays what kind of person you are. It portrays what would you do after you get this job, what was your workspace like. So try to showcase that skill. Okay, don't just give up that yes I'm not able to say, can you move forward? Don't try to do that. Or don't try to drag it too much also, like the interviewer is telling that see most of them are experienced people. Okay, so they are having their own work too, so don't just drag it too much also. Don't just drag it too much also, like no sir I can do this, no sir I can do this. If he is telling that we should move forward, you can move forward. Okay.
And if you will be stuck, so you'll also be given the hints by the interviewer, so you don't need to worry about that. And apart from this, they are not there to reject you. So if they see the fighting spirit in you, they will guide you with the right questions, and maybe through that you can solve that question.
Okay, so Abhinav and all, everyone quickly drop your LinkedIn URL, just quickly, everyone.
Yeah, you can just search for my name.
Mine is
I will send
done.
it to you.
Dog, here we go again. Yeah, everyone is there in Abhinav's house. Okay. So, sir, okay. So, I'm in insurance domain. Is it good? Don't have any. When did you guys start coding? Yes, when you started coding.
Second semester,
Okay.
like
Abhinav, when was
2019,
the
like
first time?
2020 starting.
If we talk
Okay.
about if I talk about CP that I started in second semester, but if we talk about coding that I'm doing from class 10 because I have Java in my college school. So that is
Okay.
what.
Yeah, I too had Java. I too had Java, but didn't code it that much. उस time क्या ही value था sorting and all का. So what I had was कि
All
I
three of us are
coded.
from ICSC board.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so. You are
I
also from ICC board, Yash?
yeah.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay. Okay, fair enough. Is the interviewer friendly? Most of the times he is friendly unless he is frustrated with his personal problems. Like यश के जैसा breakup हो गया या something else. Okay. So is dynamic programming really important for interviews? Uh, Abhinav, you recently interned with Geeks for Geeks. What do you think?
Yeah, for this type of interviews, like for TSA based interviews, competitive programming basically helps a lot. It's like, you know, that when you are giving a competitive programming contest, it's similar to when you will give a coding contest, a coding round for a company. So आपको पता नहीं चलेगा कि आपने एक सीपी कॉन्टेस्ट दिया फिर आपने कोडिंग राउंड दिया. It will be a good flow. So it helps. It's not compulsory, but it's help a lot.
So, by
I
the
think
way,
the
I'm stuck in questions like 1 to 3 hours, like stubborn guy. What should you do? If you're stuck in question for 1 to 3 hours, that means you are not revealing the editorial. If you're not revealing the editorial, then there are two factors that can exist. The first factor is that you are wasting your time. Why? Because you don't have an idea. Like suppose you are out of your ideas and you are just roaming here and there, thinking about this, thinking about that, thinking कि कैसे क्या होगा, किसके साथ बात होगा, कल कौन पटेगी कि नहीं. Okay, so like these on scenarios, if this is the scenario, then you're wasting time and you should stop wasting your time. But if you're having an idea and you're wasting on times on debugging, if you're wasting on times on thinking in a particular direction, then trust me, this is the best thing or the best quality you have acquired up till now. Trust me. So, and E students will ask, Infosys के, okay, ओके सो कॉलेज में ज़्यादा कोडिंग आता है या जॉब के बाद और अच्छा सीख जाता है एक्चुअली कोडिंग इज नेवर एंडिंग आई थिंक व्हाट से यश like you
like
we IT people tend to learn at every day na?
like the thing is that like once you get into the habit, so it's very like it's really good solving problems randomly. And like the debugging skills that you learn from here, the fighting spirit that you have here, that is what you will be implementing in the SD role. Like debugging, googling, and trying to
Yeah,
fix an error for 6 hours and then getting a flash in the morning that okay, this can be solved this way, things like that. So
yeah.
definitely
And
Okay,
meeting a deadline in the last night, the last 2 hours, meeting your deadline, completing your task, that will just help you a lot.
okay, so will electrical students will be asked 3 questions in interviews. So if you are sitting, so what do you think, Abhinav?
It's not about branch sign. Means it's not about that electrical should be arc trees. It's basically you are selecting from a single role, right? It's HD role. They will not differentiate कि आप electrical से तो आप थोड़ा easy पूछा जाए. Okay. So it's like
Yeah,
that can
that.
that
happen
is the
maybe in
scenario.
college,
See,
but
see if you are if you are standing up and you are going to jump in the IT sector, don't think that you would be rewarded on the basis of your non coding background. The interviewer won't be lenient on this. Okay, so if you're sitting for the IT sector, if you're sitting for a SDE role, he would be asking you the question. You won't be asked hard questions or easy questions. You would be asked the same level of question that is being asked to others. I hope everyone understands. Okay. While Googling is not allowed in interviews and more focused at the approach. Yeah, more focused is a approach, and they also hunt for other qualities too. Like, see, they also see how are you able to explain or not, because explanation is also required in software engineering roles. If you're not able to explain, how would you explain to your manager what are you trying to do? These are people's your hard work, your stubbornness. These are things. Okay, so I think we can move forward. They are the repetitive questions. What say, Yash?
Yes, we can move forward now. And also, some person was saying why Googling is not allowed. But basically, if they are asking straightforward DSA questions, then if they will allow Google, then Googling, then you will get the answer directly. But that is actually not true, because since the past 1.5 years, what I've seen is companies have also started you giving the take home assignments they are giving these days, right? So maybe you have to build on top of some API or something, like companies like Udan, and there are many others also. So they give you the take home assignment. For that, googling and everything is allowed. So, and in fact, in some interviews, when when it's the development based interviews, then they allow you to do googling and stuff. So it's not that it's completely denied, but for DSA I don't think there's any googling required.
So
Yeah,
people
so
are thinking.
Zahir Khan
So
was
trade
my
though.
part of my
So,
he was a part of my CP36 batch that I just
so
recently
treat
finished.
though. Treat though. You should be giving a treat.
Right.
Okay, fair
Like
enough. Let's move forward, Abhinav. You ready?
Yeah, sure, sure. I'm ready with the next problem. So let me share the screen.
Okay, Aditya, you are referring to which sir? There are three sir sitting here. Okay, idea. You can take the lead.
Yeah. So this is the next problem. The problem is like that we are given with a list of non-negative integers, okay, and we have to arrange them in a manner that they form our largest number possible. Okay, so the result is going to be very large, so we have to return it in a form of string only, because the inputs are basically in the form of string, and we have to combine them. So obviously that we cannot store it in a number or a long data type, and it's just that data type. So we have to return
can
that
you
in a string only.
Abhinav, can you give us an example on this? Like you are saying
Yeah,
that we have to return the answer in string, but can you give us some brief idea about it? Like why is that so?
sure, sure, sure. So the thing is, Naga, is that you can see that for each array element, okay, its range is from 0 to 10 to the power 80. Okay, so this is something like that you will have 19 digits, at max 19 digits in your, it is like that you will have 10 to the power 18 range of each number, and you will have at max 10 to the power 5 such numbers. It's like 10 to the power 5. So if you will just, it's not add or multiply, you are combining those digits. So you are combining these 18 digits how many times? 10 to the power 5 times. Now just think of that you will have this much of large number. Can we store it in
Okay,
any
so
data type?
for this, I wanted to ask the audience. Audience, can you tell me? Can you tell us what's the highest and what's the largest number of digits that you can have in a long data type or something? You can just comment down below. Abhinav, you can tell us after a minute. Like audience can quickly comment down that, right? How many digits can you have in the long? Has anyone seen that digit long, like maximum long, like long max? It's it's close to 10 to the power 18, no? Something close to that. Correct. So basically, that's very less number of digits.
Exactly. It's at max it will be something like 10 or 12 digits, I think.
No. I think 18 or 20
18,
digits.
yeah,
I don't
it's long,
correctly
long, yeah,
recall.
yeah, it's long, yeah, exactly. So for long it will be less, but for long, but it cannot be like this much. It's like 10 to the power 15 digits. It's like 10 to the power 15 digits. So that is what we cannot store in any of the data type. So for that, what we will do key, uh, something like string, or we have to string store it in a string data type, right? So this is what
Correct,
we will
correct.
do.
So basically, there's no there's other than like maybe we can use big integer, but here they are saying that you have to return it in form of a string because there's no internal like data type that can store this large of a number. Okay, so Abhinav,
Right.
what are you thinking? Like, how are you planning to do this problem?
So yeah, I was thinking that we have to combine this string, and what if we just without combining, we will just sort this string in such a way that if we will just concate the whole array, we will get the desired output. You're getting or not? So it's like
Okay,
na, that
so
we want our number to be maximum. So the first digit
correct,
should be the greater digit. Now you can see here the 9 is present first because we want it to be maximum. Getting?
correct, correct.
Yeah.
So will you sort it in descending order or something and then add it up?
Uh, yeah. So I just I was just wondering if I can do that thing, but I just I have just got in a mind. Ask a corner case which will give me a wrong answer if I will solve in descending order. Let's take a
Okay, so
case which
can
is
anyone
given
in
to us.
the comments? Okay, just let's wait for the
So
audience now. Let's.
first take a normal case. Okay, first take a normal case. Let's say the
Okay,
case is 1, 5,
audience can
6.
write a clear in the chat if they are clear with this concept. That maybe initially what we are thinking of is that we are thinking that maybe if like the numbers are given to us one by one, so maybe we can use them in descending order, and then maybe we can make a larger number out of
Okay,
that, right?
yeah,
Maybe we are thinking of this thing like if we are given 1, 5, 6, and 9, so we can sort it in descending order, and then we can add the digits. So 9, 6, 5, and 1 will be the digit, correct? Everyone can write a yes and a plus one for that, correct?
exactly.
Okay, that is
Okay.
what we are
So
thinking of.
can I just disturb you both for a minute?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so fair enough. So I'm just floating this. So this is the link for the form for resume review at the end, which would be from 3 to 4 a.m. Okay, so if you want to review your resume, please submit your resume to this form, and we would review it from 3 to 4 a.m. itself. Okay, so yes, submit it, and we at the back end, I would be catering this. Yeah, Abhinav, sorry for disturbing. You can move forward.
Sure. Yeah, yes. So I think that audience has told us some corner cases or not. The corner cases where this will fail, where this thing will fail.
Anyone can tell edge cases where this approach might fail. If the digits are from 1 to 9, we can do this thing. Okay.
No, Aviral, that are two different strings, na 30 and 20. So we cannot change, we have to concate them. We cannot change the digits of the 30, 20. We have to
Correct.
then as same, yeah.
Sleeping
Can
plants are
anyone
after
else?
4.
And maybe I have to record some videos after 4.
Don't do that, bhai. Today, don't do that.
Yeah. So yeah, anyone, guys, please just tell me. But please just tell something where this approach will lack. There is just something a
See,
point.
don't see. If you are a backbencher in your college, that's absolutely fine. But
Okay,
if you want
so
to crack a
someone has
really good job,
Chetan is saying 39, 5,
Exactly.
and 3.
Yeah, this is what
Okay.
I think that this will be good because if we will concate 30 and 3, na 9 should be
Abhinav, can
first.
you tell us on the board?
Yeah,
That will be
sure.
much.
It's like 3953 now. So what we can do now that you can see that it's like 30 and we have 9, we have 5, we have 3. So this is in increasing order, I think decreasing order. So if you will just concate, the string will be something like 30, 4, 5, 3. Okay, but if we will do it something like this.
Basically 4 should have been there. Yeah, 5 should be there, right? 5, 4, 3.
Exactly. Because 5 is the greater number, na? So this is something
Correct.
which we have to do. So it's like na guys, that what we okay, let's take here it is. I've taken 4 now. Maybe it's 9. So what we are doing now, that we are concatenating. But while concatenating the strings, we have a condition that the final string should be greater. Means the thing is, we can concate this 30 and 4 in this way also. 304. Okay, and we can also do it like 430, but we have to
Correct.
focus which one is more preferable, which is 430. So
Correct.
for that we can have some conditions in our sorting or something like that. Yes, what do you think?
So are you planning to do a customized sorting in that fashion, if I'm not wrong,
Yeah,
or
I'm
something?
just planning for that only. Yeah, I'm just planning for that only.
So how many of you know that see there's a sorting that you can do in ascending order. You can do a sorting in descending order also by writing some condition greater int or something in other languages also. But how do you do you guys know what is customized sorting, custom sort function? Do you know how to write customized sorting as per your requirements? Let's say if I give you a class or something in which you have students roll number, name, age, everything. So in that case, if you want to sort it according to the roll number, then you will use a customized sorting, correct, Abhinav?
Exactly.
So Abhinav,
Or
can you
let's say if
quickly
I
teach them about custom comparators? Like how would we use comparators? Like can you quickly
uh,
teach them from the very
Yeah,
scratch?
let's take a very basic example of comparators. Now that when we have to sort pairs in a array, in a vector,
Yeah.
and for example that we have a vector pair, okay. So vector pair is something like that we have two values, let's say integer comma integer, okay, and we have to sort on the basis of this
can
second,
you give us
this
an
is the
example?
value.
Can you, let's
Yeah,
say you write it as case. Let's say you write something like 1 3. Okay. Uh,
yeah.
okay, that's fine.
Let's
Now
take it.
let's say you write okay.
Okay, let's say this is the case. Okay, so if this is a vector, let's say this is a vector pair named v. Okay, so if we will, I will just write sort. Okay, v dot
Basically,
begin.
this is a list of pairs. Okay.
Yeah, this is a list of pair, and v dot end.
But Abhinav, for the Java people, it will not be fine. Like you can just tell the approach, right? It will not
Yeah.
be
Okay.
like it will not do the justice for Java people. They might get confused. So you can just tell them that okay, you will be sorting, right?
Yeah.
Because
So
in C++
what we will do
it
now,
will work directly, but
that
Java.
we will have a boolean function in sort in we basically take a comparator function in the custom comparator that will is basically of a boolean data type. Okay, so what do? We create, let's say, create a second compare, because we are comparing a second element of this pair. Okay, what we'll do, we'll take two pairs. Okay, let's take this is a pair. I'm just writing in a sort way A, and similarly we have a pair B. Okay, now what we'll do, we want to sort these pairs, this vector pair, according to the second value. Okay, what I will do, and I want that it should be let's say in a decreasing order. So I will write that if a dot second, or I think that in Java also we have something like this, is greater than.
You don't have this thing, but you can use class for this, right?
Yeah.
For the Java people who knows this thing, they can write a yes. In C++, you directly have a pair in which you can have a first part and the second part stored, but in Java, you have to explicitly declare a class for that, right? So all of you can write a yes. That's very basic. Uh,
Yeah,
and when you
exactly.
want to access the elements, so you can use dot second and stuff like that. That's exactly the same.
So this custom comparator is basically comparing the two pairs, okay, and it's not just the two pairs; it's the second value of the two pairs, okay, the second value, and if it is greater, so we are returning one that yeah, this is what we want. We want that it should be in decreasing order. Otherwise, it will return false or zero. That means now that will not. Okay. This is how the comparator function works. Similarly, here also, in place of this pair, we will use strings. So we will take two strings, we will try to concate them, and then we will check which concation is good for us, is preferable for us, and then we will take that case. Okay.
Okay,
That
so
is what.
you are saying that when you will get four, let's say one, or like every time you will be like you will be getting 4 and 30. So you will try to have the sequence or the ordering in such a fashion, like whenever we do sorting and stuff, so we always compare two elements at a time, right? Two strings at a time. So you're
Exactly,
saying that if you
exactly,
get 40 and 30, so you're saying that first time you will try to make 304, and then you will also try to make 403, and whichever gives us a better answer, that you will try to have. Am I correct?
exactly. Great, yeah, great. So it's like 30
So
and
what
4, no?
Abhinav is saying that Abhinav is saying that if you have 30 and 4, so like see, agree, everyone can write agree in the chat. Abhinav is trying to say that at every point of time you will have two strings, correct? Whenever you are doing any sorting, so you compare two elements at a time, right? So he's saying that when you will have 30 and 40, so first of all you try to make the first part that like first there can be two choices that you can make. Either you can after 30 you can add 4 to it, you can concatenate 4 with 30, so that will be 304. Other than this, what you can do is you can do 430 as well, right? If you put 4 forward. So in that case, he's saying that he will choose the maximum of the two, right? So his sorting approach will depend on which answer he's getting larger. If by putting 4 at the right side he's getting a greater answer, so in that case he'll sort it according to that fashion, right? So I hope that this much part is clear to everyone. If you're clear, you can give us a +1. You can hit the like button as well, guys, and you can just
Okay,
like
so
you can see Siddharth. Yeah.
okay, so yes, so what I would be doing is, can Avinav, can I take over your screen and I would just give you give them a hack and then I would move forward.
Sure.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks a lot, Abhinav. So my idea is such that we can have a hack to use this comparator thing. Okay, so let's see what is the hack basically. Okay, so what we need to do is sort where here n is equals to the value 3, and then we simply say that sort is equals to a comma of a comma a plus n itself. And then what we do is we would have auto e dash a, and then we would have c out e with a spacing in between. Let's see this. So the default sorting is sorting. So I would just delete this, although yeah. So I will just run this again. So see, the default sorting is sorting in the 1 to 3, like from the smallest to the largest. Now I want the reverse of it. Now there are two ways I can do that. Either use the greater int, but what I can use more is I would have bull CMP, the same thing as Avinav told, but I can give you a hack to it. Like see, we have element A and element B. How to write this? I always got confused. So this is telling us that in what situation you want A to be kept before B. In what situation? So I would simply say that instead of having those if statement all, I can simply say that I would write return, and I would say that I want A to be kept before B if A is greater than B. Earlier it was A is less than B, so I want A to be kept before B if A is less than B. Let's do the same thing. And we would pass in here like CMP. Okay, and we would pass in here. Let's see this. We still have
This
A,
again sorts
but
in ascending order.
yeah,
Correct. Yeah, this again sorts in ascending order because you want the smaller guy to
fascinating.
be before, right? So
Yeah.
if A
So
is lesser than B, then it will return a true. It will indicate that A should be placed
yeah.
before B.
So instead of this if statement, suppose you want the previous element to be larger than the current element, what you can do is you can just have this. And instead of writing those if statement and all, you can directly concatenate with this, and you can make it more intuitive by remembering this, that in what scenario you want the first parameter to be before the second parameter after the sorting thing. प्लीज रिमेंबर, मतलब ऐसे लिखो कि किस कंडीशन में पहला वाला पैरामीटर दूसरे पैरामीटर्स के पहले होगा, बस वही कंडीशन डायरेक्ट रिटर्न स्टेटमेंट में लिख दो and it would be done. We don't need to write if statement and all. It would save you time, as well as if you are good with this, you would be able to do this with less time. Okay, yeah, Abhinav,
Exactly.
I
It's a
disturbed
great
you.
hack. No. It's great. It's great that you explained this. So yeah,
And this
surely
works
we
in
will.
Java as well as C++.
Yeah,
Yeah, docs
exactly.
were telling that let us explain this. Yeah, Abhinav, we can move forward.
Okay. So now I think that this computer is clear. So let's now quickly code this problem. Okay. So for code, what I will do now that I will first. So before making that comparator, also we have to sort now. So I will just write a sorting. So we have this array of strings. Okay. So I will just write sort arr.begin and arr.end. Okay, and then let's take a function like my compare. Okay, uh, this is what I take basically. Okay, so after taking that function, what we will do that we have to also create this function. Okay, so for creating the function, let's take it here. So this function is basically something 0, 1 and 2 false type of function. So let's take a function which is of boolean type. Okay, and as a name we have given it my compare. Okay, and that will obviously have a two values. That is the because we have to compare two values. So let's take a value a, string
So
a,
basically string A, yeah.
yeah, string a,
And if it was
and
integers, then it would have been int A and int B. But here it is string, so it will be string A and string B.
it's equal to the whatever is the data type of a vector. That is what we will take. If there was vector is pair, we will take pair or anything like that. Okay. Now what you do is that we have to concate that string in two ways. So the first way is let's take the first way
So
is
what's the
AB.
name of this problem in GFG, Abhinav? Can you tell us again? I think it's
It's largest number found
yeah.
by an array. I'm just setting the link. No problem, guys. I'm setting the link.
Yeah,
Can you just
Abhinav, please share
paste
the
the
link
name?
in the chat.
Yeah. So you guys can try.
And again, we are reminding you guys that these problems, maybe these might seem to be a little bit unseen, maybe 2 some, 3 some, 4 some, all these problems are very generic for you now, but all these problems that we are telling, these are taken from the GFG SD sheet array section. So that's why we are doing this stream, to make you aware that okay, there are this sheet also exists, GFG SD sheet. You can try it out, right? You can just search GFG SD sheet on Google and you'll get the problems for the array section and
Exactly.
every other section as well. Yeah, right. Abhinav, you can go ahead.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
So here we have basically concatenated this thing in two ways. First, I have appended B after A and then A after B. So there are two different strings which we have, and we will have one out of these two strings. So now, as Siddharth said, we will not make any if else step. We will simply return A B is greater than
Just
B.
one more question out of curiosity, like just me being one of the audiences. So I'm asking that Abhinav, like we could have written A plus B as well, right? Instead of the append function as well. What do you think? Like you are doing string AB is equal to A dot append B. We could have written A plus B as well.
Yeah, sure,
Like,
sure, sure. We can even A plus
yeah.
B.
Okay.
That's surely okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Great. Also, guys. Okay, just because I have just this problem arises. One more off topic from off to this problem. If I have written, let's say I have to add B to A. There are two ways. Either I will write A is equal to A plus B. Okay. Or I will
Okay.
write A plus is equal to B. So yeah, yes. So can you please tell which one is better?
The second one is better, obviously, because otherwise you will create a copy and that will take a lot of time. And on Code Forces platforms, you can get the first one will give you error, and I have faced it several times. I think so.
I also faced it. I've also faced it. That is why just
So if you
just
do A
like
is equal to A plus B, then it I think it creates a copy of A or something like that happens. I'm not sure. I had read this proof
yeah,
somewhere on Stack Overflow or some other website. So
yeah.
basically, the
I've
second one
also
is
written
better.
a Code Forces blog on that, and a LinkedIn article too, that how these things are basically doing. So it's like that. The first is basically making a copy of A. So that's why it's quite slow. And in basically CP thing or DSA, it's very important. Okay. So
So when
great,
it makes a
guys.
copy, so it will take order of n time. That's nothing but the length of the string A, I think, right?
Yeah, yeah. Okay. So now I think that this is okay now. So now what we can do now? Now, guys, one more thing. Now this is a trick how we can optimize the memory. Thing is, guys, that here we have to return the string. Okay. Because we have to return the string here, obviously we have to first create a string, then we have to return. For example, here we have to just print the string. So for printing, there was no need to create a string. We have to just print. We have to just iterate to the array and we have to just print the elements each by each. Okay.
So
So this
basically,
is
you'll
how.
be declaring a string answer and you'll be adding it one by one to the
Yeah.
answer
So
string.
that is what we will do now. So it's like string answer is equal to first it will be a blank string, then we will just start from I is equal to 0. And okay, so that
And
is not good.
also one more thing in Java, the strings are like Abhinav. You can continue. Also, one more things in Java, whenever you have to do some addition and stuff like that, like some stuff based on additions in strings, so you use the string builder, not the strings, because in strings, in Java, the strings are immutable. So if you do that, so it takes order of n time to again build the string. But in C++, this works fine. These things work fine.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay, so there is something error which has been okay. So I think that
You can, I think you can do array.size, that like array.size in this thing.
yeah, that is sorry. That is what we do in Java. Actually, I'm just confused about that.
Mhm.
In Java, it's array dot length. Yeah, and this is something like that we when we use a non-static function. So I think that we have to take a static function. Here. Right?
Maybe you can do that. I think it will work now.
Yeah, it will work now. Yeah, so we
Seems
are
to work
getting
on
the
the
right
samples.
answer for that. Yeah.
Can you
Yeah.
custom test it, Abhinav, on the sample that was suggested by someone in the audience? There's a custom input
Yeah, sure,
option.
sure,
No, you
sure,
can see.
sure, sure. Yeah. So it was like I think
First of
what I
all,
remember
yeah.
is 95, 4, and 3. This was the thing. Na? It was 4, 4. Let's check, yeah. Okay.
Are you sure, Abhinav, this was the case, or is another case?
I think this was one.
But in this case, if you do it, so it will be okay. Maybe you can go for something like
Okay, I have again done the okay. So for custom,
you can take a better case. Audience can suggest something better. I
yeah,
don't remember that case. Like that was a very beautiful test edge case that was considered by someone. But let's think of it like
yeah.
what it will be like 30. If you take what be
Also,
like the case.
I'm just wondering how I can run the custom input.
No, you have like 1 second. I'll just go through it. Okay. Yeah, 39, 5, and 3. Yeah, that was the so yeah, now it will work
Exactly. Yeah,
fine.
my memory is 39, 5, and 3. Na? It's okay. So I'm just
Yeah.
very how can run this custom input?
You can just click on the compile option that will run.
No, but it is just compiling the compilation result actually. No, that's the problem. That
No,
I
no,
just
it will work. It does not work. It should have
no,
worked. Uh,
no, I think it has not been a case.
you need to click on compile and run nothing else.
Yeah, but that is not working. No? This is a new UI. I don't.
Okay, maybe there is some issue, but you can try to submit it. Let's see if it works on the cases or not, or if
Yeah,
it gives
sure.
any errors. But you
Sure.
can see, right? This problem seemed to be very interesting. It maybe some people thought, okay, again,
Okay,
array dot
sorry.
length
I
problem.
have yeah. That was I've not even. It was just Control Z. Hmm? Okay, I've made Control
Static.
Z by mistake. Yeah, sorry for that, guys. Yeah, we have
Okay,
got.
let's see what we get. AC
Yeah,
in the
exactly.
very first Bobo AC, correct.
Yeah, yeah.
Great.
So yeah, guys.
We still
So
have 18 minutes. So, Abhinav, you have any like okay. So, first of all, Abhinav, you can just tell us a like quick summary of this problem.
yeah, exactly.
And is was it
So
asked in any companies? Can you show us any company tags if
yeah,
it
yeah,
was
yeah.
asked in any
Sure,
company?
sure, sure. It was asked in
Okay, so it was
Amazon,
asked.
Make My Trip, Microsoft, Paytm, Zoho, and many countries, companies, and it's
So
like something.
and you can also like you can also read below like in which interview it was asked. So if you will Abhinav, if you will click on interview experience, like just below that, right? So there you will see that in these all these interviews it was asked, right? So it was asked as one of the problems of the interviews, right? And it might seem to be a very basic problem, but actually it's a good problem, and the interview will check your basics because custom sorting is being checked, correct, Abhinav? Which we take for
Yeah,
granted. Most
exactly.
of the times we take the sort function for granted.
Exactly. That sort of is something which is inbuilt. We don't have to just focus on that more. But yeah, as we have
And maybe I'm not sure. Maybe this can be a div one div 2a. This can be or div 3b. It can be a problem like that also.
yeah, it
Maybe
could be
maybe
diff to B. It can be diff to B, I think, not A. It's quite tough according to A, I think. So Or
Okay.
maybe it can be A also. Yeah, it can be also. Means they are
If there are
something.
just 5 problems, then
Yeah, then it's surely it will be A. Yeah. Otherwise, it will be something. If we talk about level, it's something of 900 or 1000 level. I think so.
yeah,
Yeah.
correct. But you can understand, right? All these problems, maybe we tend to solve a lot of standard problems. When I say standard problems, I mean we see Sudoku problem, we see a lot of problems like three sum, and a lot of like train problem, maybe various problems that are there, right? We when we think of DSA, we think of a lot of standard problems, but all these problems are also quite necessary. And I believe that when I see this kind of problem, what my thought process is, I think that maybe this is a CP kind of, more oriented towards CP and thought process and greedy process. Whenever I see
Exactly.
sorting and greedy, it reminds me of code forces kind of stuff, CP kind of stuff, right? Okay.
Exactly. And
And
maybe
also one more
if
thing,
you are doing CP,
Abhinav will be giving the ICPC contest tomorrow, I think, correct, Abhinav?
na? Yeah.
So all of you can wish him all the best, right? Before everyone goes, like, all of you can wish him
Thank you
all the best,
guys.
right?
Yeah.
All of you can
So
wish him best of luck, na?
and
Maybe
also
you can flood his LinkedIn DM as well with best of luck if you want. He will not mind it. He will reply it on Monday, not today.
maybe I will. I mean, I have currently some 20-25 DMs in my LinkedIn, and I have not replied to that. I have to reply to all that also. That's something. Okay.
A lot of
So,
sponsorships are also pending.
and I'm not joking, but it is. So, okay, guys, fine. So, yes, so let's take
Okay,
a
so
small review of this problem again. So we are basically making a custom compare, custom sorting comparator. Okay, where what we are doing is कि we are basically comparing with the two values, and it's like कि हम लोग check कर रहे हैं कि अगर दो string को किस तरीके से add किया जाए कि आपका जो maximum output मिले, जो final string मिले, वो maximum मिले. Okay, so this is what we are doing. Okay, तो इसको करने के लिए बेसिकली हम लोग और तरीके से कर सकते थे, बट दैट विल बी और मोर कॉस्टली और and more costly approach. So the complexity will be more. But here we are doing this using the my compare function. Thing is that whenever you will use the inbuilt function, which are given to us from inbuilt from C++ compiler C++ language only, obviously that functions are fast. Okay. So if we focus on the sort function now, if I will just write a normal sorting algorithm here instead of the sort function, the normal binary search or static sort algorithm for the sorting a string, so that will take a very great more time compressed basically from the sort, and it will be basically slow from the sort function. So that's the reason why we basically use the inbuilt function, because they are inbuilt. Obviously अगर कोई बंदा आपको पहले से कोई चीज दे रहा है inbuilt करके, that is okay. For example, if we take laptop, if we take cars, if we take phones, जो inbuilt चीजें होती हैं ज़्यादा अच्छी होती हैं. अगर हम लोग कुछ चेंज कराते हैं, for example battery or something, और स्क्रीन चेंज कराते हैं, तो वो इतनी अच्छी नहीं होती है. Just like C++ में
correct.
हमें कुछ inbuilt चीजें दे रखी हैं, we can use that. Okay, this is how we are doing things, guys. And exactly as Jasne bola, that this type of question seems to be very basic, seems to be very not important, but they are actually important. They are basically asked in interviews and the stuff. Okay,
and
so
and never take these problems for granted. Like when you see this, you think that okay, I'll just sort it in decreasing order and done. No, the
yeah,
interviewer does not want this. Like,
exactly,
because
exactly.
this shows that you are not thinking about edge cases. So when, like, you are not a good software developer aptitude person, right? You do not have a good aptitude for thinking about the edge cases, because when your program or the software that you have built, when it will go into production, it will just fail on these edge cases, right? So these things are, that is why this is important, right? I hope that you got this thing.
In competitive
Abhinav
programming, you
explained
have
this
to
very
only
beautifully.
focus on you have to only focus on test case, sample case only, or basically on the corner cases. In CPE, basically they are basically trying to catch up your things into the corner cases. Okay, the cases that are given in the sample, now they are very easy, very easy. It means you cannot even get it the exact concept, exact problem. You think, yeah, ye kya hai? I've just coded and yeah, submitted and wrong answer. Wrong answer on test case too. So that the three cases means. So yeah, you have to focus on the corner
Okay.
cases. Exactly.
Okay, so
So
what do you think,
okay,
Abhinav? Shall I take over from here if you want?
yeah. So we can take some. If anyone has any doubt, I can clear, and
If
then
you
we
have
can.
any doubts with this question, did you like this problem? Yes or no? Yes, I think a lot of people are watching who are new. So all of you can hit the like button, guys, and give us a +1, please. Like we still have some hours remaining, so You can still give us a +1 so that we can stay
Guys,
motivated and we can continue.
be just motivated. Just
You
say,
need to be
yeah,
as motivated as us. We are showing
how
you a lot of
goes.
new problems, and we are exploring something. Like, we all know, we the Geeks for Geeks is the default place for DSA, right? We know that. But the thing is that many of us don't know about the GFG SDE sheet. But if you will see, all these problems were in the GFG SDE sheet only now that we did. So that is what
It
I'm
is
saying.
like
That yeah, Abhinav.
it is like that. When you will search DSA on Google, it will give you Geeks for Geeks. You
Yeah,
can
but
try.
many of us don't know that. Many of us don't know that we have a quick kind of revision sheet or uh, quick sheet for getting us prepared in maybe 1 month or something, right? 30 days we can do 160 problems or something, right? That's 5 problems a day is not that tough when you have done DSA for, let's say, 5-6 months at least, right? So
Backbencher actually the dry run is something like no, that we are just basically checking. So it's dry run. Let me yes, then you can just take over now. People are asking about
yeah.
dry run. So what we are doing now that backbencher, for example, this is 34. So what this comparative force is doing, let's say this is A and this is B. Okay. So what we are doing first, we are taking AB, that is 304, means 30 plus 4, and BA, that is basically 430. Okay. Then what we are doing is that we are comparing these two functions. So if 304 will be greater than 430, according to that lexicographical order also, it is not greater. So it will return a false. That this is not a case, and then it will not be solved in that case. And that is the question is also that if AB is greater than BA, then it will return true. Otherwise, it will return false. This is how the things will be good. And at the last,
Now,
you will get in the same way. Yeah.
if you want to learn these things up, right, if you want to learn these things more, so you can learn, like, when you want, like, when, let's say, when you do this thing, right? So when you get when like, let's say you have just learned today that, okay, how you should do the customized sorting. So what you can do is, you can just go to, like, you can just do this thing. You can just Google that custom sorting in Java, in C++, in your language. You will get an article on GFG. Various examples will be given, where, like, 3 to 4 examples will be given along with the code. You can see that, so that you can observe that, okay, these are the things that you can do, right? It's a very basic problem. Like, it's actually, it's a medium problem, because many people don't know about this custom sorting. So that's where your basics are checked, right? Java collections knowledge, or C++ STL knowledge, nothing else, right? Okay, so all of you just hit the like button, because now I think that Abhinav, shall I share my screen now?
Yeah, sure. Yes, you can take.
Okay, just give me a second. Let me know if it's visible or not.
Yes, sure, Rohit. Yeah, it is visible. Yes, sure, Rohit. You can do DSA in DSA Python.
I don't know who has who has made this, but it seems great. Okay. Okay. So let's start with the problems. Okay. So let's come up with this problem. Is my screen perfectly visible, Abhinav, in terms of code and everything?
yes.
Okay.
It's
So let's see. Like, Abhinav, what is a prefix? We have been discussing a lot of prefix, but longest common prefix in an array. Okay, we'll see that. We have have you seen those kind of problems, guys? Longest common subsequence, like longest palindromic subsequence, longest kind of things. Have you seen those things? Yes or no? Audience can tell me in the chat. I'm looking at the chat. Abhinav, you can also tell me what's going
yeah,
on in the chat.
yeah,
Has Abhinav seen it?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, you
Right.
can
So
just make your screen full by F11. Okay, so it will be better.
how can I make it
Yeah, you can just use
full
F11,
screen?
F11,
F11.
F11
Okay,
function.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just give me a second. I'll make it full screen. Does it work now? I'm not sure. F11. I'm not sure if I'm able to zoom in or not. Maybe it's not. Okay, but
Okay.
is it bearable? I'm not sure. I'm doing this F11 thing, but it's not working fine.
Yeah, no problem. It's okay for now
Okay.
also. So, yeah.
Okay, guys. So let's see. What is like? What is like? Let's say if I have a string, right? So let's say if I have a string, let's say Abhinav, right? Okay. Just give me a second. Okay. Let's say if I have a string Abhinav. So what are various prefixes? Let me just write it more neatly. So let's say if I have A, then B, then H, then I, then N, and then A, and then V. Okay. So Abhinav, can you tell me what are the various prefixes that I can have? See,
Yeah.
one of, like, if I have to consider for this particular string, if I have to consider the prefixes, so Abhinav, what are the prefixes? One of
It
the,
will
like,
be
what is
A.
prefix? Prefix is from the starting now, from the starting
Yeah,
from the zeroth
exactly.
index till some index. So
Exactly.
the
Yeah.
one of the prefix can be just A, or another
A,
prefix
A,
can be
B,
AB, right?
A,
That is
B.
starting from here till
Yeah.
here. or it can be
Yeah.
what?
ABH.
ABH, or it
Yeah.
can be
ABHI.
ABHI, I think, right? Or it
Yeah.
can be
ABHIN.
ABHIN, or it can
Yeah.
be like ABHI then
And
NA,
A.
or it can be ABHI NAV kind of thing, right? So these kind of
Exactly.
prefixes I can have. Everyone can write a yes, correct? Is this the thing, correct or not, guys? I think so, right? Okay, so this is what prefix of a particular string means. Okay, people like Max has written the complete prefix for your name, okay, great. Right, so now what does the question say? The question says that Abhinav, the question says that they will give me an array, right, which will basically be consisting of strings. So they'll give me a list of strings, or they will give me an array of strings, you can say that, right? And what I have to do is I have to return the longest common prefix among all the strings, right? So what does this mean? So let me just quickly copy the sample example. Okay, Abhinav, let's try and have a
Yeah.
look at the sample example.
Sure.
Let me just quickly copy it. Okay, so let's see. Let's say that we have been given one of the strings as let's say geeks, and then for, and then let's say it's geeks. Okay, if it is geeks for geeks, okay, then another string is, let's say, geeks, GEEKX. Then another string is GEEK. Okay, then Abhinav, another string is GEE. Then ZER. Okay, so it's not geezer. Okay, geezer spelling is a bit different, but it is something like that
Yeah.
only, right? Geezer.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, Avina, what do you think? What's the longest, like in this
Uh,
case, what is the longest common prefix? Audience can
uh,
also tell us quickly. Audience, what do
it's
you think? First, audience can tell, then Abhinav can tell.
yeah.
Since Abhinav has a ICPC exam tomorrow, so I'm testing his knowledge.
Yeah.
Longest
So
common prefix. What's the longest common prefix here? Any idea, guys? Okay, so people are saying GEE. Why GE, Abhinav? Why not GEK? What do you think, Abhinav? Why not
because
GEK?
in the last string the K is not present. I think that's why they
Okay,
are
so
saying
see,
J.
I was thinking that okay, GEK, okay, GEK, okay, GEK, okay, GEEK was not here, so GEE is only present. So in that case, I will have only GEE. Okay, fine. So this GEE is present in all the three strings, right, Abhinav? So that's the longest common prefix that I have for all the strings. So any idea that comes to your mind, Abhinav, when you see this particular question? Any idea that
Uh,
comes to your mind how
yeah,
we can do it?
what I can do now, that I can first focus on each index. That I will first focus on the zero index of all the strings, then the first index of all the strings, the second index, and whenever I will see that for a particular index all the strings have the same character, I will just append that character in a string to store the common prefix, and whenever I have a
So
different character I will just
okay, so Abhinav is saying that he will consider the first character here, first character here, first character here, first character here. They are the same. Then he will add it up, right? Then he is saying that he will move his pointer now to the next. So basically, for every index, you will be iterating through all the strings, right? Correct,
yeah,
Abhinav. What do
exactly,
you think?
yeah,
So
for each index I
what till
will
which index
always
you will be iterating? You will be iterating till the length of this minimum size string, correct?
yeah, yeah,
If you
for
are
the minimum
thinking like that,
size
right?
of the whole, yeah, exactly.
Then you check for this e, then you check for this e, then you check for this e, maybe then you check for this e, then you see that okay, this e is also there, right? Then what happens? After that, you will have the third, like the third element, that is EEE. That's also the same in all, right? So Abhinav, you'll add this up as well. Then what will you do?
Exactly.
After that, you see for
You
the
check for,
next character.
yeah,
So you see
yeah.
for this position, this
Okay.
position, K is there, but K is not here. So I cannot add it any further. So if any of one of the characters in any strings is different, in that case, I won't be able to add it, right? So in that case, what will I do, Abhinav? I'll simply have to terminate my operations that I'm currently doing,
Yeah, yeah. From
right?
now you have to
So
just break.
GE will be the string, but
Yeah,
I think that takes a lot of time, right? It indirectly takes me almost out of n square kind of approach, if I'm not wrong, correct?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Exactly.
Because for like this much I'm iterating, and then I'm again iterating for all the positions. That takes a lot of time. So please don't spam the chat, right, guys? So anyone has got any idea, please hit the like button if you have understood this question, and give us a +1. So Abhinav, what do you think? What can be any optimal approach? Because
Yeah,
like since the reason why I've taken this problem is because it's again very inspired, like it's very much the concept or the approach is very much inspired from the previous problem that you have told. It's very much similar, not exactly similar, but it's very much similar. So I don't have any idea on this, how you can do it much very optimally, because comparison of strings takes a lot of time. So any idea on this? Any idea, guys? Anyone?
yeah.
Prithvi, can you tell me? Anyone? Abhinav, can you tell me?
We can also move forward by basically checking for two consecutive strings, and then taking a prefix out of that, then for the next string we will compare that prefix. So instead of comparing the string, we can compare the prefix. We can also do like
Okay.
that.
Okay. Any more optimal way? Like I'll suggest you to think in some of terms of some sorting thing. Any idea on this now? Abhinav,
Okay, means
think in
yeah,
terms
yeah,
of
yeah.
sorting.
Okay, okay, okay. Uh, yeah,
Okay.
so
So
it's
for that, what I'll do is what I will do for you is I'll give you a better example, right? That so that you can think, because there were a lot of GEE was there, right? So uh, what you can do is, like, let's say if I give you something like a flight, okay, then I give you flower as well, right? And then I give you let's say flood or something like that. Okay, suppose, right? If I give you these options, Abhinav, so what do you think? What's the case here?
So it
What's
will be
the
something
longest
like
common
na.
prefix?
It will be something like na that we will first sort the whole array of a string which is given to us, and then for each particular string we will go.
Okay, so you're saying that sort. So how will the sort look like? I think it's O will come before, or like is the order correct? Okay, so let's say it will be flight here, correct? If I sort,
Yeah,
so FL is the
yeah,
same in everybody.
yeah.
I is the differentiating point. So then FLOOD
Then
will be there.
flood.
Then
Yeah,
FLOWER will be there. Okay, Abhinav. Now
yeah,
you're saying that what you need to do.
yeah. Then from the first string we can just compare it with the next one, because the F and L is the basically
Are you
the
sure? Are you sure, Abhinav? Are you sure? Is there something more optimal that we can do, guys?
for a
Some people are
more
suggesting something.
optimal. Okay, fine.
Okay,
Least
Abhinav, what I'm saying is, suppose there is a particular longest common this thing longest common prefix, right? That is there, right? Suppose that there is a longest common prefix. So if there is a longest common prefix, so it will be common in the first as well as the last element of this sorted string, sorted list, correct?
Yeah,
Correct
yeah,
or not?
exactly. Yeah.
If I say that, okay, FLO is the longest common substring, so it should be there in this one and this one also, right? So can I say that the actual answer will be nothing but the actual answer for this question is nothing but the longest common prefix for the first and the last, for the first string in the sorted order and the last string in the sorted order. Whatever is the longest common prefix in the first string and the last string in the sorted order, that will be my final answer. What do you think, Abhinav?
Yeah, exactly. Actually, I was just confused about the thing that I was just thinking that we can also take a sub array. That is why I'm just thinking that we can take some middle element and we can remove the other element. But yeah, that is what we can do. That we can solve it, then compare the first and last element. That will surely give us that thing.
For whichever number, for see, if I see, if you tell me that, okay, FLO is the same, so you can see, let's say there were a lot of people who had FLO same, right? FLO means this part, if this part is same, right? Let's say there were a lot of other strings as well that had FLO, but if the first guy is FLI, so if it's not the same, right? So basically in that case the answer will not be possible, na? Correct. So in that case, what you
Exactly.
will do, you will basically, if there's anything that needs to be common, and if it is a sorted order, so basically it's ascending order, right? It's dictionary order, right? This is nothing but dictionary order, correct, Abhinav? If this is a
Yeah,
dictionary
exactly.
order, then in that case, if there is a longest common prefix, the actual answer will be nothing but the longest common prefix of the first string and the last string,
First and last
because the
one.
first and
Yeah.
the last guy need to agree, right? Then
Yeah,
only
yeah, yeah.
then only things will go fine. If FLO is same for everybody, right, but it is not same for the first, like if it is not same for the last guy, or let's say there is something like FLI is same for a lot of people, but it is not same for the last guy and later guys, so in that case it will not be possible, na? So basically the
Yeah,
first and the
exactly,
last
exactly.
string, whatever is the same part, that will be the longest common part. So FL is the same, so basically for this FL will be the answer, right? And basically for geeks also, if you will see for this string also, so when you will be sorting it, so basically you will get GEE only the same, right? Rest of the part will not be the same. Is it clear, Abhinav?
Yeah, yeah. It's
Okay,
great. Yeah.
so if I
Yes.
if I take this thing, let's say this thing, Abhinav, so tell me, what do you think? What's the longest common?
Yeah, for this I don't think there is any one. It's just an
So the
empty
problem
string.
says that if there's nothing common, so in that case you will return nothing but a -1 string. Okay,
Okay, okay,
perfect.
yeah.
So can we
Yeah, yeah.
start writing the code for it?
Yeah,
So
sure, sure,
Abhinav,
sure.
you need to tell me what can I do here?
Sure. So we
I'll be
can
given
first
a
take
string
this.
of arrays.
Huh. So we can
So
first, I think that we can
is
sort
the
it.
screen perfectly visible?
Yeah, it is.
So
It is good.
what I'll do is I'll sort the array, right? I'll sort the array in why I'm not using any comparators, because I just need to sort the array in ascending order, guys, right? In lexicographical ascending order, right? You can sort it in descending order as well. That depends on you. That is still the same. Then Abhinav, what I'll do is I'll declare, let's say, a string answer, okay? And like initially I should I'm marking my answer as null, okay? Indicating that currently I don't have anything in my string. Then what I will do? Can you tell me?
Yeah,
Till
so
where
for
will I
now
iterate,
what we
Abhinav?
can do now, the minimum of the first and last string, you will take the size,
Why are
the
you saying
minimum
this
of,
thing? Suppose that the first string was what? Suppose that the in the sorted fashion, suppose that the first string was, let's say FLI, okay, and the last string was FLOWER or something like that. Anything it can be, right? I hope that the ascending order maintains, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So in this case, if it is FLI and if it is FLO, so in that
So
case,
because
you will maximum check till this index, correct? That is what you are
yeah,
saying.
yeah, 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 yeah,
That's
exactly.
why
And
you are
also,
iterating
yes,
to the minimum. Yes.
exactly, the minimum of the first and last. That is what you do. Yes, please share the question link in the chat because many of them are asking.
Uh,
So yeah.
Correct, guys. I'll share that. Sorry. Just give me a second. What I've done. Uh, Let me know if it's if you can access it or not. Okay, guys. Perfect. So let's move back to the coding part now. What we can do, Abhinav, now? Okay.
Yeah.
So basically now I need to access the first and the last, guys, right? So first of all I need to find the length, right? So let's say I write it as int length, okay? Then what I'll do here is I'll basically find the length that I'll be iterating, that length that I'll be checking, as I mentioned. It will be the minimum of the FLI and the FLOWER, right? If
Exactly,
if if
exactly.
if, if the first string does not have any fourth character, right? So if the final string has a fourth character, but if the first string does not have it, then I how can I check that, right? I'll get a runtime error or something, right? So in that case, what I need to do here is I need to iterate to the minimum of the two lengths. So what I'll do, Abhinav, here, I'll say that array of 0 dot size, correct?
Exactly.
And what
And
I'll
it's
do
area
here,
of,
array of n minus 1 dot size, right? So basically the first and the last string, I'll be able to access it using the array indexes, right? Because array of 0 will
exactly.
indicate the first string in the sorted order and array of n minus 1 will indicate the last string in the sorted order, right? After that, I'll iterate through it. So like, let's say I start from 0, I is lesser than n, and I plus plus, okay? Now, in this case, if you're a Java person, in that case, you will have to use string builders, okay? You cannot do this thing in strings, what I'm going to do now. Okay, so what will you do, Abhinav? Let's say if
If
the
the
like
first
the
index
first string
is
is nothing
equal,
but okay, if the ith index, let's say, no, so if the
yeah,
ith index of the first string is equal to the ith index of the last string, right? So if they are the
exactly.
same, guys, then what will you do? They are the same, then you'll add it in your answer, correct? So what will you do, Abhinav? You will say that okay, st plus is equal to what?
Yeah, it
What
is
like answer
ARR
plus
of
is equal to what?
for ARR zero
You
I
can do
only.
anything.
Yeah, yeah.
0 I, or you can do n minus 1 I,
Minus
anything,
one.
right? So you'll add it.
Exactly.
But the moment it becomes not equal, then what will you do, Abhinav? Can I say
This will
that you
just
will
break.
break from here?
Yeah,
Right,
exactly.
you will simply
Also,
break
also
from
just
here.
take,
That's
in line number 20, just take it till len only, and not n. I know
yeah,
that
sorry.
it's very common we take n only, but yeah,
Yeah, right. I'll be iterating through this thing, right? Line number 20. Okay, now what will you do, Abhinav? So see, if suppose if nothing is equal, then can I say that answer dot size, or basically the length of the string will be nothing but 0 if it's empty. In that case, I still need to return a string, but I need to return a minus one string. So I'll simply return minus one here. Okay.
yeah,
Otherwise,
yeah.
what I'll be doing here is I'll simply say that okay, I'll return nothing but the answer that I
Yeah,
have
answer.
updated up till
Exactly,
now. Okay, let
exactly.
me just decrease the screen size. Now let's try and compile this to see if I've committed any mistakes here. Okay, seems to work on the samples. Let's try and submit it as well. Uh, right, so it
Yeah,
works. It works, right? So is this problem clear to everyone? You can just write a clear in the chat, guys. Is everyone clear with this problem? If you're clear with this problem, you can just hit the like button and you can tell us. Okay,
yeah,
very
exactly.
basic problem to be honest, but it was a good one because I think it has been asked in some companies, like you can see Amazon, Microsoft, other companies have asked,
Yeah, yeah,
well, like VMware and Microsoft basically. Okay, Shivam Kumar is saying yes. Okay, so basically, see what I've done. I've sorted it, right? Then I have declared the answer. Then I have the length, array of zero, like first, like then I'll be iterating through the minimum of the first string and the last string, because whatever will in the sorted fashion, whatever will be the common, whatever will be the longest common prefix in the first and the last string, that will be the answer for the overall array. Correct, Abhinav?
Yeah,
So basically, I'll be
exactly.
checking it one by one. I'll be adding it. If you want, you can use answer dot pushback also. That will also work fine in the strings because strings works like array only. And if the answer is still empty, in that case, you'll return a -1. Otherwise, you'll return the answer. Right. So that's crystal
Exactly.
clear, right?
Exactly.
Correct. Great, guys. Okay, so let's do one more basic problem now. Okay, because I still have a spiral traversal. I still have stock buying and selling. It's a different stock buying and selling problem compared to the traditional one, but we have these. But let's do one more quick problem. That is nothing but this. Let me reset this all these things. Okay. So Abhinav, have you like this is a very popular problem in linked list also we have done it in arrays also we must have done it. It
Yeah.
seems to be a
Yeah.
basic problem, but still people might have some issues with it. So basically, what you have to do is you have to reverse array in groups of caves. So I'll give you an array which will be of positive integers, and the size of that array will be n. So basically, there will be n elements, and you need to reverse every sub array group of size k. Okay, so let's say if I give you, let's say something like this thing. If let's say Abhinav, I give you something like let's say 1, then I give you 2, then I give you 3, then I give you 4, then I give you 5, then I give you 6. Okay, and I give you k value as let's say 3. So in that case, you have to reverse it in groups of 3. So first of all, you'll reverse this
Yeah.
segment, and then you will reverse this segment. Correct, Abhinav?
Yeah.
So it will
Yeah.
overall
Yeah.
look like 3, 2, 1, and then I think it will look like 6, 5, and 4.
Six,
Correct,
five, four.
everyone?
Yeah.
This is how it will look like. Okay.
Exactly. Exactly.
Let's see another example. So it says that if they are given these examples, okay. So let's say if you Abhinav, what do you think? What will you do if I'll give you this array? Let's say if I give you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay.
Hmm.
I give you k value as 3. Then what will you do? Any idea on this?
Yeah, so for first element, I will just reverse it. But for the last two element, I will reverse this 5 and 4 only. It will be 5, 4.
3
So
to 1.
because
Okay, so let's read the problem statement if they say anything. So reverse every subarray of size k. Okay, which takes n and k. Okay, they have not mentioned this, but if you'll see the example, now 4 and 5 are given, but they have reversed this part also. So although this is incomplete now because group is not of size k. The last group is not of size
exactly.
k, but still
Yeah.
they have reversed it. So they have written 5 and 4 here, right? So what do you think, Abhinav? How will you do it? It's a very basic question, to be honest. Like we will complete it with like very easily, but anyone in the audience can also tell me, Abhinav, what do you think? How will you approach this further?
I think
Because
that I
the,
can.
the thing is that like you agree on this, Abhinav, that this problem is not that tough, right? But the
Yeah.
implementation part is a bit tricky for it, especially for
Yeah.
when it is when the
Beginner.
array size is a multiple of k, then it's very easy to reverse, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Then what you will do is you will point your I here, and then you will reverse the I plus k part. Then after that you will
Exactly.
take a jump of k, and then you will be here, and then if its size was 6, then you will reverse this much part. But if its size is not a multiple of k, then what will you do?
So I think that then we have to place a condition that if that I plus k is greater than n, so we have to make that up to n only, means up to the last index. Otherwise, it will just go out of bound and it will give a error. So that is what we can do. That if
Okay.
I plus k is greater than n, yeah,
So basically, what Abhinav is trying to say is Abhinav is trying to say that okay, let's say we are given 1, 2, 3, 4, okay, 5, 6 we are given, and we were given k value as 4. So Abhinav is saying that if we are trying to reverse, so basically, let's say we are trying to apply the reverse function, or maybe we are trying to sort. So maybe when we are sorting this much segment, correct, Abhinav? So if you are applying the
yeah,
sorting approach or something, then what we do is we swap this guy with this guy, right? So we have one pointer here, one pointer here. We swap this guy with this guy. Then we move the pointers inwards, right? We do y plus plus j minus minus. So now we point here and here. Now we'll swap these two people, right? So basically it will look like 4 and
exactly,
1, then 3 and 2, correct? And then
yeah,
the for this guy you don't have a fourth guy, right? You don't have any guy here, right? That's the case, Abhinav.
yeah,
So in
exactly. So
that
in
case we
that
are in
case, we will
trouble.
just name it the last of the array, Yeah, last
Yeah,
index.
we'll just do for the end. So what will I do here? So basically what I'll be doing here is let's say that if we are given this, so we don't need to return anything because the array is passed by reference here. In Java the array is passed by reference by default, but in C++ we have to use an ampersand to pass an array by reference, so that any changes that we make on it should be reflected in the final answer as well, correct, Abhinav? So what do you think,
Yeah.
Abhinav? Like I'll start my I from 0, right? I'll start from the zeroth index. Then what I'm thinking is I'm thinking like what should you write here? Like what do you think?
So I think it will
Let's
be I is less than equal to n minus k.
okay, so you're saying that I is less than equal to, okay. What I'm thinking of now is I'm thinking of this thing. Okay, what I'm thinking is let's say if I run it, I is lesser than n. Okay, let's say this thing. So how much increment do you want? How much of a jump do you want? Any idea on this? Like
Yeah,
if
it's
you are
three now.
first of all reversing, like yeah, correct. So see, guys, is this part must be clear to everybody that if I'm currently standing my I with like I is currently standing here, and suppose k value is 3. So first of all, I'll reverse this much part, right? Then my I should move here. So basically, I should take a jumps of k, right? Jumps of k every time, correct, Abhinav? Jumps of k
Exactly,
should be there.
exactly. Yeah.
So this is a very basic question. I know that, but it's good in terms of implementation. So what I am doing here is I'll say that okay, if the like see if like Abhinav, what do you think? Like you are saying this thing, now. If like basically we have a reverse function in C++, maybe you
Yeah.
can use the sorting approach as well. That will be fine. But let's say if you want to reverse that much segment, so you'll say that okay, from the array dot begin, from the starting of the array, like plus the ith index, right? You want to reverse it till where? You want to reverse it till the array dot
Uh,
begin
I plus
plus
k.
I plus k, right?
Yeah,
So till
exactly.
here you want to reverse it, right? That's what I want to do. But will this work every time, Abhinav? What do you think? Or is
No,
there
I
something
don't
else
think
that I
so.
need to?
If it's something like that, if I plus k will become greater than n, then we have to make I
Okay,
plus
so
k is equal to n. Yeah.
you are saying that if I plus this thing I plus k, if it is lesser than n, right? So if it is lesser than n, in that case we do have a segment of k size, correct?
Yeah.
This is what
Yeah.
you are trying to say.
Else we have to just take from array begin plus I to array end. That will work.
Yes, correct. So if we have a length, right? So if suppose that if we have this particular array, right? So if we are like we will check now before reversing, we will check that whether I plus k before reversing from I till I plus k, we'll check if it exists or not. Because if suppose that if we had only this much element, so if we are standing here and we are trying to reverse till this segment, which actually does not exist, so in that case you will get an error, correct, Abhinav? But in
Exactly.
this case,
Exactly.
when your I is standing here and your I plus k is here, which is lesser than n. So in that case, this is actually reversible and you will reverse it. Na?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if
Yeah.
you see here I and I plus k is here. So basically this index does not exist, correct? This index does not exist. So if it does not exist, so in that case, you will reverse it from this I till the end of the array, right? So you'll reverse this much part only till the end, till the array end. So basically this will be 5, 4. Is it
Exactly.
clear?
Yeah.
Okay, so everyone is clear in the audience with this thing as well. It's a very basic question to be honest, but I have taken it.
Just write a
Uh,
plus one in the chat, guys, if you are just clear with the problem now.
So arrow dot begin, okay, plus I comma arrow dot end is what I'll be doing here, right? That is what I'll be doing, and I think this should be enough, Abhinav. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Let's try and
Yeah.
compile it. I hope that I have not made any blunders here in the terms of writing the code. Seems to work on the samples. Let's try and submit it and see what will happen. If there's any error, we'll try to fix it up. I hope it works. Yeah, it does work, right? So this problem is clear to everyone. Okay, Abhinav, what do you think? What's the time complexity of this approach?
Yeah. So as we met, we have to basically this reverse operation will take something of O of k, because we are reversing it as a segment of k, and we have to do this that thing of something like n by k times, na. So it's something like O of n only overall. What do you think?
Yeah, overall it's order of n only because if you see here, so basically we are taking jumps also. Now we also have to consider that thing. We are not reversing for every index of the array. Otherwise, it would have been n into k kind of thing, right? But we are
Yeah. Yeah.
taking jumps also, like so. Basically, first of all, we are here, I is here. We are reversing this much segment. Then we are jumping our I somewhere here, right? So first of all, this much part we are iterating. So 3 to 1. Then we are iterating. So this much part 5 and 4. So we are iterating every index exactly once, right? So that's nothing but linear complexity, correct, Abhinav?
Exactly. Exactly. It's linear.
Okay. Someone is saying the correct thing n by k into k. That's nothing but order of n only in terms of mathematical approach. Okay, guys,
Exactly.
that's great. So let's move to another problem. So, Abhinav, do you like use like are you a regular stock market user?
Uh, not a regular user, but currently I am in basically a very great current with stock market. I'm working on a project related to this, so that is why I
So,
know somehow.
so, so people I think Abhinav is from LIC background, right? He believes more in LIC and FDs.
And no,
Okay,
no, no,
so
no. Exactly.
there are two questions, right? So there's a stock buy and sell and there's a spiral traversal of a matrix, right? So if I tell you about spiral traversal of a matrix, there are two problems. So which one would you like me to take? You can just vote in quickly and I'll take that accordingly. Let's say if I have a matrix like 1 2 3 4 5 6, right? And then 7 8 9. So if I have to do a spiral traversal of enough, this is a very standard problem, but it has been asked in
Yeah,
a lot of companies and it was there in these problems. Again, I'm telling you, these problems are there in the GFG
SDC.
SDE sheet, guys. Okay. Okay, so
Exactly.
you can try these problems out from the SD sheet. So, oh man, got this man back again. Okay, what is this thing? Okay, so see, Abhinav, what you have to do is you have to spirally traverse. So you know what is spiral traversal? Have you seen this thing, Abhinav? Like
Yeah,
I'll
yeah,
I'll draw it much more clearly. So this kind of thing, spiral traversal, this thing, no?
yeah,
This
yeah,
is
yeah.
what spiral traversal is, right? But since this is a matrix which is of rectangular size, so your spiral traversal will look something like this. This thing, this thing. You will always keep on moving inwards, 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 right? Until the end. Correct, Abhinav? Okay, that is
Yeah.
what you are going to do. So what you will be doing here is, Abhinav, is you will have this guy,
So
right? You will iterate to this
yes,
guy.
they are asking for a stock and buy problem. They are voting for that. So
Okay,
if we can
so
discuss that.
everyone is voting for that problem. Okay, great. So let's do this problem, right? It's not the standard like normal on lead code. They like on other platforms there's a stock buy and sell problem, but this is not a DP problem. This is a normal problem. So let's quickly read it out, Abhinav. It says that the cost of the stock on each day, right? The stock, like there's a stock, right? Let's say there's a stock. So the cost of the stock on the ith day, like you know, Abhinav, that in the stock market everything varies a lot, correct?
Yeah,
Like each
exactly.
and every day it varies, so basically you'll
Each
be
and
given
every
an
hour.
array in which will be yeah, so you will be given a0 a1, like you'll be given, like every day you'll be given the price of the stock, right? The price of the stock on the ith day, right? A of I will indicate the price of the stock on the ith day. And what the problem is asking from you is you have to find all the segment of the days on which you can do buying and selling, so that in between you can make a profit, right? So Abhinav, let's say if I give you some values here, right? If I build a chart for you, let's say if I build something like 9, then I have 2, then I have 3, then I have let's say 7, and then let's say I have uh,
11.
3, then I have 4, and then I have 11, something like this. Okay, so
Okay.
let's quickly draw the chart. So let's say 9 is standing here, right? Then I have a 2, so I have a dip, basically 2. Then I have a 3. Okay, so I go 3 up, then I go 4 up again, so I go 7 to 7, right? Then Abhinav, let's say I go to 3. Okay, then
Yeah.
let's say I go to 4 now. Okay, now let's say I go to 11 or something, right? So Abhinav,
Yeah.
what you have to do is you have to tell me in this particular problem what they are asking me is find all the segment of the days on which you can do buying and selling, so that in those days your profit is maximum. So you have to maximize your profit, right? So Abhinav, what is your basic approach? How do you think, guys, that you will be like, have I not provided the code in the chat, maybe like the problem link in the chat, right? I have not provided it, correct, Abhinav?
Yeah.
So
I
what I'll be doing
can.
here is, guys, I'll provide it in the chat. So all of you can hit the like button, guys. We are still, it's 4 hour 20 minutes into the stream. We are still doing it for you. Okay. So I've given in the chat. Okay. So in which you buy and sell stock, so that so basically you have to maximize your profit. Since there can be multiple solutions, right? So there can be multiple solutions. So driver code will return 1 if it's correct answer, otherwise it will return 0. So in case there is no profit, so you have to return no profit, Abhinav. So Abhinav, when will
Yeah.
there be no profit? Can you tell me?
So when there were always a dip and no upwards will be there, means always a dip in the price will be there. So that means we will not have any profit.
So you are saying that
It's like
if I give you an array something like this,
decreasing, yeah, decreasing order. So it will be something
okay.
like that we will never
But
have.
it could have been something like this as well. Maybe I'm not sure. Tell me. This also, na?
Yeah.
Basically
This will.
non-increasing. Like
Yeah, but it's not non-increasing. Yeah, we have to got the words also. It's non-increasing.
this is non-increasing.
Yeah.
Am I correct? I'm not sure. Like
Yeah, this is not increasing. Means it's not decreasing
yeah.
because there is equal element. It's not increasing. Exactly.
It okay. Okay. So these kind of cases, for this you will return a -1. But how, like what's the very basic case? Like this problem is very easy, to be honest. So like you have to return the indexes. So basically, Abhinav, when will you do the stock buying and selling? Can I say that if I want to maximize my profit, so I should buy low and sell high? That's the normal concept that Rakesh Jhunjhunwala also tells us, or other people also tell us. Correct? Abhinav, what do you think?
Exactly.
Buying
Exactly.
low and
Exactly.
selling high.
Yeah, buying. So
So
we will basically
like
buy whenever we will have the dip, means the local minima of the
so you
graph,
will
and
buy
then
here, you will buy somewhere here, okay?
exactly, exactly,
Then you will sell it somewhere here, correct?
exactly, exactly.
Then you will buy it here and then sell it here. So there are two segments that I can see. Basically, you will buy at this index, sell at this index, then you'll buy at this index, sell at this index. So basically, you'll be having two pairs, right? You will be having one buying and selling pair will be this pair, and another buying and selling pair will be this pair. Correct or not? Yes or no,
So
guys?
can we do it like that at a each day we can also sell and we can also buy. Is it possible?
Everyday buying and selling, like how do you want to do it with this example,
It's like
Abhinav? Any
that.
idea?
It's like that. At the second, when the price is two, I've bought, and when the price is three, I've then sold, and then that they have also again bought a stock and then sold at seven. It's something
But
nonsense. It means I am say, buying and selling at the same day. It's okay, but that will
no,
be
you cannot do
some
that, na,
easy
Abhinav.
to implement. Okay, if we cannot do that, then it's okay.
But
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 it
sup-
is
but
easy.
suppose that I am the interviewer and I put a cap on you that okay, you cannot do the buying and selling on the same day.
Intraday
Ah,
is not allowed.
yeah,
Yeah,
then the approach you are thinking you will because the thing is not that for example we are at two, then we go to three, then we go to seven. We don't know that after seven there's a 11 or there's a three. Maybe there's a greater number. So for that we have to make a check for the next number also. So that's the problem I think. So we have to make a clearer implementation.
so let's see it, Abhinav. Like how can you do it? Any idea on this? Because I have to store the indexes. So basically, maybe I can store this pair, like 2 and 7 pair. Basically, the this index and this index. Suppose this is some index I1 and I2, right? Suppose this is I1 I2 or some like I1 J2 you can say. So I1 J1. Let's say. So I'll store this index, and then another index will be this and this, right? One another buying and selling. So every buying and selling pair, I have to store those segments. So any idea on this, Siddharth? Any idea on this? How we can do this problem?
Mm, not following up the question from the starting, but
Okay,
still,
okay,
if
okay.
you just ask me at this point, so what we can do is we can just see what is the maximum value and what is the minimum value.
Okay, so I'll tell you one thing. Let's see. Let's say this value is I. Okay, and let's say this value is J. So Abhinav, what do you think? Will you share? Like first things first. Can I say that I will for sure I'll have a segment whenever I have any increase, any kind of this thing, any kind of this thing will give me at least one segment. Correct or not?
Yeah,
Any kind
exactly,
of increase.
exactly,
If the
exactly.
like the basic thing that I can think of is that if the ith price is lesser than the I plus 1th price at any point of time, in that case, the answer will always be like I'll always try to consider some of the things, correct or not? So what I'm saying is, let's say you have to return a vector of vectors, basically a pairs in terms of pairs. You have to return it. So okay, is the code visible?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
it is.
so what I'm saying here is you have to return a vector of vector int. Okay, so I'll like basically a list of list you have to return. So first of all, let me declare this part. I'm just writing the code along with the explanation part. So what I'm saying here is vector of vector int. If I do, thank you for your report. Okay, all of you guys can hit the like button if you haven't, right? So I'll have an answer vector one.
Yeah,
Let's say
some
okay.
people what they did was after liking the video, they have unliked the video to decrease the like count. I don't know what is
Uh,
happening. Like this huge time, you are not favoring this.
maybe there's
Somewhere.
some bug on YouTube side. I'm not sure.
No, no, yes.
Okay, so
Nowadays, no. It's if you dislike the video, the number of likes get decreased.
okay, this also happens.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
This
Okay.
happens
So
always.
Abhinav, what I'm saying is Abhinav, I'm thinking that I am comparing I with I plus one. So can I
Yeah.
always compare with I plus one? What do you think? Or should there something that I should always think about?
Yeah, we can because we have to just output. Okay, we have to also output that thing, na, that interval or just the profit.
No, no. I'm asking Abhinav. I'm saying that I'll if there's a profit or something, right? So I'll always compare I with I plus one. Maybe I'm
Yeah,
thinking initially of the in these terms. But
exactly.
like,
We
is there
can we
any check that
can.
I need to do? Can like, is there any edge case that I'm missing here? Basic case. Can I check it for this guy?
Yeah,
If
that's the
I'm here,
basically
if
the
my
corner case. We have to just move it to n-1 only, n-2 only,
yeah,
because for the last
correct.
case we cannot do that
So
always.
for this guy only, for this ith guy only, the I plus 1th guy will exist, right? For the last guy, there will be no I plus 1th guy existing. So I should be lesser than n minus 1. So basically, I should iterate only till n minus 2. That is, I is lesser than n, like I is lesser than n minus 1. Is this part clear to everyone? Okay. So Abhinav, what do you think? So I'm saying that I is lesser than n minus 1, correct? And then I'll be doing
Exactly.
an I plus plus. This much part is clear. Right. So what I'm saying, Abhinav, is like maybe we are thinking of a segment. So I'm thinking of that if the array of I, if it is, or let's say if they have given me as A. So if A of I, let's say, is lesser than A of I plus 1, right? If that is the case, then I'll be having a segment for sure. For sure, I'll be having a segment. But I'm thinking of that. Suppose I keep my eye here only, right? Okay, I'm saying that. Let's say I keep
Okay.
my eye here only, and I try to move my j here. So if I see this, if I see this j, let's say if I like, I'm saying that there's something kind of a pointer approach that I'm thinking of. That okay, if my eye is here, so I want this much only, right? This guy and this guy, right? I want this pair, correct? Because that is the profit that
Exactly.
I can attain. So what I'm thinking, Abhinav, is I'm thinking that okay, my eye standing here. Let's say like this is I plus one, correct? So i's RFI is lesser than RFI plus one. So basically there's a profit that I'm having for sure. So I'm saying that let's start my j from here. Okay, and now
Yeah.
suppose okay, so I'm saying that okay, let's start a j from here. Okay, and let's try and if suppose that there were several other values. Let's say there was a 4 also, let's say there was a 5 also, let's say there were several other peaks also. So I move through those peaks one by one, because see, what I'm saying, Abhinav, now is that suppose if I have in between, if I have these values, let's say this is 4, this is 5, okay. So if this is j, right, so this is j plus 1. So is j less than j plus 1? Is r of j less than j plus 1?
Yeah. And that is how
Okay,
we can
yes.
just compare.
So
Yeah.
okay, so in that this is j plus 1 na, currently. So in that case, I'll move my j here. I'll move my j one step forward. Now if I check for j and j plus 1, right, now 5 will be j plus 1. So uh, is there an increase? Yes, there is definitely an increase, correct, Abhinav? So now I'll move my j to 5, correct? Okay, now my j to 5. Now if I check for j and j plus 1, now j plus 1 will be 7. So is 7 greater than 5? Definitely yes, it is. So r of j is greater than r of j plus 1. The r of j is lesser than r of j plus 1. In that case, I should move my j here, correct, Abhinav? Right?
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
basically my
Exactly.
j will move here, right? Then what will happen? Now if I check r of j and j plus 1, so what happens? Now there is a dip. So what will you do,
Hmm.
Abhinav? Can I say that I can store wherever
So
my I is standing and wherever my j is standing? I can store that
yeah.
between
So
my answer
that,
vector.
yeah, that is
Those
what we
indexes.
can store, and that profit we can take, and then we can just update the value of I to that.
Correct, Abhinav. This is another thing that you have beautifully told us, because now next time you don't need to move your eye here. Correct. You do, like
Yeah.
guys. Many people will think that okay, after that they will move their eye here, but basically we have considered this particular segment. Correct, Abhinav. We have
Exactly.
considered this particular segment. In that case, what we need to do is we can basically move our eye here, so that next time when we do I plus plus, so I will basically move here. Correct, Abhinav. Because we
Exactly. Yeah.
don't want
Exactly.
to repeat several parts again and again. That's how the two pointer approach usually works, right? So
Yeah.
what I'm thinking of
Perfectly.
here is I'm saying that is it clear to everyone?
Yeah. So
Uh,
before implementing, can you just go over the approach once again in Hindi?
ओके, मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ, मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि हमने देखा कि हम क्या कर सकते हैं। हमें सेगमेंट चाहिए, हमें मैक्सिमम प्रॉफिट्स वाले सेगमेंट चाहिए। तो मैं इसको काटूंगा यहाँ से और इसको, मतलब ये एक मेरा सेगमेंट होगा। लेकिन मैं क्या चाहता हूँ, मैं चाहता हूँ कि मैं इस पॉइंट को और इस पॉइंट को कर लूं। अब मैं जानता हूँ एक टू पॉइंटर बेसिक सा अप्रोच, कि मैं एक आई ये चाहता हूँ और जे इसको चाहता हूँ, राइट। सो मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ कि हमें अगर कोई आई मिलता है, आई और आई प्लस वन अगर मिलता है जहां पे इंक्रीज दिखता है, तो मैं एक जे रख दूंगा यहाँ पे और जे को यहाँ रख दूंगा। फिर मैं जे और जे प्लस वन को चेक करूंगा, अगर जे प्लस वन ज्यादा है तो मैं जे को मूव करूंगा यहाँ पे, जे प्लस वन मेरा जे बन जाएगा। फिर मैं जे और जे प्लस वन फिर चेक करूंगा, सो मैं 4 और 5 को चेक करूंगा। सो करेंटली मेरा जे जो है 4 पे है। अगर मेरा उससे आगे एक एलिमेंट एक्स्ट्रा बड़ा है तो मैं जे को वहां मूव कर दूंगा। फिर मैं अगर और इंक्रीज दिखता है तो मैं जे को यहाँ मूव कर दूंगा। फिर जब डिप दिखेगा तो मेरा जे मूव नहीं करेगा, जब भी इंक्रीज दिखेगा तब भी मैं मूव करूंगा। सो मैं यहाँ पे रुक गया। तो मेरा क्या हुआ, मेरे को इंडेक्सेस चाहिए थे। अगर मेरे को एलिमेंट चाहिए तो मैं वो भी एक्सेस कर सकता हूँ, करेक्ट सिद्धार्थ, ए ऑफ आई और ए ऑफ जे से। सो मैंने क्या
एकदम
किया, आई
बिल्कुल।
हैव दिस गाय एंड आई हैव दिस गाय। नाउ इफ आई जस्ट वांट इन दिस प्रॉब्लम दे आर आस्किंग फॉर द इंडेक्सेस, राइट। सो आई हैव दिस गाय एंड आई हैव दिस गाय, करेक्ट। I have I and J. And after that, there's another thing, Siddharth. The problem is
Yeah.
that suppose after that I don't update my I. So in that case, I might be traversing again and again now. Because if suppose it's an increasing array
Hmm.
like this, if Abhinav, what do you think? This kind of a case is there. If it's
Yeah.
increasing,
Yeah.
then
Hmm.
That is
again,
also.
what you're doing is I is here, J like J will move here. Then after that I will come here, and then again you are moving your J till here. That's like you are writing the same segment again and again. Correct. That's a like what you are doing here. You are first of all considering this I with this J. Then I considering this I with this J. Right. That's a wrong thing to do. Right. You are considering the same patch, same increasing patch again and again. No? Same hilltop again and again. That's the wrong thing to do. So basically, in that these kind of cases, what you will do is you will basically move your you will have your I standing at J, and next time when you do I plus plus, right? Because you see every time we are doing I plus plus, so next time when you will do I plus plus, so in that case I will point here, correct? When I point here, then your after that when you do I plus plus, so I will point here. Now again you can keep on checking forward, right? So that's the thing. Is it clear to everyone? Adani stocks.
Yeah.
Currently, comment down below which company has Adani. Is Adani going to buy which media company? Okay, right. Okay, so great. Jokes apart, sorry. So J is equal to I plus one. Nothing politically motivated. So what I'll be doing here is, Abhinav, what do you think? What will you write here? If I want to check again, and so Abhinav, what I'm thinking of is I'm thinking of writing this thing. But Abhinav, you can tell me how much clear is this thing? Because should I write it like this or should I do anything else? Like I'm thinking of doing this thing, but should I do it like this, or should I use instead of this? If I should use anything else, I should use a while, na? Because I want to check again and again. Correct, Abhinav?
Yeah, yeah.
Right. So that's what I'm thinking of, and. Once I'm done with this part, so what will I do, Abhinav? I think I can simply say that answer dot push back in my inside my answer. I'll push back this particular patch that is indicated by I and J pointers. So I comma J, I'll push back, and then as you
Exactly.
said, I'll update my I to J, and
Exactly.
that's what I'm thinking of. Okay. Now in this case, no profit when like see in this case when I'll return a no profit. So how should I return a no profit thing? Let me just see that how they want the return thing in answer. So maybe do I need to return? How do they want me to return this thing? Because
I think that
no
in no
profit.
profit it will be zero, no, or anything else.
Okay, so I can directly return the answer, I think, right? So they will be checking it up, right?
Yeah.
Let's say if I do this, let's really try and compile and see if I get any errors on this part. Works on the samples. Let's see if it works on other cases, or maybe I might have made some errors here and there. Okay, my code fails. For a larger case, it does fail. Okay, so where does it fail now? So any idea on this, Abhinav, where my code might be failing?
Uh, I think so that in the
Any
which
idea,
test
guys?
case it was like, uh, is it
Any
failing
idea,
on the
guys?
sample
Where it
in the submit?
uh, it's failing on the submit. So where do you think that it can fail? Any idea on this?
Uh, okay,
Any
so
idea, guys?
if
Anyone in the
okay,
audience
okay,
has it?
okay. Have you make a check on that J plus one
Okay.
thing?
Correct, guys. Yes, as I mentioned for Abhinav, na. See, what mistake are we making? Basically, what we what we are doing here is, suppose if we are in this kind of a segment, right? Suppose we consider this region, this region, this region. So, suppose there is another region like this also, and this region, right? So, suppose we are currently iterating on this region, Abhinav, right? So, suppose my J is here. So, this for this guy, J plus one does not exist, na.
Exactly, exactly. You were just asking that
Correct.
thing to me, and that is just
Yeah, so I just
exactly
missed it. So if j is lesser than n minus 1, right, only then I'll have a j plus 1 guy existing. So if that is the case, nah, then it should work. Let me just try and submit it
exactly.
now to see if this is the mistake that I had made. If this is a mistake, then it's a very basic mistake. Yeah. So it works, right? So is this problem clear to everyone? Guys, please tell me. Is it clear to everybody?
Hit the like button
Everyone is clear
when
with
it's
this problem?
clear.
If it is clear, right, we have decomposed it in such a normal fashion. Check before increasing. Yeah, right, okay. Line number 20. That was fine actually.
इससे
Is
पता
it clear to
चलता है कि
everyone?
मेंटर्स भी गलती करते हैं ना
Yeah,
मेंटर्स डू
but
मेक
how much
मिस्टेक
time? So it's 4:37, right? So 4 hours 37 minutes. Great. Okay, so is this problem clear? All of you can like let's get to 800 likes. Can we get a like 1,000 like stream? I'm not sure. Maybe. Okay. Great guys.
If these guys can share this video to their college mates and friends, then surely we get more than 1,000. But I don't know they will do that or not.
if the number
Okay,
of likes
so
get to 2k if the number of likes gets to 2k Abhinav would sing na
Yes, certainly, because maybe after that I will get a engagement from
promotion
the office, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Let's move to the next question, guys. Right. So it was a different problem, not the standard stock span problem that as we know on DP, but it's also a good problem to be honest. And it's nothing but uh, like just a way forward of 2 pointers. What do you think? Just like little bit here and there, things are changing. If someone is doing code forces regularly, then this is code forces A. I mean, what do you think? Or B, div 2.
For the
How what
stock
would you how
sell
much would you
and
rate?
buy, it's something similar. No, it's B. Yeah, it's something 1,000 rating, I think.
Okay, so see, it has been asked in like you will be surprised to see this. That's
if
why I picked
if
this
we
question.
have
D.
to if we have to just print the profit, not the intervals, then it will be a code forces A. But because it's something like that, that type of problems, not which has the two parts, the part one output of profits, like A part one, A part B, like that
Mm,
it can
I'm
be.
sorry to disturb. Sorry to disturb. The number of like is 805 now.
Okay,
Thank you, everyone.
GFG
Thank
T-shirt.
you, everyone.
GFG T-shirt. I'm wearing the same T-shirt for the past 1 year.
I know I've got this new one when I've just recently visited the office.
I actually, my friends keep asking that how do you manage to wear the same T-shirt every day? Doesn't it stings?
We try to watch it on our holidays, possibly. When I was making Microsoft series, it was
Yeah.
very difficult to. Like I have made the complete 58 videos of Microsoft series in the same t-shirt. All like by washing it weekly almost. Expectation बहुत ज़्यादा है life में हमें भी दे दो GFG t-shirt. What you can do is you can solve Geeks for Geeks problem of the day every day once you solve it for 100 days almost. So 100 coins if you have, so you'll get GFG t-shirt. And if you solve it for 200 days, you'll get a GFG bag. Okay, so another interesting problem. Okay,
Let's
Abhinav, can we
increase.
start with this?
Let's increase the
Yeah,
target to 1,000. Let's see, can we hit
let
1,000 or not?
let's see if we can hit 900 at least by the end of this string. 900, 950
No,
something.
let's hit 1K till the end. We still have around 1 hour 20 minutes. I think we can hit. I think we can do that.
Okay, so so Abhinav, what do you think? Can we start off with this problem now? Another interesting problem: spirally traverse a matrix, as I was discussing with everyone. So guys, you can write a current next in the chat if you think that we can start off with this problem. Can we? I'm still energetic. You can see in my tab, I have still a lot of problems open. Even like I had a lot of problems, but I'll be keeping a check on that. Right, I'll maintain the quality. So spiral traversal. Can we start? And these problems, if you will see, reverse stock span, reverse longest common prefix, all these problems are present where Siddharth? Where are these problems present?
What? Longest common
Where
prefix?
are like how where can I find these problems? Basically, GFG SD sheet, na.
Yeah.
Exactly. GFG is something a collection of the most good problems and which are asked basically in interviews. It's just a collection of
Uh,
the every. Okay.
so what do you think, Abhinav? Like, if according to my view, if let's say we are a bunch of friends, let's say we are friends, right? We are currently we are doing it online. Obviously, we are streaming it like gamers or something. But like let's say there are friends and they want to revise quickly. Let's say they give a target to themselves that okay in 10 days they will be revising the complete DSA. So can they go for a GFG sheet and things like that with friends one night, just one like night outs and doing this stuff? What do you think? Like, will it be productive?
Yeah,
Solving the GFG
exactly.
sheet like this for every topic.
Sure. It is very
I
productive.
think
Means after
uh,
every stream,
I
it
think they shouldn't be close friend. I think they shouldn't be close friend. Otherwise, the discussion moves to other ways, like not towards the SDE sheet, but we start discussing that usko maro,
towards
usko
But
karo,
but
wo achhi ho ya
no, not towards that stream, but towards that what they will do when they will become HD.
yeah.
okay, right. So that's what we are telling, right? We are not like you can see how you can make it interesting, right? So basically, it's not that you everyone like let's say three we all are three people, right? So let's say we had to do the 36 problems or 20 problems or bunch of problems, right, from the SD sheet, GFG SD sheet or something. So what we did was we like first of all Siddharth coded some problems, then we were asking some things, right? So we were also giving some interview perspectives, right? Or we were talking about the edge cases and things like that. So like not a not like if everyone does it for 6 hours, then it will be very monotonous, correct, Siddharth? But if even we
absolutely.
are doing in bunch of friends, so someone is writing the code, someone is seeing and some asking some cross questions here and there, this can be a good practice to follow, right? So can you tell?
What you can do is, what I have observed is, in group studies, there is nothing known as a large group. Okay, you should always have a small group. Like it should range from 2 to 3. Not more than 3 is not that great preferable, and you should make it a habit or kind of make it a rule that yes, after this much hours, like we are doing here, like after solving a particular question we are discussing and then again coming back to the question. You can incorporate this habit in your schedule also. Like yes, pehle kar lete hain. Like you can tell your friend, like let's solve this question and then we would talk. Suppose someone within your friend is going off topic, and it is absolutely very natural. Okay, so you can just tell him that as of now let's complete this and then we would talk, and then just talk, refresh your mind, then again come back. This is how we are also doing it for the next 6 hours now. If we are able to make it possible, you can also make it possible. We are like you only.
So all
We still are in. Me and Yash are in fourth year. Abhinav is in third year. Yeah, Yash, you are saying something.
yes, I'm saying that like almost it's 1 hour 50 minutes left for 1 hour 10 minutes or 15 minutes left for the stream, like the time that we are left with. So you can just write a GFG OP in the chat. We have been doing it for so long and we feel energetic. Still we feel that we can get it through for several couple of more hours. Right. So all of you can write a GFG OP. I'll start with the next problem as well. Okay.
Actually, resume roast would start in just 30 to 45 minutes. Don't worry. Resume roast would start. Okay, I'm just figuring out all the resumes and I would start right away. Okay,
Yes,
so
Siddharth is
yes,
doing some work at the back end. He's now a full stack
yeah.
engineer. Currently, like in the starting, he was holding the front end. Now he's working on the back end. We are just UI UX designers here doing something. Okay, so tips on revising. Hi, Abhinav sir, big fan. Okay, great guys.
Hi,
So
Sriram.
now let's start. So is my screen visible, Siddharth? Maybe you can share my screen.
No, yes, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Siddharth, this is not right. You should have taken my permission.
No, it is right.
What does this guy written? Like,
It's absolutely fine.
okay, 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 great.
It's a sync कर
So let's
देते
start
चलो
with this
चलो sync
problem.
कर देते.
Spiral traversal. So Abhinav, can we start? Is my screen visible? I think it is, na?
Yeah. It is visible. We can start, yeah.
Okay, Abhinav. So I was talking about Abhinav, like spiral traversal with you. So Abhinav, can I say that spiral traversal looks something like this? Something like this? Perfect? Yes or no? What do you think? Okay.
Yeah.
But if I give you a rectangle, right? So if I give you, let's say, if I give you some values here, 1, then 2, then I give you 3, then I give you 4. I like why I'm saying that these problems are pretty non-standard. When I say standard problems, I mean very popular problems, right? These are like hidden problems, but they are also important. Maybe as you saw, Abhinav told us about a problem. Like Siddharth told us about equilibrium point, which was solved using prefix array. When we see prefix array, we think that okay, maybe L and R range only. Correct, that we only think about prefix of R minus prefix of L minus 1. But we learned that okay, we can use it in a good problem, like equilibrium problem, and we can, in fact, we can like that helped us to reduce another array space for the suffix array. Correct, Siddharth?
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
So that was the thing, Abhinav, right? So we learned from that there. Then Abhinav told us
Yeah.
about sorting functions, and now I'm telling you about some other things. And all these problems, this is just array section of GFG practice SD sheet. So that's why I'm promoting that maybe if you have some time, you can go through these things, right? Okay, guys. So क्या हो रहा है 2:45? Okay, right. Great. So let's see. Okay, Abhinav. So how do you think that you will
Yeah.
spirally traverse it? First of all, you'll traverse this part. So it will be like 1, 2, and 3, correct? First of all, you'll traverse like this, okay? Then you'll go down, right? So you'll traverse this much part, this part, all the part that's left,
Yeah.
correct? This part.
Yeah.
So you'll do what? You will have 6 and 9 here, basically. Then you'll have this part. Basically, 6, 9 is already taken, so you'll take this part, right? So you'll take 8 and 7, I think. Then you'll go up. You'll take this guy. So you'll take 4 as well. After that, you'll go inside. So basically going like this, going just like this, going like this, because this was the part. So you'll take 4. After that, you will take 5. So this is the spiral traversal, correct? So basically, I'll
Yeah.
write the direction. So this direction, then this direction, then this direction, then this direction, and then this direction, correct, Abhinav? So basically,
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
moving in this direction, then I'm moving in this one, then in this one, and this one, right? So basically, this kind of thing I'm doing. So what's your opinion, Abhinav? How can I do it?
yeah. So what we can do is that we can first start with the first row, and then when
Bag
we
with
reach then we will reach at the end. So what we will do that when we reach at the last column of that row, so we can just move downwards. Then when we reach the last row, then we can move to left. This is how we can basically do. So we have to take the
again,
four conditions basically.
4 pointers.
The four conditions basically we have to take. The pointer will be only the ing only, but the four conditions will be that at which corner we are. We are at the bottom, top, we are at the bottom,
Okay.
bottom left, or
So
like that.
Abhinav, can I say that I'll in the starting I'll be considering all the parts. Can I say it like this? Like I'll be considering everything. Like starting from here, I can say, let's say, starting from here till here, I'll be considering everybody. Correct. That is what I'm
Yeah,
thinking of. Let's say,
yeah,
or let's say like this, like 4 pointers I'll have. Everybody I'll consider. Correct. Okay. So
yeah, yeah, yeah.
okay. So see this part. Now I'm saying, Abhinav, let's say I take this part. So can I say that after that, this particular part will, like, have you done this kind of a thing? Let's say something like cropping a picture. Have you done it, or should I show it in the, like, you have done it? Like 4 points are there, then you crop it, like, so you have it here, you drop it down, so it comes like this. Now, Abhinav, correct or not? You have
Yeah,
seen this thing?
yeah, yeah,
It comes like here.
yeah, yeah.
These kind of things you have done now. So very much inspired from that. What I'm saying. Sid is sleepy. Okay, auxiliary array visited.
No,
Okay,
brother.
right. So you
I'm just
don't need to
seeing all
take
the
auxiliary
results.
array for it. Okay, so you will have this much part, right? Correct, Abhinav. So first of all, you'll
Yeah.
consider this much part, right? So you'll have 1, 2, 3. Then after that, Abhinav, what will you do?
Yeah. So shortly after that, what we will do that we will just consider that the this six and
For this
nine
much
things.
part is considered. Okay, then you'll consider this much part. Okay.
Yeah,
So see, what I said was, we started from here, correct, Abhinav?
yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
initially, when I say this, when I write these 4 blocks, so basically we are having access for the whole matrix. So can I say that this is, let's say, the this is, let's say, the source row, starting row, right? And this is the ending row. Can I say that? Let's say
yeah.
I mark it as, let's say, something like a top, let's say, and I mark it like, let's say, something like a bottom. Okay, Abhinav.
Hmm, hmm.
Okay, this is what I'm thinking of. Can I say that this I also have this thing, right? All this is the first column, right? So this is the leftmost column. Can I say this, Avinav? This is the leftmost column that I have the access to, and this is the rightmost column that I have the access to. Correct, Avinav?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Okay. Let's
yeah.
see what was the sample input. So sample input was given like this. So can we take this example? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 4, 60, till 16. Shall we take this example? This will be a bigger example,
Yeah,
and it will be
yeah,
much better.
surely.
Maybe we can take it. Okay.
Yeah,
Let's take this example now. Okay, so let's take 1, then 2, then I take 3, then I take 4. I'll take 5, I'll take 6, I'll take 7, I'll take 8. Then I'm gonna take 9, then I'm gonna take 10. Okay, let me just put on the light as well. Like the laptop was a little, like, 1 second. Okay, yeah, I think now it will look better. Just wait me a second. Now the lighting must be much better. Okay, so see what I'm doing here is 9, 10. Okay, then I'll have 11, then I'll have 12 open enough, correct? Then I'll have 13, then I'll have 14, then I'll have 15, then I'll have 16. Okay, enough. So I'm saying that I'll have access to all these guys, right, initially. So what I'm saying is, can I say, Abhinav, that this is the topmost row and this is the bottommost row, Abhinav? What do you think?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, and this is
Hmm.
what? This is the leftmost column and this is the rightmost column, Abhinav.
Exactly,
Clear with
exactly.
that? Okay.
Yeah.
Then what is my target first of all? What do you think, Abhinav? What's my target first of all?
So what we can do now that we can start from the top left corner and then we can move till the right pointer. When we
Okay,
reach the right pointer,
okay. So
yeah,
what you are saying is, you are saying that you will first of all consider this much part, correct?
yes, yes, yes,
So
yes.
how will you consider it?
I can just start.
Can I say that?
I can just
Okay,
fix
so can I say that?
the value of top and then start from left to right. It's like
So
something
you are
like
saying that I starts from the left and I is lesser equal to the right. Okay.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah,
because basically what will be top? Top will be zero, correct, Abhinav? Initialize at
yeah,
zero. Left will be initialized as zero because the first row, first column will be zero. Then bottom will be initialized as let's say row -1 because zero based indexing, and the right part will be initialized as what? I think it can be initialized something like what? Uh, column -1, correct, Abhinav?
Column -1, exactly. Yeah.
So I'll iterate through it. I'll have I plus plus, right? And then what will I do, Abhinav? I'll say that okay, answer dot pushback. What?
Hmm. Hmm. Uh,
What?
exactly. So it
RFI?
will be a top of I. Yeah, it's array of top of I.
No, sorry. Matrix was given. No? So
Yeah.
let me
So
write
it's
it
array
more.
of top
Thanks
of
for
I.
correcting me. Matrix of top is the same, right? Because this row remains the same, right? Correct, Abhinav. This remains the same,
Yeah.
and top is pointing there. So that every element of the top row, right? Every column, I'll go through every column of the top row. Correct, Abhinav.
Yeah. Then
Right.
you can
So
update the value
top
of top.
and okay. Then what? Where will I move my top? Can you tell me that? Now where should
Sorry.
my top move, guys? Please tell me. Okay. Yes.
So
Then
top
top
will be
plus
top will
plus.
top will be should be incremented to the top plus plus. So that now we will
So
focus on the
basically, top
next
will
row.
move down. So basically, now top will
Yeah.
move here, na? Correct.
Yeah.
Top moves down, right? So I'll do a
Yeah.
top plus plus. That's for sure. Okay,
Exactly.
Abhinav. Right. So after this part, what do you think, Abhinav? What's the next thing that I should do? Now, afterwards, the first
So
upper part.
then
That's fine.
after that I think that you have to just fix the right pointer and you have to start from top
Right
to
pointer is
bottom.
already fixed, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's fixed. So you have to start from top to bottom, and it's like that. You have to push matrix of I.
So I can say that
Matrix
for
of
I starts from top because now top. Okay. So
yeah
now my last row will remain the same. Correct, Abhinav? You are saying that this
yeah
row
yeah
is gonna remain this column is gonna remain the same. The last column, the rightmost column is gonna remain the same, and I'll change my rows one by one. So I'll be starting from the top row till the bottom row, and the top is updated. Correct. So this guy, this guy, this
exactly
guy. I'll consider these guys one by one, right? So are you?
exactly
This is what you're saying. So
yeah
basically, I
yeah
want to iterate like this. Correct.
exactly
So I starts from top and I is going to be lesser equal to the bottom, and I'm going to do an I plus plus simply, right? That's what I'm going to do.
yeah exactly.
Then
And you
how
have
will
to
you push
just
it?
it's like matrix of I right.
Okay, so like how will you write it? So basically, what is changing? So I will write it like a matrix of uh, I is changing because the rows are changing one by one. Na? The first part it indicates about the row, correct? The second part indicates about the column. The first parameter is the row, correct, Abhinav? Second is the
Yeah,
column. So the row
exactly.
remains, row is changing, ith row. Every time the row is changing with the help of I, and the column remains the same. And which column is it? It is the rightmost column, correct, Abhinav? So I'll
Yeah,
consider it and I'll write right here, correct? That's what I'm gonna
exactly.
do.
Yeah.
After doing this, what will you do, Abhinav? Will you do anything with the right as well?
Yes, so sorry. So now what we will do, we will just fix our bottom and we will start from right to
No,
left.
will you move your
Yeah, okay,
right as
okay,
well?
yeah. So it will be right minus minus because we have to just make one column towards the left. So it will be right minus minus.
So now right will point to this particular row, correct? Right minus
Yeah,
minus because I
yeah,
after that after some point of time after doing this and then again this now when I want to do this thing when I want to do this 7 and 1 then what I want the right to be here now, correct, Abhinav?
exactly,
So for
exactly.
that I'm doing a right minus minus kind of thing. Okay, Abhinav, that's fine. All right. Now let's say you have done this, Abhinav, as well. So what's the further approach? What do you think? What will you do
Then
after
we have
that?
to just fix the bottom. It is already fixed, and we have to just titrate from right to left.
Okay, Abhinav. Let me give you an example. Okay, let me talk about an example with you. Let's say, Abhinav, if I tell you this thing, let's say I talk about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kind of the, let's say I talk about this kind of a stuff. So suppose my top is also pointing here. Suppose, Abhinav, my bottom is also pointing here. Okay, Abhinav. Right. And suppose my right was pointing here, Abhinav. Oh, sorry, guys. Suppose, Abhinav, my left was pointing here, and suppose my right pointer was pointing somewhere here. Okay, Abhinav. So suppose my
Yeah,
top is this. First of all, I'll iterate through this guy, right? After that, what happens? Abhinav, what happens after that? After that,
yeah.
basically, I'll top will move down. So top will be here, which is not existing. Correct, right? Correct or not, Abhinav? Initially,
Exactly. Yeah.
so top will come down here. So they cross each other. Correct. So
Sure.
like after that, will you consider your right as well? Let's say if your top moves, so right will not be there, right? Because from right to bottom, if you see, so top is here, so top will be starting from here, top will be starting from here, top should be lesser than the bottom, lesser than equal to the bottom, so that will not be the case. So you'll not print any like after 1, 2, 3, 4, you will not print anything, but you are saying that you will print the bottom now. So in your case, you will print it like this now, in this order. So you will do this thing, but do you want to do this? No, na?
exactly. Yeah, yeah.
So in that case, if they cross each other, so in that case you will not do it, right? So basically, I can tell you, like in that case, what you need to do think is you need to say that okay, the top should be lesser equal to the bottom, right? In that case only you will be printing it, correct, guys?
Exactly, exactly.
Yes or no? Here we need one condition to go further to avoid crossings. May who know? Okay, is it clear to everyone? All of you can hit the like button, guys, and tell me if it's clear to everybody or
Yes,
not.
yes,
Yes,
it's a request that you can go a little bit slow.
I thought that I was slow. uh, Okay, it's very clear. Great. So let's write a little bit of code here, Abhinav. Okay, so help me out, Abhinav,
Yeah,
with this.
sure.
What I'm
Yeah,
thinking of
sure,
is
sure.
I'll be having an answer. I'll be having a vector int answer because I need to just return the order. So I basically need to print. So I need to return a vector int answer.
Yeah,
They will check by themselves and print it. Okay.
yeah.
Then what will I do? Admin need a average reply to fraud user query. Okay, right. So what will I do, Abhinav, here? Like I'll have the top guy initially initialize as 0. I'll
Yeah,
have the bottom guy initialize that as what? I think as r minus 1 if I'm not wrong.
yeah, yeah.
I'll have the what left guy. Okay, you can help me out with the code as well.
Yeah,
Okay,
if you can just
I'll
control
have the
plus,
right
if
guy
you can just
initialize that.
press control plus, so the code will be easily visible.
Yeah, now is it visible?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what I'm thinking of. Now, as I said, Abhinav, this is the case where if the top is lesser equal to the bottom, till that point of time you will be iterating, correct?
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
Okay, but
Exactly.
there's another case that you need to think of, Abhinav, right? So before that, let's do this much iteration. Like let's come back to this example so that we can understand those things better. So this is clear to everyone. Top is lesser equal to bottom. Everyone, please write a clear if you are clear with this condition that the top should be lesser equal to the bottom. That's very important condition for us. That while the top should be the lesser equal to the bottom. That's for one thing for sure. They should not cross each other. Correct, Abhinav, or not? What do you
Yeah,
think?
yeah. Exactly. It's
Please have
correct.
water. I do have water here. Okay. Ziba Khan. Okay. Right. So what will I do here? Any idea?
So yeah, so for
Okay,
you,
Abhinav.
you will
Like
just have
let's
that
come
that
back to
four
this.
loops.
Is like see top is lesser equal to bottom is one crossing condition. Abhinav, what do you think? Is there any other crossing condition that's gonna come?
Yeah, that may be also the case of left should be less than equal to right. That is also be there. I hope.
Can you tell me a case? Let's say if it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So if currently the top is pointing here and the bottom is here, right? This is the top, this is the bottom. So in that case, first of all, you will print this guy, and then the top comes here, right? Then the top comes here. After that, the left also points here, the right also points here, correct? So right will first of all use it. Okay. So one is already used. Okay. After that, what will happen? You will use this much part, right? So the right uses this much. After that, right will come here, no? Right will do right minus minus. So Abhinav, right comes here, correct? So when the right comes
Yeah,
here,
exactly.
then left and right cross each other. In that case, you like when you do this. So after that, bottom is not available, so you'll not print the bottom. But then again, if you try to like as I said, you will try to go towards this side, then you will try to go down, right, in the right part. Then you do this, then you traverse the left. But if you traverse this part again from bottom to up, so that should not be done now. They should not cross each other. Correct, Abhinav?
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
So what I'll write here is I'll write and what the left should be lesser equal to the right part. Correct, Abhinav? That's what
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
thinking of.
yeah. This is what we can
Now,
do.
okay. So what I'll do here is basic part. What will I do? First of all, I'll print the what top rows, right? Top rows, correct, Abhinav? What will I do?
Yeah,
I'll print the
yeah.
top
For the top.
uh,
Exactly.
elements elements of the top rows. Elements of the top row. One by one, I'll print them, right?
Yeah,
So in that case, what will I do, Abhinav? I'll say that okay, I starts from where? Uh, I starts from the left, okay. Then I is lesser equal to the right, okay. Then I'll do an I plus plus, and what you are telling me to do is, you are saying that okay, answer dot push back. What, Abhinav? It will be nothing but
yeah. It will be
array
ARR of
matrix of top
top and I. Yeah,
I because what is changing here? My columns are changing, and then I'll do a what? I think I'll do a top minus minus, right? This top plus plus. Sorry. right? This thing, if I'm not wrong. So see, this is what I was doing here, no? Correct? If I want to print this thing, if I want to print this yellow strip, so what will I do? I'll first of all have my eye starting from the left, then right, eye is lesser equal to the right, and then top of eye. Correct, Abhinav?
Exactly, exactly.
Okay.
So now we can just focus
Uh,
on the last column.
okay, last column. So if I want to print the last column, then what will I do? This loop that I've written here, correct? This loop,
Yeah,
correct? So I will be starting from the like from this top, because now the top is updated to here. So I'll print this element, this element, this element. So basically I'll store these elements one by one. Na? After that, I'll move my right minus minus as well. So let's do this also. So what will I do here? I'll say that, okay, for let's say int I starts from what? From where will my I start? Any idea on this?
yeah. So it will start
I is
from
going.
top to bottom now.
Okay, yeah. So I is going to start from top. I is lesser equal to the bottom. Okay, I hope that I'm not doing any spelling mistakes, Abhinav. I hope that you can keep a check on that. So I'll do what? Answer dot pushback what? I'll simply push back nothing but the matrix of what?
Matrix of
Uh, I and right,
I
because
and
the
right. Yeah,
column remains the same. The rows are only changing, right? And after that, I'll do a
exactly,
right minus minus, because I'll be moving inwards. Now every time I'm moving inwards from every side, correct, Abhinav?
exactly,
So I'm
exactly.
moving inwards. Okay, after this, Abhinav, what will you do? So okay, will you print this bottom as well? What do you think?
Yeah, exactly. So what we will do, we will just make our bottom,
But
and it's like
but
that from
will
right
you
to left.
directly write a loop for it? What do you think, Abhinav? Will you directly write a loop for it?
Yeah, we can write a loop for that now.
Dance se bache?
From
No, like he's tired. Yeah. So what will you do?
yeah, it's from the
Like,
right
will you
side to
iterate
left.
for the bottom directly? Will you iterate for the bottom directly? Or do you need to check anything? Because the thing that can be there, Abhinav, the concern that you can have is like, see, initially like initially, let's say if it was something like this, okay, Abhinav, suppose. So you have, let's say, printed this thing, right? Let's say you have printed this top, right? So after that, top comes here and bottom still remains here, correct, Abhinav? Right. But you are still not going up to check in the while loop, right? You are still not going up to check in the while loop because you are wanting to write it. But Abhinav, don't you think that you should check that is the top lesser
Yeah.
equal to the
So
bottom,
we have to give a
right?
condition there also after the two loops that if that thing is there. So
Yeah, right. So
it will be like
this
yeah.
part is clear to everybody. One second, guys. So what will you do, Abhinav, here? If the top is going to be lesser equal to the bottom, right? So what will I do here? If the top
Yeah.
is lesser
So
equal to the bottom,
now
Abhinav.
now
So in
we'll
that case,
basically take from right to left, and we can just
uh,
add the values.
basically we'll take these elements, right? So before that, as
Hmm.
I have already said, the now the right point says, so we'll take these elements now, right? These elements, all these elements. So for the
Exactly.
bottom row, we'll take all the elements from the right till the left. Okay, and after that I'll update my bottom to bottom plus plus, bottom minus, bottom what, minus minus, no? Bottom will move up, correct, Abhinav?
Exactly.
That is what I'm
Exactly.
thinking of. So for
Hmm. Hmm.
my int I is gonna start from where? I is gonna start from the bottom, and then I is gonna be greater equal to the top. Then I'll do an I minus minus, correct? And after that, what will I do, Abhinav? After that pushback, what will I do?
Yeah. So it will be
Let me
like
finish this down.
ARR of
No. Sorry,
I.
sorry, sorry. I should have right, no, here. I should have written right here. What do you
Yeah,
think?
it should be from right to left, na? Yeah, exactly. And it will be
Okay.
from ARR bottom I.
Yeah, because the row remains the same, the bottom row remains the same, and the only thing that changes here is what? The only thing that changes here is nothing but the columns every time, right? So starting from the right column till the leftmost column, right? So after that, after I've iterated through it, so I'll do a bottom plus plus, because I'll move up, because every time I'm moving inwards kind of thing. Now spiral order is nothing but moving inwards one by one. Okay, so I'll do a bottom minus minus as well. Okay, that's what I'm
Exactly.
going to do. Okay,
Hmm.
so Abhinav, what will you do after that? Let's say you have done this thing. So maybe you are wanting to print this thing. What is your opinion? Now
Yeah,
you are
so
wanting
from
to
now
print this thing.
from bottom to top, yeah, exactly.
But do you think it's going to be always available for you? What do you think? Because if you think about a basic case, right? Again, if you think about a basic case here, so obviously you will be checking in the starting. So in the starting, everything will be equal. But you will, but
It's
let's say
it's
Abhinav,
again
I
we have
give
to
you this thing.
start from the it's again we have to start check for the left and right pointer. And
So
if we
see,
have
first
not
of all, you'll print this thing, right? That's fine. But after that, let's say right was pointing here. You print this thing up, right? You print this thing up because initially the left and the right both will be pointing here. After you print this right part, okay, because once you have printed one initially, because for the top row, then you print this thing up, right? basically. After you do this thing, so basically what happens? The left and the right cross. So right comes here. When the right comes here, left and right cross each other. But you are not able to check because you are not able to go to the while condition, right? Then you would have terminated. But you are currently not going that, and you are wanting to print. But should you print? No, because the left crosses the
Exactly.
right. So if the left is
Yeah.
lesser equal to the right, then only you will be doing this. When will the left be equal to the right? Any idea on this, Abhinav, as well?
So yeah, it will be equal then when we are at the last element. I hope.
Okay,
At the
so
center
what
of
will I
that,
do here? I'll say that okay, int I is going to start from where?
from
I'll go
bottom,
from the
bottom to
bottom
top.
to the top.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
I will start from bottom,
Bottom.
and I is gonna be what? I is gonna be greater equal to the top, and then I'll do an I minus minus. Correct? That's what I'm gonna do.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
what I'll do is answer dot push back. What will I push back? I'll push back. What will I push back? I'll push back what? I mean, of matrix of.
Matrix of it will be like
Um,
I
every time
and
the row is changing and the column remains the same, so leftmost column, no? So
yeah,
left.
it will left.
And then what will I do
So,
after this? Yes, Siddharth.
uh, yeah. So, Yash, how much time you need to finish off this question?
I think I'm almost finishing it off
Okay,
now.
okay, sure. So after Yash finishes this question, I'm done removing this. Okay, I'm done removing the details. It is already mentioned, but still many of you has not removed his
Let's.
details. Okay, I don't want this to be exposed. I don't want you to be get
Okay,
harassed.
so
Okay,
it
I've
seems to
removed
work
it.
on the samples, Abhinav. Okay,
Yeah. Now we can
uh,
submit it.
let's try and submit it now. I hope everyone is clear with this approach. Let's see what will happen.
Yeah, we have got it.
Okay,
We
it
have got
passes
it.
in the first one.
Yeah.
Right, so it passes
Okay,
all the
guys.
test cases, right? So Siddharth was asking how much we have done, but that's the case, right? When we think of all the cases and edge cases and everything, and we write it properly, so there's very minimal chance that you will get an error. So again, summarizing it, is it clear to everyone? Saurabh is clear with it. What about Shubham? What about fraud user? What about backbencher? What about other people? Other people also can give us a +1 in the chat. Can we get a 900 likes till 350 at least? We still have like, can we reach 950 likes, almost 100 likes from now on? Hit the like button,
Like
guys, if you're clear.
target, like
Again,
target
I'm
1K.
I'm showing you this question. Maybe many people might have done it, many people might have not done it. But this question has 100K plus submissions on GFG, right? It's a medium level question, and I also agree to the same, right? And if you will see, so I've just iterated through each and like, what's the time complexity for this approach, Abhinav? Can you tell me that as well?
Uh, yeah. So I think that basically whatever we are doing, but at the last we
We
are
are
just
iterating through each. We are
the
iterating through each and
yeah,
every cell
and
exactly
into
once.
amount
So
and into amount.
So that's nothing but number of rows into the number of columns. Correct, guys?
Exactly.
Is it clear?
Exactly.
Right. And if you will see this question, Browser Stack has asked it, Dshaw has asked it, Make My Trip has asked it, Microsoft, Morgan Stanley, nearby, Ankur Wariko, you must be knowing. So nearby, Oracle, OYO, Paytm, Salesforce, Adobe, Flipkart. So a lot of companies have asked this problem, right? So you can do this, right? And even if you'll go to the related interview experiences, so you'll see that. And this problem is found where? Abhinav, where can I find such kind of problems?
Yeah, surely we can just find this problem on SD seed, I think, of GFG SD seed.
GFG.
So there you
Array
will.
section. Just we are just doing array sections, and we are doing so much. We are exploring so much, correct?
Yeah, exactly. Means even in a small array section of the GFG seat, in that SD seat we have this much of concepts. What if you will just
Others can
solve the
also
whole
comment
SD
where they
seat?
can find this. Others can also comment down where they will find these kind of problems. The problem set is really interesting and non-traditional. Again, I'm saying it's non-standard problems. A lot of less popular problems that are shadowed but are really important are there. So you can see that. Okay. So now, Siddharth, I think you can take the lead from here if you want, or if you want, I still have 4 questions. If you want, I can still solve them.
I think no one wants that.
I still have 4 questions. You can see that. Uh, so I still have questions.
I don't think anyone would want that. Trust me, I don't think anyone would want that. Okay, so okay, fair enough. Let me just split it. Okay, just let me have it. Just a sec. Let me close all the
What
tabs
was
and
saying
all.
4 questions?
4 questions करवा दे. Go on, say.
Really,
Roast
you
करो
want it?
यार.
So we have 850 likes. We have 850 likes.
Yeah, please make it 1K, and I promise you Abhinav would sing.
But if I will sing,
वो नहीं
you
क्या
all will
आएगा?
just leave. You all will just leave after disliking the site. After disliking this. Right? So
If you
so
want, I
yes.
can
Okay.
slide my tab and I can do more problems.
No, 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 no. चलो start करते हैं. हम्म, एक बार देख लूँ, एक
uh,
सेकंड. Yeah, it's fine. चलो. Share screen window. देखिए जरा. Entire screen. Share. चलो शुरू करते हैं. आदित्य तोमर. So this is the resume. Okay. So I would just make it full screen if possible. Yeah, this is the resume. Are you guys able to view it? Okay, just let me.
Yeah.
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 अब दिख रहा सबको अच्छे से?
हाँ जी, हाँ
Okay.
जी.
So let's directly go to the details. This is the details of the student. So Aditya Tomar is a IMS applied chemistry person who is doing MSc. Senior secretary is from CBSE board. Okay, secondary and senior secretary. Then experience. Let's talk about his experience. Okay, Abhinav, you wanna take the lead from here? Please take the lead.
Yes, for experience, he has done at BankDB as an intern or data scientist intern. Great. So they have managed and found important feature that helps to predict services up to 90% of accuracy. It's like that that they developed basic model to recommend the services. Okay, great. Using Python, NumPy, Pandas. Basically, they have worked on all the libraries of Python. Basically all the libraries, okay, and it's visualization of data for 60 feature relationships using Google Data Studio also. Great, great. So basically, I think that he has a better background as a data scientist now. A data scientist means there are two interns on that Bang, DB, and Black Coffee here. So
Yeah.
both are on basically on the data scientist, and they have a good experience of Python and the machine learning thing. Also, one software engineer internship that is of Ignite in ZU. So it's like developing the just a basic front end development internship as I can see. So that's all. What the
Okay.
experience there?
So talking about the projects, he has done some impressive projects. Okay. But there is a small thing that could be incorporated with this even before talking. That is, he has done a good number of projects. He is a very experienced person. But see, his resume is not a clickable resume. Okay. We are not able to view it. Okay. We are not able to view it. So it should be a clickable resume. As well as you can just mention the source code also if you're comfortable. Okay, but he has done a very nice feature that instead of having a very different kind of resume and doing like a person has done a Chinese game. Okay, like he has mentioned a game which is of the Chinese. Okay, but the problem is that the interviewer doesn't know how to play that. So if he doesn't knows how to play that game, how would we be able to know the features of the game? How would we be able to know if the logic is correct or not? So he should be, so a little description should be also there, and that is mentioned perfectly. Okay, so talking about the technical skills, he has mentioned it with absolute elegance, positions of responsibility and all. Okay, I don't find any position other than the clickable thing. It might be a scenario that due to this editing, this clickable thing is gone. But this resume sets a perfect example. Like talking about the interviewer won't be interested in which school or something. He won't would be just interested in the year, at what year you passed off, and the next is that which board. Okay, and he has mentioned that with elegance. Okay, and here was the number and the email declared. Yes, any views on this from you?
First of all, it's a one-page resume. That's really great. But as you mentioned, like the links are missing, which is not a good thing, and it's not clickable. But you can make it clickable. Like it's very easy to make it clickable, to be honest.
Very
And
easy,
can you
very
move
easy.
down in this? He has a lot. Like it seems that he has a lot of experience. But in terms of projects, also, if you have 4 projects and you like, but he has not explained anything, right? So that is not good. Instead of instead of having 4 uh, projects taking so much space,
Mm.
have 2 projects only and expand each project in 3 lines. What you have done, what tech stack you have used, what is the impact and stuff, and why you have done so, and things like that. That will be better. And
Yeah,
I don't like if
absolutely agree
someone
to
has
this.
so much experience writing. I don't know writing MS Excel is a good thing or not. Maybe he has written, that's fine, but maybe he has to do, like he is a data, like he has some profile of data scientist. Maybe that's why it can be important. Okay, positions of responsibility is also really great, but I think achievements should have been there before the above the achievements. What do you think? Like achievement should have been above the position of responsibility, basically. What do you think, Abhinav?
Yeah, exactly. So it's like
Uh,
something that achievements are basically which you can just flex out and on the basis of which people hire. It's not the POR, it's the achievements.
Yeah,
achievements like top 50 in some hackathon, and if you're writing it so down, so top 50 among 5,000, that's really great. It's kind of code forces thing, like it's a CP thing in hackathon, maybe.
Exactly,
yeah,
3 star on code chef. If he has written code chef, he should have mentioned some of his ranks where he might. Okay, he
LinkedIn
has mentioned it.
courtship profile and all. Okay, so can we move to the next resume? I think so.
Yes, yes, we can.
Let's move to the next resume. The next resume is of Sri Shati. Yeah. So the first and very foremost thing which I want to convey is that please
Two
make
pages.
it one page. One page. Please make it one page. Absolutely a request to you. Okay. Yeah. So let's start from the very beginning. Okay. So I think more information could have been given, like your LinkedIn profile and all. Okay. Coming down to this part, you could have used these all spaces, like this part of the space. Okay. You could have used as the
Okay,
in
so
the
Siddhartha,
horizontal.
there's one thing that I would like to say. Like many people don't know, but at GFG also where we have something that is known as a resume generator, right? So that
Yeah.
correct? So if you want to make your resume, so you can also use GFG resume generators, or you can use Overleaf, or there are many other websites, so you can use them for making resumes. But this resume also, it maybe you have made it with some template, but there's a lot of empty space, white space. It is not acceptable.
Yeah. It is not absolutely not acceptable. Talking about the jobs.
And
Okay.
this
So it
person, this
is
person is
not
teaching since
jobs. It
2000.
is experience.
But
Okay.
Siddharth,
It is
this person is going
experience.
to graduate in 2025, I think, and teaching experience since 2013.
Actually this is not a appropriate thing to mention, to be honest. Neither this is a job. Okay, this is not a job, and she has been teaching on some coaching center. So I don't think this is relevant to the position you are applying. Like, I don't think if you're applying for SDE, this is relevant that you are teaching in some coaching institute from 2013. I don't think these and all are coding instructor and all. This is fine, but this is not that much relevant. And you are not mentioning what subjects did you teach. Like, you are teaching for the last around 9 years, but what subject, what did you do? You are not mentioning all this. So I think that this should be done. Yeah. Any
Because
feedback from
the like
Abhinav?
one more thing that I would like to highlight here. Abhinav is currently not here for some time, but like what one another thing I would like to mention, such kind of a person, if you have a coding experience, like as you have mentioned some of the things, so if you have so much coding experience and a little bit of interest in, maybe a lot of interest in teaching, because that's almost 9 years, so in that case
Okay.
you can easily
So
get a
actually,
teach.
okay.
Yes.
So just breaking you in between. the person associated is still in his first year. Okay, she is in first year. Okay, and she's just submitted her resume. This is the first point she would be there. So see, we are not trying to make you down, we are just trying to make you learn. At this point, if we tell, suppose you are failing at this point, at the very first year, if someone was there to help us and tell us that what should be mentioned and what is not to be mentioned, I would have known what would be my roadmap for the next 4 years. Okay, so that is the thing. Don't take it negatively. Okay, we are
Yeah, yeah.
not trying to bring you down or something. We're just trying to make you learn what are the things that is needed, what are the things that you can incorporate in your future resume. Yeah, you can move forward. You're
So
telling
basically,
something?
what I'm saying, this person Day was someone from Bengal only, right? So from your
Yeah,
place of that. So
yeah.
basically, what I'm saying here is like if you like, this is one very critical, like being mentors. We can say that the industry is quite high paying if you have good skills. So if you have so much interest and experience in teaching, if you will make a proper resume, so you can get a good teaching assistant or a mentor or a coding instructor job, right? So that's why I'm saying that if you will make it a little bit more seriously, then there are high chances that you'll get some jobs or some internships regarding the mentorship instructor or things like that.
In the second year itself, I think so. Aram se.
Yeah, right.
We can do it very easily. So let's move to the skills also. Like in spite of being in the first year, she is an intermediate in JavaScript, okay, an intermediate in C programming, as well as the English proficiency is also intermediate, and C++ programming is also known. So in spite of being in the first year, I think that she has done a lot of things. Okay, like she has already made projects also. So I think, what about you? What do you think, Abhinav? You are the junior between three of us. What do you think about this resume?
He's currently not here with us, so he'll
Okay,
be
okay,
joining
sorry,
in the
sorry.
time.
Okay, it's absolutely fine.
So as far as I can see, if you have made tic tac toe, so that is great. But you should host it on GitHub, at least on GitHub. But if you know JavaScript, if you have written intermediate JavaScript, then maybe you could have made a project out of it on and hosted it on some platform.
Absolutely. So yeah. So so now talking about in between all this. So see, if you are not having a resume, suppose there are 61 people, okay, but and your resume is not getting reviewed, or you think that my resume is not that great to be interviewed, or I can show it to other people. Okay, so see, if your resume is still blank, and there are many people, okay, like to be honest, I belong from a tier 3 college, okay, so I still know that when companies started coming, I helped my friends to build their resume. Okay, I had this. So please remember that even if you have not made your resume, what you can do is at least take a blank paper, write it down that what do you think that I should have in my resume when I would start applying to the SDE roles or the jobs you desire. Not just SDE roles. Suppose you're trying to be an aspiring data scientist, you're trying to be an aspiring mentor or something. Your role can be anything. But what I'm trying to say is fix your goal, that what you wish to see in your resume. Fill that up. Fill that up. It would just try to motivate you. Fill that up, please. Okay. Fair enough. So yeah, Shrisha is absolutely fine. Please don't take it negatively. We are all here to learn. Okay. So
And we
again,
are
moving
only
forward.
taking, most probably, I think so that we are only taking resumes mostly from 2024 to 25 pass outs, something like that, no?
Mm,
We are not talking about much experience first. We are only talking about the things that we have knowledge about, not more than that.
See,
So
actually, we have taken resume in this basis. Like, suppose a person who has done absolutely a remarkable thing, like it can set an example, or a person who, by seeing his resume, we can tell that these all things shouldn't be incorporated. So we have taken shortlisted the resume on that thing. Yeah. So let us move forward with Manish Kumar. He has graduated from Indian Institute of Technology, Bhopal. Okay, so let us move forward. Yash,
I think this
ca-
is called. template provided by college or something, but that looks great on the first go.
Yeah,
Minimalistic colors. Blue color is just adding a clear readability. And also one more thing, Siddharth, you will notice in this resume is that wherever some tech stack or any important thing is there, so he has highlighted it with bold color, so that also catches the eye of the recruiter, I think. And in terms of projects, maybe one more project could have been there, because considering that this person is in his final year currently,
fourth year. Yeah,
so one project, yeah, so one project more could have been there. And I'm not sure. News
but
API.
he
Okay, so
has,
develop the web
but
app.
he, yeah. So, but he has done, the line is very minimalistic. He has just mentioned one line, but if you read the line, it is self-explanatory. Like this line is framed so beautifully that it explains the question. Like it is equivalent to two, three lines, in my view. What do you think? Yes.
It looks good. It looks good, but actually there is no link or something, at least GitHub link or any
No,
like hosted link.
no. It is clickable. It is clickable. It is
Okay,
clickable.
okay, okay,
It is
great.
clickable. That is what. So it is clickable. So see, here it has mentioned that this is a web application. So it gives a scenario that yes, this person is a web developer. Now it is telling that this is reading headlines from the news API, okay, and it is using the API of Allen Studio. See, by only reading the highlighted points only or the bold words only, we can assume, see, web application, headlines, news API, Allen Studio. If you just use only these all state words also, you would be able to build a statement on your own in your mind, even without reading the whole thing. Okay, and by using that keywords, you can see that he has used React for the front end, he has used Material UI for designing the thing, and he has used a news API. Okay, and technical skills, see, he has mentioned the framework as React, operating system, and this. He has done a little bit good work. Okay, this can set an example. Like he has, when he has mentioned that I have solved over 500, I have more than solved count of 500 problems. He has even mentioned the lead code Geeks for Geeks and the hacker rank thing. Yeah.
But again,
Any feedback?
I'll again say that if you have mentioned these things, it's really good. But why have you mentioned position of responsibility above that? Because achievements seem to be much better than that. So that is one thing that this person could have like focused on. Other than this, other section is not necessary to add. You can add one more project to it. So
Yeah.
like as of now, I see that there's a lot of potential in this person. He or she can improve a lot, but they like maybe a little bit of more work, and this will be a good resume for sure.
So I think me and Yash are making a good sync. I'm talking about the good points. Yash is talking about the critics. Okay. Let's move to the
And
Abhinav. You
only
came back.
we are
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm back.
Okay. Yeah, Abhinav, you take. Can you take the lead now from now?
I
Sure,
think we
sure.
have discussed this one.
Yeah,
I'm not
this one has
sure.
been done, Siddharth.
Oops. Oops. Sorry. Aditya, Manish is also done. Okay, we are done with the three resumes. So I would unshare my screen. I would take up some more resume. I would just mark it. So I would just remove from the screen. You can do a quick
Uh,
IMA session. Like you can just review the comments while I'm just adding it.
Sure, sure.
so guys, did you like this stream? Like we are currently doing a resume session, maybe because of your demand, or maybe so that you don't get bored. But like going forward, would you like to will you like us to have these at least 5 6 hours 4 hours sessions in which we'll be doing the problems of a GFG SD sheet? Is that fine? Live streams maybe on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, some particular day. Yes or no? You can tell us. 53 people are watching. At least 10 plus ones. At least I can consider. Yes or no, guys?
Okay, two more resumes are there. Okay, Bhoka Shai. Okay. Chalo, let's start. Yash,
Yeah, you can share your screen.
sure, brother. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. So this removal of the details is not done by me. It is done by our co-man. He is an intern at Geeks for Geeks. His name is Dev Jyoti. So thanks to Dev Jyoti for helping me out while I was just discussing the resumes.
Yeah,
Okay.
Okay.
So yes, we can move forward. Abhinav, can you please take the lead from now?
yeah, yeah. Sure, sure, sure.
So his
So,
name is
Uh,
Lakshmindra Gurjar. Yeah.
First of all,
so
I think this resume format is this thing, DD resume, right? So usually it is used by most of the people, but I think that he has put a lot of custom spaces according to him. Like if there's a particular space, he has changed the values, because of which there's a lot of space in the resume. In between, like if you will see between education and links, a lot of things, there's a lot of space which is not required. I'm not sure why this person has put Twitter link. If you are someone who is into developer advocacy or something, or something of that sort, if you are someone who has a good tech Twitter profile, then it is good. Otherwise, there was no need to mention. Can you, Abhinav, so that we can see a Code Forces link. So can you open that link if it is Victor 404?
it's a code forces
Sure.
profile
I'll do that.
review.
Abhinav, can you give us some tips on this profile? Can
So
you tell us?
as what I can see is that this user is not consistent. Means from the past 1 month, not solve any problem. In the past 1 year, there's only 33 problems solved. So I don't think that he or she is he is a consistent programmer, a computer programmer. I don't think so, because they have also not participated in month's contest. Means according to me, at least one has to solve some 200 300 problems on code courses and at least participate in 25 contests. After then, the growth is visible. That are you improving or not?
See,
It's
the resume link for the Google form resume link was already floated at around 2, and it was on for the 1.5 hours. But we can't turn on because we are sharing the screen and we are the only one awake at this point of time. And the next thing is that we need to remove the details also. So there should be a person associated which would remove the details of the person. So for these all things, this is done. Okay. Yeah. So can we move forward with the resume review now? Yeah. Should we open his something, any link? Is there any link provided?
so it's like that.
Certifications? I don't
The
think this much certification is required.
the white space and that is not also required. The white is means
Yeah.
50% of white space is there in the resume. So that is
So that
also
don't you
not.
think that a single page, a 2 column resume is better for someone who has done a lot of internships, a lot of projects, right? Or a lot of
Yeah.
open source work.
Hmm.
A single page double column resume will be empty space if you have not done much project work, if you are still in your initial years, right? If you have a lot of achievements, if you have a lot of skills, if you have a lot of internships, if you have a lot of projects, then a single page double column resume looks really really good. But if you don't have it, then try to make it single page single column. It will be best perfect, as we have seen in the previous, someone from triple IT was there. So that
Yeah.
kind of thing is much better. Otherwise,
He has
whatever you
written
have
less
done,
than this person. I think he has written less than this person. But the problem is that this is looking absolutely a very empty kind of thing. I think so. And I think this achievement is much more important, as Yash already tells. This
Yeah,
achievement is much more
it
important than
should be above
certification.
certificates. Exactly,
You
exactly.
uh,
have qualified. Who cares about your certificates when you have already qualified a gate with a rank of 4212
yeah,
and
at
gate
least you
score is
qualified now.
460?
Like everyone knows how you can get these certificates that are mentioned there. Maybe NPTEL is okay, because NPTEL you have to give a offline exam and other things. But other than this, LinkedIn, I'm not sure. But this
See,
person has
certifications
also
and
mentioned.
all, even if they
uh,
are on a true basis, I think they should be below the achievement.
One more problem that I find is this person has also written Internet of Things. But believe me, that can bring you, like, that can cause a little bit of trouble here and there, because the thing is that if suppose that you are going in a company which is working on, like, if you, let's say, if you go for an interview for, let's say, very basic interviews, let's say you go for 9.5 lakh TCS or Infosys interviews, because these companies do work on those technologies and other stuff for their clients.
Mhm.
So if suppose that you go to interview, and your interviewer is someone who has worked in the IoT space, and you tell
Mhm.
him that, okay, smart home and other things, you only tell the surface level IoT things, and he has actually worked deeply on it, integrated everything and stuff. So you can be in trouble. So on writing over 5,000 lines of code, I'm not sure why you've
This
written this.
is,
Like,
yeah, this
I
is
don't
not. So
consider that this should be
one thing,
written.
one thing I would like to tell is, don't just mention for the sake of filling. Why? Because it would broaden the spectrum of your interview. Like if you have mentioned like IoT and even C++, so the interviewer would have a hint that has he really learned this much thing? Let us ask this person. It might be a scenario. So please
Exactly.
don't try to fall in that
Maybe
scenario.
you have just one skill, but that should be the best one. Means with a full
Yeah.
pace.
And in education, please add your 12th so that it would help the recruiter know that you have any year lag or not. Okay, like
It's
how much
like,
gap
to
was
be
there.
honest, Siddharth, it's not that necessary. I don't add 12th in my resume, like, since the starting, because as
Yeah.
I mentioned, I have a single. It depends on
Okay.
you, but if you want, you can add it. But after, if you think that if it is taking some space, then you can remove it as well. So that is
Yeah,
my point of view. But we
absolutely.
just wanted to give you contradictory point of views, nothing else.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone, you are just hearing the views of everyone. Okay. So
Okay, so the
yeah.
first thing
So
is
this
that
is the last resume.
the resume looks fine, but there's something that is known as page indentation. Now, it is very much inclined towards the left. I don't know why, but a
So
little bit
the
of
first and the
page.
foremost, the first and the foremost step I would say is, please change the font of this. Please change the font. This is having a character spacing much greater than all this, and you are changing fonts here and there. And there is the bullet points and all is not the same. Like at some point, you're
Uh,
just mentioning this intermediate academic result. It's just cluttering everything. Yeah, you can move forward. Abhinav or Yash.
Yeah. So it's like that. He's also mentioned every language. It's like yeah, it's not only Java. It's okay. It's web developer, content writing, WordPress developer, Oops,
I
DSA.
don't think this
Okay.
line is necessary. I don't think
Yeah,
this
this
line
is
is
also
necessary.
not. This is not necessary. It means your name is
Don't.
okay and nothing more than that. And education should be above at the top only. Uh,
if this person has mentioned here, like, one very important thing, web content writing. Okay. Now, if you are a technical content writer, then maybe, at least if you are not getting opportunities, let's say you're not getting opportunities because you are from tier 3, but GFG gives you opportunities, this thing, that is technical content writer at Geeks, which is what freelance or internship work, right? So you can directly contribute articles, and if you have written it on your own, if it is your content, it is authentic, it is correct, so it will be published, so you can use that. Because when I started, I was not getting any internships, so I've written 4 articles for GFG, and I've improved almost, I'm not sure, 35 articles, I'm not sure, based on DSA. So you can also start with that. Like, if you are web content writing, so maybe you are talking about web development or something, but you can go for content write like a technical content writing on Geeks at least, so that if you have interest, so you can do that. And CGPA, okay, is fine. Okay, work experience, CEO and co-founder. Okay.
Okay. Is an edtech
A little.
startup provided services like information, rank prediction rules, study courses, etc. Is there a link to that? No, a link is not provided. Okay, we have a link
Yeah,
at the
there's.
end. Expert domain. Okay, we would just see that. Okay, so content development, Check India, Topper India. Okay, this is. So this, I think this, okay, he is in currently in fourth year. So I think you have a lot of potential in your resume. Like you are the CEO and founder. So if you are the CEO and founder, I wish you are the primary developer also, because you have mentioned here web content writing, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and WordPress developer. So you should have mentioned that also in the projects. Okay, like you have designed this, how you have designed this, what are the things that are you.
Siddharth, what I'm thinking is, if this person makes a proper resume, then a
Hmm.
lot of tech opportunities will come to him or her.
Absolutely, this this resume has a lot of potential, but this thing from here to here gives us a vibe that this person is trying to exaggerate over this. Okay, like this person is trying to fill up the resume. I think that
But at least
you should
if you
try
are
to keep
serious
this
enough, because
reserved.
can you move down to the website link? Because I think that's a proper website link, correct? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely,
So
let us see this.
so if you have, if you like, it seems fine also, right? It looks good in the first row at least. So
Yeah, it looks
It's
very good, to be
it's
honest.
it's a
It
WordPress
looks
site. In,
professional.
uh,
yeah, it's
Yeah,
it
it is a
looks professional.
WordPress site.
Yeah.
It looks professional. Yeah,
so
every
because
drop
this
down and
person has
also.
because what we do with our
Okay.
projects, we in fact we also don't have the .com and other, we host it on Heroku or something, right? Netlify. But this person has a website, so
He has
basically
bought a domain, I
a
think
little
so.
bit more effort will be really like it takes space. This person can go like do much
Like
wonders
you
in that tech space.
like you can mention all this also, like your counseling, web development courses also, these all things. You can say that I have done contribution in the real world, not just for filling up the resume. Your resume has some potentials. By mentioning
Correct.
this line, I think so. Don't know. Okay, so just let us see this. Yeah. So please try to remove this. Okay. Action speaks louder than words. If he is taking your resume, he would know if you're goal oriented or not. If you're a dreamer or something, he would know that. Don't worry about all those things. Okay. So fair enough. Let's see. Okay. So I think that is the end here. Yes.
Yeah.
So for the next so for the next 15 minutes, last 15 minutes. Yeah,
So first of all, we will be having a Ask Me Anything session, that's for sure. But Abhinav will be like Abhinav has done a 6 hours live stream with us. Long day for him. And today he'll be like today's Sunday, so he will first of all ignore the India Pakistan match. Other than this, he'll also be giving the ICPC. I think so, Abhinav, correct? If I'm not wrong. So you can
Yeah.
wish him all the best. You can flood his LinkedIn with all the best
yeah,
thing.
please.
And can you tell us some suggestions also before ask me anything also, like can you tell us like Siddharth, you can just write feedback, like feedback for this session, that will be like ask me
Yeah,
anything is perfectly
please.
can take.
So,
But
so you
uh,
were. So I think the 66, 65 or 70%, or I think 85 people were there till around 5.5 hours. Okay, so
So can you
let's
tell us
find
about your review
feedback.
of this session? Like how we can improve like our discussion. Did you like the dual in fact we thought about dual like dual programming, pair programming, but we did a triplet right throughout almost 6 hours. We did a triplet discussion. So if you like this format, if you like this kind of a discussion, and the problems that are not so much seen, if you like the this thing, so you can tell us about it. Like if you liked it, then we can incorporate these things. Whatever you like, you can tell us about that. What you did like disliked. If we were slow somewhere, or if I was fast somewhere, you can also tell me that. If Siddharth was maybe slow, if I was maybe more fast, right? If these things were there, so you can tell us, right? That will be great. We just a few days back we had a discussion that there are a lot of good problems on GFG SDE sheet, but people don't solve it. So we thought of coming up with this. You can tell us like what time will be suitable for you as well. It's just a proper communication
Yeah.
way for us.
So, so there are two, three things that you need to tell us. The first thing is that you need to tell us that
Yeah,
the future stream should be in the same way or not? Like it should be the discussion, or it should be a very serious problem solving with absolutely less talks? Or the next thing what I want to ask, we want to ask is, what is your preferable time? Okay, and how much duration do you think would be the optimal? Like, yes, for this duration, I can give you my concentration. What do you think? Okay, let us quickly say. We would have that. Please don't, mysterious Arbit, please don't spam over here. Okay, please don't spam. Last warning to you, please. We would have a Ask Me Anything session after 2 to 3 minutes. As of now, please control your emotions. Okay, so 4 hours, 4 to 5 hours. Yeah, okay, 4 to 5 hours. 10 to 2. Okay, many. Yeah, please wait for 2 minutes. We would have a dedicated session after 2 to 3 minutes. Okay. See you cooperate with us, we would also cooperate with you. We would try to answer each and every query. No one is trying to run away from it here. Don't worry. 5 hours from 10. Okay, everyone is suggesting the same timing only, like 10 only, but the duration should be lowered down, that is to be 4. Okay. Okay. So I think it is the 10 to 4 would 10 to 4 a.m. would be fine. Okay. So okay, let's move forward with this person. Avinav looks absolutely like he has just woken up from in the morning. Okay, okay, Avinav.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, Avinav, you would like to answer the query?
So if you are interested in CP, means competitive programming, so it's like that for CPs, C++ is preferable. It is better. The reason behind that, the syntax of C++ and the speed is more relatable to preferable to CP. That is why we basically prefer C++ for competitive programming. But then also it's means people who are doing Java and even Python also, they are doing good in DSA and competitive programming. That's not the
Uh,
thing. But yeah, C plus is preferable.
if you will, in fact, if you'll take the example of a person like Second Thread, so he does his CP in Java and he has 20K subscribers, right? So, and
I
Exactly.
think he has
he
recently
does the
switched to C++, no?
maybe, but he still did a lot of programming in Java only. So, like, still he was able to survive. He was still able to maintain a
Avinav,
quota with Java. So,
Avinav, any tips
Yeah,
from your
yeah.
side? ICPC?
I am also searching for tips
uh,
currently, but yeah.
Okay,
So
but
so
it's
I
answer
can
based,
so I
yeah.
can give so at
yeah.
this point I can be a tip giver for both of you because I am a ICPC regionalist of last year. So what you can do is you can first divide the question. Like for the first few problems are very easy. So you can just incorporate that the first teammate most who has the most speed in his implementation, like who is having the heaviest template, like his template is very big and you don't understand his template, ask him to code the very first problem, and then just give the next two person the next problem, and try to at least have the rank 1 in your college. Okay, I'm good at Python. Can I continue it for CP also? Yeah, absolutely. You can continue it.
Sure,
What
sure,
is
sure.
ICPC? It is kind of Olympics of competitive programming.
Exactly.
Can we say this, Abhinav?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It is actually.
Okay. I think your answer is answered, Dhoni Singh. Please don't spam. Okay. Anything more? We would be waiting for the next 1 minute. If the next 1 minute is left empty, we would just shut down the stream at 3:53 only. Okay. So how many likes did we receive, Abhinav?
Yeah, we have received
Yeah,
some
this
82.
person. This person.
70.
I think this is the person. Okay, this person is not a Sian. Okay, this person is an expert in code forces. Okay, so when my resume is reviewed, okay, yeah. So Abhinav, Yash, what do you think?
Is it worth starting CP in final year? Definitely it is. Definitely it is. But you should be serious enough to give at least 2 to 3 hours to CP. And other than this, you should also do DSA. And at
Don't
least one or
think
two projects should be there. You have to
I
be very,
don't
very like.
think you have to dependent on CP for placements. Dependent on CP for placement is not a good option for final year because CP takes time. Maybe it maybe it can take 2 years or even maybe it can take more than 1 year. But final
Hmm.
is the last year for you to basically prepare for placements.
So my suggestion would be first secure a job in which you are satisfied, and then you can move forward with CP. I think so because this is the
It
last
will
segment
really help.
of your placement journey.
If you
So
will
I
start
don't
it,
think
it
you
will
should
really help.
risk it.
Exactly.
So I
If you will
don't think you
start
should risk it.
Exactly. If you will start, it will surely help. As just said, it will surely help you for your problem solving and other things. But don't just depend on that.
So is
Someone was
that
asking about
G
SD sheet.
SD sheet good enough for product base? So Yash, you are the designated person.
Uh,
Tell
so
us.
uh, as we did a lot of problems today, right? A lot of problems, and as I'm repeating again, a lot of non-standard problems that are a lot of non-traditional problems, and not a lot of non-popular problems we did. Right? You can see spiral traversal. So that also did some problems, equilibrium, point, leader, and array. Abhinav also did some of the good problems like custom sorting in STL, right? So custom sorting in strings, so those kind of things, if you want to have a quick exposure, if you want, if maybe you are doing other sheets or something, but if you will also do this sheet, so it's worth the time, I can say that for sure.
So see, this SD sheet is enough for interviews. This is the first thing. This is not enough for your online assessment. The next thing is that if you are able to combat the problems, okay, suppose you solve the equilibrium point, it revolves around the application of prefix sum. So if you are able to combat the problems of prefix sum after solving equilibrium point, then we can say that SD sheet is enough for you. Otherwise, it is a little bit difficult. Please continue this session every day. I think by doing this one day, everyone has. See, my eyes are red. Yash eyes are having dark circles now only. Yes, Abhinav seems like he has just woken up. Okay, I don't think we would be
After
able
a,
to do every day.
after a
After
five
doing
minutes
this for a
nap.
month, after doing this for a month, I think we would require to get into hospital.
No, it
Okay,
is
so yeah,
every week or by weekend. It's good to have.
yeah. So yeah, Abhinav, please take this because you are the junior of us.
Bro, can we do CP survival Resident 2026 and considering the completion session? I would top community require CP but necessary will be no CP will never be necessary. CP will never be necessary. Means I have seen people CP. It's okay. It's obvious that if you are doing CP, it will be easy for you to get into a good company, to a good productive company. It is okay. It is good, but it is not compulsory. Means no one will when you will just go for a Google interview. They will not ask that are you a CPA or not, are you a company programmer or not, but surely that will help you to focus on the things and to improve your problem solving ability, to improve your approach skills, to improve your to how you can handle the pressure during the contest. That is what it will help. It's not compulsory. Again, I'm saying. By the way, I am a very big supporter of CP, the one who does CP, and even I does CP. I've started my career from CP only. I mean, so from my first year, I have not done any development. I've not done any college studies. Nothing means nothing. I was just because that time my college was online, so it was just a online exam. I was not done any that means not even HTML. I was just going to code forces code 7 doing the CP
But
thing.
still he has a couple of SD internships.
Yeah, no. After that, now I have. So yeah, that's the thing. So
That you can understand, like the power of CP, the opportunities that he got.
means I am here. I am at GFG or I'm whatever I'm doing at other places also. Maybe you know. So that is all about the CP and that thing only.
Okay. So online assessment. Okay, how about next session? Next session next week. Yes, If the response is good enough, okay, if the number of I can say the number of comments after the stream is more than 100, we would definitely have that. What's it?
So what you
Yes.
can do is after this video is just over, within a couple of minutes, what you can do is you can comment down which topic you want. What is the preferred time? Maybe you can say, someone can say 8 to 2 or 8 to 1, something like that. Maybe 5 hours, 4 hours, 8 to 12, something like that. You can give your suggestions. You can give your feedback how you liked it and other stuff. And since we were not doing it on the main channel, but still we were getting likes. Even we have not seen this much on in mock interviews. So this much number of
So
views. So
a small thing that I
that's
would
great.
like to say is, so a small thing that I would like to say is that after the session is over, and if you have watched the session, please revisit this and leave a comment or a feedback so that the reach of this video gets increased and our efforts could be justified. Okay, so the last, how can I get the T-shirt like the one which you are wearing? Who, mine, Yash,
This
or
one.
okay,
Basically,
this one. Anything
Basically,
can add.
I've got the
um,
most latest t-shirt from GFG because I've recently visited the office. So I think that I have the most latest one from among all of three.
Okay,
uh,
how to prepare for online assessment after learning normal DSS sheets? This is the last question.
there's another question, important one. So this sheet is sufficient for cracking Amazon. We never say, nobody can say what's sufficient, what's not sufficient, but it will be a good practice for you for sure. This GFG sheet will be a good practice for you for sure. That we can assure you.
Yeah, I think that now we can just conclude this session.
So
Okay,
one more thing, again, if you have not hit the like button, make sure, please make sure to hit the like button. Comment down a +1 in the chat, yes in the chat, GFGOP in the chat. Just wanted to see how many of you are awake. Just last thing. And another thing, after the session is over, make sure to hit the like button if you haven't, and please comment down after the video is over. Please comment down which topic will you will like us to have. Okay, and that's it. I think, Siddharth.
so so just a last thing for the people whose queries has not been replied, for the people whose comment has not been answered, for the people whose resume has not been reviewed. Okay, we owe sorry for them, but we have a time constraint. Okay, so as you know, the number of viewers were absolutely very large today, and it was not feasible on our end to stream, to talk, and to keep a track of all the comments that were here. At the end, we are a human like you who have been sitting for the previous 6 hours. So please consider it as a human talking to a human. Thanks a lot. Good night, everyone, or rather, good morning, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, everyone. Thanks for
Yeah,
this
bye
support.
everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Take care.
Bye.
Keep coding.
Yeah, happy coding.
Bye everyone.